When the dispute over territories began, the Anunnaki divided the earth into different regions. The first region, in Mesopotamia, was given to Enlil and his sons. The second region, in Egypt and Nubia, was given to Enki and his sons. The third region, in the Indus Valley, was given to Inanna. The fourth region, Tilman, in the Sinai Peninsula, was the region of the gods, the land of the missiles, and the forbidden place where only the Anunnaki could access. Marduk, son of Enki, known as Ra in Egypt, after the Pyramid Wars, where he was left to die inside the Great Pyramid, was furious. He could not understand why Inanna could have a region all to herself. Thus, Marduk proclaimed himself as the only god and commander of the earth. The other Anunnaki gathered in assembly and then decided to use the weapons of terror, the terrible nuclear weapons. Thus, in 2024 BCE, there was a nuclear explosion in the Middle East region. And so, in a wave of destruction, he completely annihilated the 5 cities of the valley, which quickly turned into desolation. They were razed by fire and sulfur, and everything that lived there turned into vapor. With such terrible weapons, the mountains came down, and the barrier that held the waters of the sea broke. The sea waters spilled into the valley, and the valley was flooded by the waters. When the waters poured over the ashes of the cities, steam rose to the skies. From high on his ship, Nergal shouted, "It is done." And so, in his heart, Nergal, now known as Era, had no more vengeance. He had done what he planned. Inspecting their evil work, Ninurta and Nergal were confused by what they saw. The splendors were followed by the darkening of the skies, and soon after the storm blew. Inside a dark cloud, whirlwinds formed in the sky and an evil wind rose, plunging the sky into twilight. As the day went on, the sun disappeared and darkness took over the horizon. Night came, and with it a dreadful splendor highlighted its edges, causing the moon to disappear, swallowed up in a dense cloud of destruction. When dawn came the next day, coming from the west, from the upper sea, a wind of a dense storm began to blow. And then the dark brown cloud moved east, heading towards the inhabited lands. The dark brown cloud traveled, and wherever it went, it brought the death of everything that was, without any mercy. From the valley of no pity, the cloud of death was carried to the lands of Sumer. Ninurta and Nergal gave the alarm to Enki and Enlil. They announced, "The evil wind is relentless, and it will bring death to all." Enlil and Enki transmitted the alarm to the gods of Sumer with a clear message: "Escape, escape." They shouted to all. The frightened gods fled from their cities and quickly ascended to the heavens. The message to the people was clear: scatter and hide as quickly as possible. The inhabitants of the lands fell under the claws of the evil wind, and their fugue was completely useless. Death was silent, and like a ghost, it attacked all fields, all lands, and all cities. The winds of death passed through the thickest walls like the waters of a flood. There was no door that could keep the wind away. Those who hid inside their houses, and with the doors closed, were swept away. And thus, like flies, they fell to the ground. The streets were piled with bodies, and the mouths of those trying to survive overflowed with saliva and foam, and then the blood came with a premonition of death. Slowly, the evil wind blew over all the lands and crossed from west to east over plains and mountains and annihilated everything that lived. After its passage, nothing was left alive. The waters, once clear, were poisoned, and in the fields all vegetation wilted. From Eridu in the south to Sippar in the north, the evil wind devastated the country. In the second region, all lands south of Babylon were devoured by the evil wind, which also reached the heart of the second region. But ironically, the sacred Babylon, from where Marduk had declared his supremacy, was spared by the evil wind. And from there, where Marduk and his followers had declared command of the whole earth, everything continued as if nothing had happened. Assailed by his thoughts and numbed by his doubts, Enki made a decision. He said to himself, "Everything that happened needs to be recorded, from the beginning on Nibiru until this day on Earth, and that in posterity, at the time chosen by destiny, the Earthlings read this record and can remember the past to understand the prophecies of the future. Let the future be the judge of the past." Thus, Enki waited for the appropriate time, and on the 17th day of the second month of the 7th year, after the great calamity, he called for 2 emissaries. He clarified that his chosen one to record the information was a scribe, son of Udbar, a man of Eridu, named Endubsar, the master scribe. "My name is Endubsar, also known as the master scribe. I have come to report an event that occurred in the second month of the 7th year after the great calamity. On the 17th day, I was summoned by Enki, the great god and master. I was in the city of Eridu and had survived the evil wind. I wandered through the desert in search of dry branches to make a fire when I noticed a reddish whirlwind approaching from the south. It made no sound. As the spacecraft touched the ground, 4 wide feet emerged, and the once beautiful equipment lost its allure. Overwhelmed with reverence, I prostrated myself on the ground. When I looked up, I saw 2 emissaries standing near me. Their clothes radiated a brilliant light. They called out to me, saying, "Endubsar, Endubsar, the great god Lord Enki summons you. Do not be afraid. You have remained pure, and we are here to take you with us, above the earth." At that moment, the whirlwind rose, resembling a blazing fire. Each emissary held one of my hands and swiftly lifted me. Suspended between earth and sky, I beheld the waters, plains, and mountains. Suddenly they released their grasp, and I felt as if I were falling to the ground, devoid of life spirit. A voice then called out, repeating my name, "Endubsar, Endubsar." I listened intently, unsure of its origin or the speaker's identity. The voice continued, revealing that I am a descendant of Adapa and had been chosen to serve as a scribe. I was to transcribe the divine words onto tablets. Before me, I could see a workspace with a scribe's table adorned with intricately carved stones. The mysterious voice persisted, addressing me as Endubsar, servant of Eridu, and declaring, "I am Enki, your god, your lord. I am concerned, which is why I have summoned you. The great calamity has befallen humanity, devastating our cities. I desire to document the truth of these events, ensuring that both gods and men understand what has occurred. Since the Great Flood, no catastrophe of this magnitude has transpired. Yet here we are, 7 years later. This should not have happened. I, Enki, have failed. Despite my efforts to prevent it, I have faltered. Was it luck or fate? Only the future can judge. The earth will tremble, rivers will change their course, and daylight will be shrouded in darkness. The sky will be ablaze, and on this fateful day, the return of the celestial god will be sealed. Some will survive, while others will not. Thus, the cycle of repetition shall be sealed. For these reasons, Endubsar, I, your Lord Enki, have called upon you. The future remains veiled within the past. Among the gods, 40 is my sacred number. Therefore, for 40 days and 40 nights, I will speak and you shall transcribe. Throughout this time, you shall neither eat nor drink. Sustenance shall be derived solely from water and bread, enabling you to devote yourself to your task. The voice fell silent once again, and my surroundings became clearer. Before me, there was a plate with bread and a goblet filled with water. Enki instructed me, saying, Endubsar, consume this bread and drink this water. It shall sustain you for the next 40 days and nights. I followed the instructions diligently. Then I was questioned, Endubsar, Master Scribe, what do you see? To which I replied, I see smooth tablets of pure blue, resembling the sky, and a stylus. Enki said, Endubsar, this is a distinct material. The tablets are smooth, made of lapis lazuli, and the stylus is a divine creation. Its body is composed of electron, while the tip is crafted from a divine crystal. The material easily adapts to your hand, allowing you to record effortlessly, akin to shaping damp clay. Upon touching the instruments, I sensed a divine energy enveloping my being. Then the great god Enki commenced speaking. His words were exquisite, at times weighty, bitter, and sorrowful, while also radiant and joyous. Countless tablets were inscribed, one after another, on all their surfaces. The most remarkable revelation relayed to me pertained to creation, genetic engineering, and manipulation. It was at that moment when Enki, the great god, interrupted my sensations, stating, For 40 days and 40 nights you have recorded my words. Your task here is complete. Now, take another tablet and document your testimony. Although I couldn't behold the great god, I seized the tablet and inscribed this testimony that you are presently enjoying. And Enki, the great god, continued, In due time the tablets will be discovered, for the future is concealed within the past. There shall exist a book of past testimonies, and a book of future predictions. You must safeguard the tablets in this secure enclosure, and seal it shut. As for you, Endubsar, you have had the privilege of conversing with a great god, despite not having seen me. You are pure and shall act as my representative before the people. Instruct them to embrace justice, as a lengthy life is founded upon it. In 70 years, cities will be rebuilt, and crops will flourish once more. Peace will surely prevail, though wars will also occur. Know that the ancient gods will depart, and the new gods will decree destiny. At the culmination of days, fate shall triumph, for the future is foretold in the past. Endubsar, you must share all of this with the people. Upon this pause, I, Endubsar, prostrated myself to the ground. I inquired, How will I know what to say? The great god Enki replied, The words you must utter will come to you in dreams and visions, and there shall be other chosen prophets as well. Ultimately, a new earth and a new heaven shall emerge. Following this, prophets will no longer be necessary. A silence followed, and the auras faded away. When I regained awareness, I found myself in the fields surrounding the city of Eridu. This was the story of the prior times and the use of weapons of terror. Before these prior times, there was the beginning. And after the prior times, there were the olden times. In the olden times, the Anunnaki descended from the heavens to earth and created the earthlings. However, in the olden times, there were no gods on earth, and earthlings had not yet come into existence. It is within these olden times that we find the genesis of all history, and it is this beginning that unravels all mysteries. What I'm about to share with you pertains to the planet Nibiru and the fortunes and destinies that awaited the Anunnaki. Nibiru is a planet with a wide orbit. It appears as a large reddish celestial body, making its extended journey around the Sun. At times, Nibiru experiences cold, while at others, the bright sun once again shines upon it. The planet's thick atmosphere is sustained by ongoing volcanic eruptions. During the cold period, the atmosphere retains heat, acting as a protective covering for the entire planet. In the warm period, the atmosphere shields Nibiru. During the transitional periods between heat and cold, rainfall intensifies, ensuring the continuity of lakes and rivers. Nibiru is adorned with abundant vegetation that nourishes and safeguards the atmosphere. From this vegetation, diverse forms of life emerge in both water and on land. The Anunnaki species naturally came into existence, like an eternal seed, destined to proliferate. Over time, the Anunnaki multiplied and settled in valleys, plains, and mountains. They built homes, established communities, and civilizations began to flourish. It was during this era that conflicts and rivalries arose, culminating in the first war between the northern and southern nations. Vegetation transformed into formidable weapons, and civilizations gave rise to armies. Eventually, missiles were launched, and a prolonged and ferocious battle ensued between brothers. Death and destruction swept across the northern and southern lands alike. Destruction consumed all of Nibiru. Desolation prevailed on Nibiru for a considerable period. It was not a single event, nor did it occur twice. There were several orbits, and then a decision was made to declare a truce. Soon, cries for peace resonated everywhere as nations aimed to unite under a single throne on Nibiru. It was agreed that there would be one king to rule them all. The chosen king was to come from either the north or the south, while a consort would be selected from the opposite region. This arrangement aimed to unite the north and south through the figures of the king and queen. The husband and wife were considered as one entity, and their child born from their union would be the successor, establishing a dynasty. The selected ruler was a formidable warrior and commander from the north, bestowed with the title of An, which signifies celestial. Consequently, order was restored in the lands, accompanied by the establishment of laws and regulations, and successfully unified the territories, restored canals, constructed cities, and ensured prosperity and order. His wife, chosen from the south as agreed, was granted the title of Antu, denoting the wife of An. An and Antu had 3 children, with Enki being the firstborn. Despite the arrival of concubines in the palace, Enki remained the sole occupant of the throne, as the concubines did not bear him any children. Thus, the nascent dynasty came to an end soon after his death. The next in line was the middle son, who, despite not being the eldest, was named the rightful heir. He was given the title of Anib, signifying his position as the one in the middle among his brothers. Anib married Ninib, referred to as the Lady of Ib. Together, they had a son named Anshargal, who would become the successor to the throne, becoming the 4th king to rule Nibiru. His wife, Kishargal, was his half-sister. During Anshargal's reign, one of his most significant legacies was the study of Nibiru, leading to the establishment of the Shar, a unit of time. The Shar was divided into 10 parts, and 2 festivities were declared. one when Nibiru was closest to the sun and another during its farthest and coldest phase. These celebrations aimed to unite the people, as both the northern and southern regions benefited from them. It was during the reign of Anshargal and Kishargal that laws were created regarding marriage, inheritance, and customs for the first tribes to follow. The laws were codified, stating that an official wife should be chosen, referred to as the first wife. According to the law, the firstborn child would inherit their father's position. Conflicts, disputes, and wars inevitably emerged. Questions arose concerning the legitimacy of the successor if the firstborn was not from the first wife, but rather the second son. This issue led to debates and turmoil. In Anshargal's reign, concubines were once again introduced into the royal palace, resulting in the birth of sons and daughters. Later, the legitimate wife, Kishargal, gave birth to a son. By law, the child of Anshargal and Kishargal was the rightful heir, despite not being the eldest. Kishargal, the true and lawful wife of Anshargal, exclaimed angrily, "If according to the norms, my son from a firstborn wife is deprived of succession, we must not neglect the double seed. Although the king and I are descended from the same father, Anib through different mothers, the king being my half-brother and myself being his half-sister, my son carries the double seed of our father. Therefore, let the law of the seed prevail over the law of marriage in matters of succession. Let the son of a half-sister, regardless of birth order, rise above others in the line of succession." Upon hearing Kishargal, the king's wife and half-sister, Anshargal the king, decided to adopt the law of seed for succession. As a result, their son, despite not being the firstborn, was proclaimed the next king. This decision resolved the issue of legitimacy between a lawful wife and a concubine. The new king was bestowed the title of Anshar, becoming the fifth ruler of Nibiru's throne. Anshar also took a half-sister named Kishar as his wife. Even if Anshar had children from concubines, the rightful heir would be the offspring of the king and queen. During Anshar's reign, the fields experienced reduced harvests, and fruits and cereals lost their abundance. The problems persisted and worsened with each passing cycle. Seeking answers, sages and scholars were summoned to investigate the cause. Some believed it was Nibiru's destiny, a recurring event. Others suggested that a hole had formed in the atmosphere, causing a decrease in volcanic activity and rendering Nibiru's protective shield less efficient. Under these circumstances, Enshar, the sixth king, ascended the throne. Enshar, the son of Anshar and Kishar, was titled the Noble Master of the Shar. Enshar engaged in extensive studies, exploring other planets and atmospheres in search of a solution. He bestowed different names upon the planets to honor their ancestors. Enshar referred to the region near the sun as the Hammered Bracelet, emphasizing its protection against intruders through various asteroids. Despite Enshar's efforts and research, the hole continued to expand with each passing cycle. The scholars convened to discuss possible remedies, yet a viable solution seemed elusive. Some proposed artificially stimulating volcanoes to induce eruptions. Unfortunately, during Enshar's reign, the hole persisted and grew, casting a curse-like shadow over Nibiru. Rainfall diminished, winds intensified, and springs ceased to flow. Thus, Duru ascended to the throne. He was the son of the king, but not the queen's son. Enshar married Ninshar, but they had no children together. Eventually, one of the concubines bore Enshar a son, and thus Duru, the son of Enshar and a concubine, assumed control of Nibiru. Duru, lacking the royal bloodline, seemed to be disregarded due to this fact. However, when choosing his first wife, he did not adhere to the tradition of selecting a half-sister based on lineage. Instead, his choice was driven by love. Confusion ensued. In the royal palace, children did not inherit the throne, and wives were not required to be half-sisters. Adding to this perplexity, the king's sons and daughters were not even being born. The royal disorder had spread far and wide, much like the expanding hole in Nibiru's atmosphere. Desperate to find a solution, Duuru, the seventh seed of An, along with his wife Dauru, decided to adopt a boy. They named him Lama, and declared him the rightful heir, pertains to the planet making him king, and the fortunes and destinies differed from his father, the Anunnaki. Although he was the seventh seed of An, Lama did not descend from rulers. The troubles in the royal palace on Nibiru continued to increase. Eventually, sages and scholars arrived at a solution. They exclaimed, "Gold, gold." They proposed that by grinding gold into a fine powder and dispersing it in the air, it could create a protective barrier to seal the gap in Nibiru's atmosphere. According to the sages, gold was abundant in the hammered bracelet, and this marked the beginning of constructing spaceships. Another group suggested a more aggressive approach, proposing the use of terror weapons, launching missiles into volcanoes to stimulate their activity. However, Lama, the king of Nibiru, remained inactive and took no action. And so, Nibiru continued to count the passing years, one Shar, then another Shar. Conflicts escalated throughout the kingdom, and resources such as food and water became scarce. Sages and advisors frequented the royal court, but the king disregarded their counsel and only heeded his wife Lahama. The third and fourth Shar came and went, and the count reached a staggering 14,400 years in Earth's time. Let us beseech the Creator of all things. Let us implore rather than act. It is our fate, advised the king's wife. Yet, the people, sages, and advisors grew desperate. Something needed to be done. If the king won't act, then let us take action. We need a decision, a resolution, exclaimed the crowd in protest. And it was a prince who first laid hands on the weapons. Rebellion erupted within the royal court as he proclaimed the arrival of a new era and encouraged others to follow him. This prince's name was Alalu. He said, "Lama shall no longer be the king. From now on, I will be. Let's attack the king and make him leave the throne." The princes followed, and a chase began inside the palace. Finally, at the tower, Alalu found Lama and faced him in a battle where only one of the two would survive. The warrior Alalu emerged victorious and proclaimed himself the king, disregarding any advisors or laws. Alalu is now the new king. Alalu's claim was not without controversy. While Lama was at least an adopted son from one of the generations of An, the legitimacy of Alalu's rule was questionable. Who was Alalu? He was neither a legitimate heir nor the firstborn, but he defended himself by arguing that he possessed the royal seed. Alalu was summoned to explain his lineage to the seven who judge. And then came the surprising revelation. Anshargal was his offspring, directly descended from An, the celestial. Alalu said, "I must remind everyone about the significance of the royal seed. Millennia ago, during the reign of Anshargal and his wife Kishargal, the law of the seed was established. The first beneficiary of this rule was Anshar, the son of Anshargal and Kishargal, the rightful heir to the throne. Before Anshargal's legitimate son was born, my ancestor Alam, son of Anshargal and a concubine, came into the world. I, Prince Alalu, bear the royal seed, which the now deceased prince did not possess. It is important to note that Lama was adopted. Alalu boldly declared that the law of the seed held no meaning. It was a law created to usurp the throne from its true heir, the eldest son of Anshargal, named Alam, my forefather. I am descended from his seed, and therefore the Nibiru throne is rightfully mine." The seven who judge pondered Alalu's words and referred the matter to the Council of Counselors. Records were consulted, but Alam's name was nowhere to be found. "But I am your descendant," proclaimed Alalu. "I, Alalu, possess the royal offspring. The law of succession has been replaced by the law of the seed, created to deny the true heir their royal rights." Upon hearing Alalu's impassioned plea, the counselors demanded that Alalu swear an oath, pledging his life and death to his claim. Thus, Alalu was crowned the king of Nibiru. All other important positions were notified of the decision, but one prince raised an objection. He claimed to be a descendant of An, preserving the divine seed within him. His name was Anu, and he presented evidence of his family tree. "I am Anu, descended from the seed of An." Many voices supported Anu's claim, suggesting he should be the king. However, others urged caution, insisting that Alalu should also be consulted, and Alalu opened his arms to receive Anu, the prince. Alalu said, "We are from different lineages, but we possess the royal seed. Together we will restore abundance to Nibiru. May I retain the throne while you secure the succession. Let Anu be the crown prince and my rightful successor. To unify the succession, let your son marry my daughter." Thus, by unanimous agreement, Alalu remained on the throne. He ordered the construction of more celestial ships to search for gold in the hammered bracelet. However, it was reported that none of the ships had returned from there. "Then," he commanded, "hurl the weapons of terror so that Nibiru's bowels may open and the volcanoes stir." And so it was done. Mountains swayed, valleys shuddered, yet the rain refused to fall and the winds gusted. In the royal palace, Anu was treated as a servant of Alalu, instead of being acknowledged as the prince he was. Furthermore, the people of Nibiru no longer worshipped their king in the cities. Instead of providing relief, Alalu brought only misery. Nevertheless, he clung to the throne. It was in the 9th Shar when Anu presented a challenge to Alalu, a completely unarmed combat. That was when Alalu bent his knees and fell to the ground, defeated in the combat. By acclamation, Anu was proclaimed the new king and escorted to the palace. However, Alalu did not return. He feared his impending death, as well as the fate of his predecessors whom he had executed. Escaping through the crowd, he sought out one of the celestial ships armed with projectiles. Upon entering the ship, he activated all the controls and departed. Unbeknownst to anyone, Alalu escaped from Nibiru in a celestial ship, embarking on a journey to a distant and unknown planet. On Nibiru, exile was certain, and death was likely. Above, in the safety of his celestial ship, Alalu observed the planet Nibiru, a colossal sphere suspended in the void. The glow of volcanic eruptions, although fainter, still flickered, casting an exuberant radiance. Its magnificent fullness adorned the skies of distant worlds. Like an eagle, Alalu scanned the heavens, marveling at the beauty of the planet that had given him life. Controlling his celestial ship, he turned his gaze toward the vastness of space, with Nibiru receding behind him. On one side, darkness stretched into space, while on the other, the giant of volcanic eruptions disappeared into the depths of the great dark sea. Gradually, the worlds and atmospheres that King Enshar had studied and named after their ancestors came into view. Little Gaga, known as Pluto, extended a welcoming sight. Then celestial Antu, the bluish and sparkling Neptune, made its presence felt, offering a favorable omen with its exuberant hue born of pristine waters. Enchanted by the beauty yet steadfast in his course, Alalu encountered Uranus, the planet dedicated to An, emanating a blue-green glow. However, fate led him toward a similar path as the first prince of heaven, Enshar. The rings of Saturn appeared, resplendent and enchanting, casting a spell on the celestial ship. Alalu admired the rings of this beautiful planet, which would later be named Saturn by humans. Suddenly, an ill omen cast a shadow over his heart. A colossal presence obstructed the sun, enveloping his entire ship in an icy twilight. It was the gigantic planet Kishar, now known as Jupiter. Swirling storms blended different shades across its surface, and it seemed as though Kishar provoked intense lightning. Alalu became disoriented amidst the immensity, losing his sense of direction for a brief moment. Regaining awareness of his mission, Alalu turned his gaze to the distant sun as Kishar gradually receded into the distance. However, his entire being trembled, and fear of death gripped the warrior Alalu. It was the hammered bracelet, a cluster of rocks and stones assembled like abandoned children. Enshar had mentioned that this region was guarded by a vast asteroid belt. All the Anunnaki who had attempted to traverse the region before had perished, their ships swallowed by the rocks like wild and ravenous lions. Alalu sensed the presence of other Anunnaki and witnessed every explosion, each representing the demise of an Anunnaki ship. Driven by the fear for his life, the valiant warrior Alalu summoned his courage. He would not give up easily. If the secret was indeed true, if his ancestors had not deceived or erred, then the discovery of gold awaited, and the glory of a celestial reign was within reach. Thus, Alalu engaged in a fierce confrontation with the rocks. He stoked the ship's firestones and unleashed a deadly missile that collided with the rocks, causing them to clash against each other. The weapons of terror were then launched into space. "Open up to your king. I am Alalu, a warrior from Nibiru, equipped with a ship, weapons, and missiles. Nothing shall impede my path. Glory is my destiny. A celestial reign has been prepared for me." As Alalu uttered the spell, the hammered bracelet opened like a gate, revealing a path of immense darkness among the rocks. Venturing through the hall within the bracelet, Alalu could feel the weight of his destiny. He was the sole survivor among the Anunnaki who had dared to undertake this journey. With determination, Alalu swiftly crossed the sixth planet, which the celestial gods called Mars due to its reddish-brown appearance. His path now led him towards the sun, and suddenly he beheld the new world. The planet was divided into 3 distinct regions, snow-covered white at the poles, with blue and brown in between. Without a doubt, it was the legendary Ki, the 7th planet. Alalu circled the planet, observing its land masses and oceans. Eager to explore further, he activated his equipment to examine the depths. The penetrating ray was directed downward, and what he discovered surprised him greatly. The rays revealed abundant gold, shimmering brilliantly. "I found it! I found it!" exclaimed Alalu. However, his excitement soon gave way to fear as he realized the perilous situation he faced. How could he land safely? Landing on dry land might cause his craft to explode, leading to his demise. On the other hand, landing in water might sink him into oblivion. Time seemed to slip away, leaving little opportunity for a decision. The gravitational pull grew stronger, causing Alalu's spacecraft to tremble. The atmosphere felt oppressively hot, thinner than that of Nibiru, with weaker gravitational forces. Then, without warning, the celestial ship shook violently. The impact was imminent, and Alalu's heart clenched in agony. A deafening bang echoed through the air, accompanied by flashes of light. The ship landed, and Alalu was thrust into unconsciousness, rendered completely motionless and inert. In the realm devoid of time, Alalu gradually regained awareness. He discovered that he had survived the ordeal. It was at this moment that the first Anunnaki set foot on Earth, or as they called it, the planet Ki. Returning to full consciousness, Alalu surveyed his surroundings. His craft had descended on dry land near vast marshes. Clad in a fish-like suit and an eagle's helmet, he emerged from the ship, taking his first steps in this new world. He traversed the marshy terrain, shivering in the cold. He realized he was a solitary traveler, potentially exiled forever from Nibiru. No one in this new world had greeted him, leaving him alone once again. Memories of his family, his reign, the battle with Anu, the perils he had faced, and the hammered bracelet flooded his mind. Was he forever banished from Nibiru? Forever? Anguish gripped his chest, prompting him to retreat to the safety of his ship, where he sought nourishment and drink. That's when a profound sleep overcame him. A powerful lethargy that sent him into slumber, once again succumbing to unconsciousness. Alalu had fallen asleep while his thoughts were consumed by history and all that he knew. Alalu had received proper training and preparation. He had been among the great, the wise, the scholars, and the commanders. Anyone who believed that Alalu was merely a supporting actor in this story was mistaken. Alalu had learned extensively from his ancestor, Anshargal, acquiring knowledge of the sky and its circuits. With Enshar, his understanding was further expanded in a magnificent manner. As a profound connoisseur, Alalu engaged in conversations with sage scholars and commanders, greatly enriching his knowledge. It was in that environment where he learned about the secret from the beginning. And it is this secret that Alalu possessed, leading him to the distant planet beyond the hammered bracelet, which we shall now discover. In the beginning, when the gods of the heavens had not yet been summoned into existence, and in the Ki below, the solid ground had not yet been named, there existed the Apsu alone in the void, the primordial begetter. In the heights of above, the celestial gods had not yet been created, and in the waters below, the heavenly gods had not yet emerged. Above and below, none of the gods had taken form, and no destinies had been decreed. Apsu reigned alone in the void. And then, with the Apsu winds, the primordial waters merged, and a spell was cast. A deep slumber fell upon the depths of the void, and Tiamat, the mother of all, was created to be his wife, a celestial mother abundant in water. Alongside him, Apsu brought Mumu and appointed him as his messenger to present Tiamat. Thus, Apsu bestowed a resplendent gift upon his wife, a shining metal, the eternal gold, meant for her alone to possess. And then the two mingled their waters, giving birth to the rest of the divine children, the very planets through which Alalu had journeyed. At that time, Nibiru had not yet been brought forth, and the earth had not yet been called into existence. The celestial waters remained united, and there was no hammered bracelet, nor had any circuits or orbits been established. Enraged by the absence of rest, the absence of traced destinies and established circuits, Tiamat formed an army against Apsu and claimed him as her firstborn. She named him Kingu and elevated him to the rank of An. She placed a tablet of destiny upon his chest, allowing him to acquire his own circuit, and instructed Kingu to wage war against the gods. During that period, a god was begotten, a cunning creator forged him, the son of his own son. Emerging from the depths where he was crafted, he separated himself, carrying with him the seed of life, a divine gift. Aimlessly, it wandered through space, attracting all others. Its name was Nibiru, destined to be forever known as the Crossing. Nibiru joined the troops, the Brethren, and became the Avenger, confronting Tiamat. It found its path ahead of its brethren, and thus the celestial battle commenced. Nibiru and Tiamat clashed face to face. The evil wind from Nibiru struck deep within Tiamat, and with several blows, Tiamat became a lifeless corpse. Depleted of strength, her forces lost their balance, and her sons, including Kingu, trembled in terror. The tablets of destinies were torn away by the Lord, and new battles ensued. In the end of the battle, the hammered bracelet found its course, as did the other sons and daughters. Nibiru harbored the seed of life, and Ki, Earth, was formed. Kingu was destined to light up Earth's night eternally. Nibiru was then exalted. The true son of the sun, forged in the depths, greatest of all, let him rule. Nibiru shall keep the crossing of heaven and earth, and crossing has become his name. None of the gods will cross above or below. Your destiny is, and forever will be, to take the measure of Ashar. And this was the secret from the beginning, and the battle of the gods, which Alalu knew all. Finding gold on the hammered bracelet was confirmation. The gold on the hammered bracelet was a hint of gold on top of ancient Tiamat. The secret of the beginning that he had been taught began to show clear signs of its veracity. And thus, Alalu awoke not knowing how long he had slept. The escape from Nibiru was just the beginning of a new story, a new time, and a new world. Taking courage, Alalu arose, perceiving a luminosity out of his ship, such as he had never seen on Nibiru. It was the sun. Alalu stretched a mast and gauge over the ship and tested the planet's air. It was compatible. Then he opened the ship's door, and with the hatches open, he breathed the air deeply, and then again. Ki's air was undoubtedly compatible. Then, without a protective suit, Alalu descended from his ship. The light was too bright, and the sun's rays were overwhelming. He had to go back and put on a mask to protect his eyes, and he took the opportunity to equip himself with a gun with a collector. He stepped onto the dark ground and walked into the swamp. With the collector, he tested the water, but it was not fit for consumption. The waters were murky, dark, and greenish, and there was one more important detail that caught his eye. There were fish, a lot of fish. Alalu went towards the hills. He passed among the vegetation and appreciated the bushes that gave way to trees full of fruit. Then he took one of its fruits and put it in his mouth. The taste was sweet. Walking on his feet, he could feel the moisture, and he walked towards it. He found a pond of silent waters. Once again, he inserted the collector into the waters, but this time it was different. It was possible to drink the water. Joy had taken over his entire body. The new world had breathable air, fruit that could be eaten, and water to drink. That's when a sound, a hissing, distracted him. Gun in hand, he looked for the source of the sound and, having found it, fired. The sound ended and the hissing ceased. Then he saw a motionless body lying dead. The creature had fierce eyes in its small head, and a huge tongue stuck out of its mouth. The body was slender as a rope, without hands or feet. It was a crawling creature. Alalu wondered what kind of creature it was. He had never seen anything like it on Nibiru. Was it a guardian, a master of water? Unanswered, Alalu left the creature behind and found his way back to the ship. Before that, he collected water and fruits. During the journey, the sun's rays sharply diminished, and thus Alalu was astonished. It got dark, very dark. The suddenness with which it had gone dark was surprising, and over the marsh, a light rose on the horizon. A huge red ball that, as it rose, turned white. Alalu was thrilled as he gazed at the infinite expanse of the firmament from his ship, contemplating the possibilities of a new world. Along his journey, he observed the planets and traversed the hammered bracelet, eventually arriving at Ki. From there, he witnessed Kingu glowing in the darkness of the night. Alalu decided to await the rise of a new day to investigate the presence of gold. If the secret from the beginning held true, then the waters of Tiamat's golden veins would be found in the cut half of Ki. At sunrise, Alalu disembarked from his ship with the necessary equipment and began searching for the waters. Inserting the required tools, he closely observed the meter, symbols, and numbers as they filled in, unveiling the truth. It was indeed true. The secret from the beginning had entrusted him with a monumental task and reserved celestial royalty for him. He had discovered gold in Ki. There was gold on Earth. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented enthusiasm, Alalu hastily re-entered his ship, clutching the Tablet of Destinies. Addressing his message to the depths of space directed towards Nibiru, he declared, "Attention, Nibiru. I repeat, attention, planet Nibiru. It is your king who speaks to you, your former king. I departed aboard one of the celestial ships, staking my life on the fortune of my endeavors. With great skill, I managed to breach the hammered bracelet. The path was paved by rocks, leading to the kingship of Nibiru, and I arrived at the planet Ki. It possesses fruits, water, and air compatible with life. I, Alalu, am the first Anunnaki to set foot on this planet of salvation. I have discovered gold, yes, gold in Ki. The fate of Nibiru now rests in my hands. Bow before your new king, for my royalty is divine. Pay attention and heed my conditions." With this realization, Alalu made it clear that he would soon present his conditions. "The fate of Nibiru is in my hands, and you must heed my conditions," said Alalu. The news of Alalu's survival reached the royal palace on Nibiru and was transmitted via radio communication. Anu and the counselors, as well as the sages, were astonished. They had all believed that Alalu had perished. The commanders were swiftly instructed to inspect all the ships and discovered that one of them had indeed vanished, presumably taken by Alalu. With this confirmation, Anu contemplated how to proceed and decided to send greetings to Alalu. "Anu, the king of Nibiru, extends his salutations to you. There was no reason for you to depart, dear Alalu. Know that there is no enmity in my heart. If you have truly discovered gold, let the glory of Nibiru be exalted, and let salvation be achieved," conveyed Anu's message. Alalu received Anu's greetings on Earth and responded in a belligerent tone, readily stating, "If I am to be the savior, then let Nibiru prove worthy of my deeds. Summon the princes to assemble and declare my supreme ascendancy. Let the commanders accept me as their leader, bowing to my orders. Proclaim me as king, and let my name supersede Anu on the throne. May the council support my words." Upon receiving Alalu's words, consternation gripped Nibiru. How could Anu be overthrown? The advisors were bewildered. Questions arose about Alalu's whereabouts. Was it truly possible that he had discovered the gold of salvation? What if it was a deception? One of the counselors, the eldest among them, spoke up in the assembly. He proclaimed, "I was Alalu's mentor. He was an attentive student. He possesses knowledge of the celestial battle, the colossal watery monster Tiamat, and the golden veins. If Alalu has indeed breached the hammered bracelet and found his destiny on the seventh planet, known as Ki, then he may have succeeded." A prince then voiced his opinion, stating, "Alalu cannot dictate terms. The calamities were a result of his actions, and he lost his throne in combat. Even if he has found the gold, it must be substantiated. And even if he has found the gold, will it be sufficient?" There was silence. The one who spoke at the assembly was Enlil, the Lord of Command. Enlil is the son of Anu and his legitimate wife, Queen Antu. The assembly's decision was transmitted to Alalu, the first Anunnaki to arrive on Earth. He carefully considered each point, treating it like a chess game. Alalu agreed and recounted his journey, detailing the dangers he had faced. He presented a crystal from the sampler and his crystal heart from the collector, inserting these objects into the transmitter for verification. After sending the evidence, he introduced new elements of his proposal. He declared, "Now that you have the proof, crown me as king and submit to my commands." Alalu's words were stern and sharp, causing the sages to be horrified. However, they found that the location Alalu spoke of was indeed far beyond the hammered bracelet. The assembly convened once more to discuss the matter. Anu's eldest son, Ea, who was married to Damkina, Alalu's daughter, spoke up. He was known as the one whose home was water and would later be known as Enki, the Lord of Earth. For clarity, we will refer to him as Enki throughout the story. Enki stated, "My birth father is Anu, and by marriage, Alalu turns out to be my father as well. The intention of my marriage was to unite the clans. Allow me to bring unity to this conflict. Let me be Anu's emissary. I will take the gold from Alalu and deliver it to Nibiru. I will proclaim Alalu as king on Earth. If salvation truly reaches Nibiru, let a new battle determine the throne of Nibiru." Enki's words were wise and resonated throughout the assembly hall. The advisors agreed, and Anu rendered the verdict, saying, "So be it. A new battle shall be bestowed upon Alalu. Let the victorious one be the king of Nibiru." The decision was conveyed to Alalu, who accepted it, saying, "I will receive Enki on Earth, and may he obtain the gold from the waters and carry out the tests. In the future, let a new battle for the throne of Nibiru take place." Enki addressed the commanders at the ship's location and began preparations for the mission. Instead of employing the terror weapons used by Alalu, Enki would utilize water. However, a question arose. If water was the force and not fire, where would it be replenished? It was necessary to store water in the ship. Thus, studies and preparations continued for a complete Shar. It was decided to use the largest celestial ship available for the mission's return. The destination was calculated, and a tablet of destiny was secured. 50 heroes were chosen to participate in the mission. Anu approved the journey, and the Anunnaki boarded the ship, wearing eagle helmets and fish garments. Enki humbly knelt before his father Anu to receive the royal blessing. Anu spoke, "Enki, my dear eldest son, this will be a long trip. May you go and return safely, and may your success surpass us on Nibiru." Enki bid farewell to his mother Ninul and his wife Damkina before joining the celestial ship. He was the last to embark. Then Anzu, the commander and pilot, whose name means "he who knows the heavens," lifted the enormous craft above Nibiru's skies, commencing the mission that would soon reach Earth. the ship respectfully passed by all the planets that honored Nibiru's royalty, until it encountered the formidable and challenging hammered bracelet, the asteroid belt. The mission had been meticulously calculated and prepared so that with jets of water, rather than terrifying weapons as Alalu had used before, the gigantic rocks of the asteroid belt could be cleared. The shouts of joy erupted as the hammered bracelet gave way, but soon turned into apprehension. Anzu sounded the alarm. More water than planned had been used to clear the path between the rocks. There would be no water left to fuel the ship's flaming stones for the remainder of the journey. At the forefront of the colossal Anunnaki ship was Lamu, the red planet later known as Mars. Anzu, the skilled pilot, slowed down the ship and circled the edge of a lake before landing smoothly. Enki and Anzu both put on their eagle helmets and descended to solid ground. An order was given to draw water from the lake into the ship using a water-sucking pipe, and it was done. With the ship resupplied, the giant vessel embarked once again, heading towards its final destination, planet Earth. As they approached Earth and intercepted Alalu's transmitting signal, they beheld the oceans and the dry land, contrasting with the snowy regions covering 2/3 of the planet. However, as they drew nearer, they sensed the planet's strong gravitational pull and the weight of the snow, making it challenging to land in the swampy region. Anzu circled the entire planet once more, seeking a way to decelerate the ship and bring it closer to the ground. Finally, the enormous ship descended onto the waters of Earth. It was at this moment that a message reached the ship. Alalu said, "Welcome to the land." The massive ship received the signal, and Anzu guided the spaceship towards Alalu like a floating vessel. "Hurry!" exclaimed Alalu. "Make haste!" Anzu instructed all the Anunnaki on board to don their fish costumes. The ship's door opened, and the heroes descended from the vessel. However, Enki found himself without a fish suit. His heart pounded like a drum as he swam freely, realizing that the waters were deeper than he had imagined. Upon reaching the bank, he spotted Alalu, who embraced him and exclaimed, "Welcome, my son-in-law. Welcome to a new planet." As the heroes proceeded, Alalu greeted them and extended a warm welcome. Enki addressed the remaining Anunnaki, stating, "Here on Earth, I am the commander. We have embarked on a crucial mission, one that holds the future of Nibiru in our hands. It is a matter of life or death. Let us begin our work. Anzu, inform the king, my father, of our joyful arrival on this planet." Soon, the sky transformed into shades of red, orange, and darkness. Alalu explained, "A night on Earth is unlike anything you can imagine. Let us take this opportunity to rest. Before you know it, the sun will herald a new day." And so, night fell, giving way to a new day. With the dawn, Enki assigned specific tasks to some of the Anunnaki: Engur, the Lord of Fresh Waters, and Kimdu, responsible for the ditches and dikes, and Belulu, in charge of the swamps. Recognizing Isumud's ability to distinguish fruits, Enki entrusted Guru with overseeing the cultivation of crops. Camps were erected, ditches and dikes were constructed. Kula produced clay bricks, Mushdamu laid the foundations, Inursag studied serpents and slithering snakes, while Ulmash examined water creatures and birds, categorizing and studying them. 6 days passed, and on the 7th day, Enki declared, "We have come from afar, traversed great distances, established our camp, and observed everything around us. Let us name our fenced-in building Home Away from Home and designate it as Eridu." True to his word, Enki appointed Alalu as the commander of Eridu. He further added, Let this seventh day be consecrated as our day of rest, a tradition we shall uphold. Once the day of rest concluded, the search for gold began. Enki spent 6 consecutive days extracting metals from marshy waters. On the 7th day, Enki and Alalu examined the collected metals. Iron and copper were present, but gold was scarce. They diligently separated the metals, and on the subsequent 7th day, they rested. This pattern continued as they filled and emptied crystal vessels for 6 days, counting the metals on the 7th day. Gold remained in the smallest of piles. Throughout their labor, Enki marveled at the moon, Kingu. What peculiar connection existed between the moon and Earth? What celestial significance lay within? Enki referred to the full circle of the moon as a month. They toiled with the metals for several months. Eventually, Enki witnessed the sun, and every 6 months, he assigned a name to the hot or cold season. Winter and summer emerged, and Enki designated it as the Earth's year. At the conclusion of each year, he tallied the accumulated gold. And with the levels of gold in an alarming situation, the Anunnaki decided to sink their ship into the waters in search of gold in the depths. Soon, they could observe that Nibiru was approaching. Anu asked about the amount of gold, but it was insufficient. Therefore, it was decided to wait for one more Shar. With more time on Earth, the ship's components were separated, and Enki built a chamber. Using the chamber, Enki and Abgal flew low over the Earth, observing and studying the planet. Enki became intrigued and discussed with Alalu the whereabouts of Tiamat's golden veins. Back on Nibiru, apprehension grew. Gold was not only desired, but essential. Protests increased, and Anu declared, "Hand over whatever gold you have, repair Alalu's ship, and may he bring gold to Nibiru." Enki took the terrifying weapons from Alalu's ship and concealed them in a distant and secret location. Anzu worked on preparing Alalu's ship for the journey to Nibiru, ready to deliver the gold as soon as the Shar ended. It didn't take long for Anzu to notice the absence of the terrifying weapons. These weapons should not be used in the skies or on land. However, without them, it is dangerous to cross the hammered bracelet. Alalu's ship doesn't have water jets, I must remind you, Anzu expressed. The words of the Anunnaki on Earth reached the Council of Nibiru. The risk was that they might not be able to return. Abgal then took the opportunity to express his willingness to take this risk. "I will deliver the gold to Nibiru," he said. The astronomers studied the optimal moment, and Abgal set out on the journey towards Nibiru, carrying the gold of salvation with him. On Nibiru, people awaited the salvation brought by the gold. Abgal endured the scorching heat as he entered the planet's atmosphere and skillfully steered the craft to the designated landing spot. The crowd applauded and revered this act of heroism. As soon as the ship's doors opened, Anu, the king of Nibiru, warmly welcomed Abgal. Meanwhile, other Anunnaki unloaded the gold from the ship and transported it to the appropriate location. Soon, the gold would be processed into the finest powder and scattered into the atmosphere. During the assembly of the Anunnaki, Anu declared, "Salvation is here. The gold of salvation has arrived." Despite Anu's words of glory and exaltation, apprehension gripped the people. Were the theories correct? Would the powdered gold be able to seal the holes in the atmosphere? And the answer was affirmative. The rift that had received the gold was closing, and the royal palace was filled with joy. However, due to the proximity of the sun, the gold particles were deflected and the crack reopened. Anu commanded, "Abgal, return to Earth immediately. We need abundant gold. Nungal and other Anunnaki will accompany you. Leave as soon as possible." Thus, Abgal and the other Anunnaki departed from Nibiru, heading back to Earth. Upon their arrival, they were welcomed in Eridu by Enki. After the initial greetings, the extraction of gold began swiftly. However, what they observed was worrisome. The amount of gold was insufficient. Day after day, Enki and Alalu exchanged glances and conversations. Both were intrigued, their hearts heavy with concern. Where could abundant gold be found? Where were Tiamat's golden veins? Enki embarked on exploratory flights, familiarizing himself with the mountains and valleys. However, further exploration was necessary to find a solution. He ventured across the lands separated by oceans, and finally, the depths of the earth unveiled themselves. It was there, where the dry lands split in two and the earth took the shape of a heart at the bottom, that the golden veins of the earth's depths would be abundant. Enki named the area Abzu and declared, "There is much gold in Abzu." Enki conveyed the news to the Council of Nibiru, leading to the formation of a new assembly. The news brought a sense of hope throughout the planet Nibiru. The only certainty was the necessity to explore and extract gold. However, the question that remained unanswered was how to obtain this precious metal. During the assembly of the gods, Enki's half-brother Enlil spoke up. First, Alalu, and now Enki. Everyone eagerly anticipates salvation from generation to generation. But now we hear different words. We face a task beyond imagination. To accomplish it, we require evidence of the existence of golden veins and a plan for our success. A great division emerged within the assembly. It was then that Anu took the floor and made a decision. Let Enlil journey to Earth, gather the necessary evidence, and forge a plan. The assembly unanimously agreed. Everyone consented. The message was conveyed to Earth, and Anu commanded, "Henceforth, Enlil shall assume command. His word shall be law." Enlil began preparing for his mission to Earth, accompanied by Lieutenant Chief Alulgar. Upon Enlil's arrival on Earth, his brother Enki warmly embraced him, welcoming him with open arms. However, Alalu's welcome was less cordial, as he merely beckoned with a simple gesture. The rest of the Anunnaki eagerly awaited Enlil, eager to commence their work. The newly appointed mission commander for Earth ordered the construction of small ships for exploration. Enki and Abgal boarded one ship to lead the way across the Abzu, while Enlil and Alulgar followed in another spacecraft. They tested the soil of Abzu and discovered gold, although it was mixed with sand and rocks. They returned to Eridu. In Eridu, Enlil addressed the assembly, announcing the commencement of a new mission. He presented a grand plan and proposed a significant undertaking. Enlil explained the necessity of expanding Eridu and bringing new Anunnaki from Nibiru. It was crucial to establish new settlements to extract the gold, separate it from the surrounding mixture, and transport it using celestial ships. The plan was detailed and appeared effective. However, Enki and Alalu exchanged glances. Enki raised a question. Who shall govern the settlements? Who shall oversee Abzu? Alalu added, and who will be in charge of the new Eridu and the settlements? Anzu spoke up, asking, "Who will command the ships and designate the landing site?" Enlil swiftly responded, "Let Anu come to Earth and make these decisions himself." And so it was decided. Nungal was chosen as the pilot, and together Anu and Nungal departed from Nibiru, bound for Earth. Enki provided boats to receive the Anunnaki as they descended from the spaceships onto the water. As soon as he spotted Anu, his father, he bowed and embraced him, saying, "My dear son, my eldest son." Then Anu journeyed to Eridu, where he was received by Enlil, Alalu, and the other Anunnaki who now held the royalty of Nibiru on Earth. Enlil warmly and respectfully greeted his father, while Alalu hesitantly welcomed Anu as one would receive a friend. A dinner was held in honor of the king of Nibiru, after which he retired to the cabin prepared by Enki. The following day, Anu visited the Abzu to explore the area and assess the gold reserves. However, Anu was perplexed. "Extracting the gold will not be easy," he said, "but it must be done." Enki and Enlil were entrusted with the task of constructing tools and ensuring the feasibility of gold extraction. Days and nights passed until a meeting took place in Eridu. Enki spoke first. "I was the one who founded Eridu. However, other settlements need to be established in the region. Let the land be known as Eden, and may I have authority over it. Enlil, you will be responsible for gold extraction." Enlil became enraged and exclaimed, "This plan is unfair. When it comes to commands and plans, I excel." Enki, on the other hand, is known for his knowledge of Earth and its secrets. Shall Enki become the lord of the Abzu, while I become the lord of Eden? The brothers, Enki and Enlil, engaged in a fervent argument. Anu listened attentively and reflected upon the situation. Enki was the firstborn, but Enlil was his legitimate son with Antu, the queen. Anu noticed that their discussions tended to have a cyclical nature, with no clear resolution. Moreover, someone had to return to Nibiru, as both Eden and the Abzu required leadership. After careful consideration, Anu made an announcement. "Let luck decide what will happen, and let the three of us reach a decision. Let fate speak for itself." The decision was left to chance, and Anu would return to Nibiru as the ruler. Enlil would assume the position of Lord of Command in Eden, while Enki would become the Lord of the Abzu. Thus, Anu declared, "Enlil, you shall expand the settlements in Eden and oversee the loading of gold onto the ships. You will be responsible for commanding the Anunnaki until the lands reach the water's boundaries. May Ea, my firstborn, now known as Enki, be recognized as the Lord of Earth and the first to set foot on it. Let him govern the Abzu." Enlil responded, "Enki, Lord of Earth, that shall be your title. As for me, I will be known as the Lord of Command." The decision was conveyed to the other Anunnaki during an assembly, and Anu expressed his confidence, saying, "I will return to Nibiru with a light heart. Success is within reach." But Alalu stood before them, proclaiming, "An important matter has been forgotten," he shouted. "The dominion of Earth had been promised to me. This is what was said when I announced my arrival and the discovery of gold. Furthermore, I have not renounced my claims to the throne of Nibiru. It is an abomination that you should share everything with your children. You owe me a fight for the throne of Nibiru." Enraged, Anu retorted, "Then let us fight for the throne of Nibiru without delay. The time for waiting is over. This battle must occur now." What ensued was an unparalleled clash. The two esteemed individuals from Nibiru had descended upon a new world, carrying within them the untamed ferocity of wild beasts. Once again, Alalu found himself defeated, collapsing to the ground. Anu stood triumphantly over him, proclaiming, "I have emerged victorious, Alalu! You are vanquished!" However, Alalu responded with a sarcastic smile and swiftly exerted his strength on Anu, seizing him by the legs. In a shocking act, he bit into Anu's private parts and swallowed them. Stunned, Anu tumbled to the ground. Enki hurried to Anu's aid, while Enlil apprehended Alalu. "Let justice prevail," Enlil exclaimed in a fit of anger. "No, no," interjected Enki. "Justice has already been served. The poison resides within him. He ingested it himself." Alalu was imprisoned for a requisite period as dictated by the law. Anu recovered and convened a meeting of the seven who judge. Anu assumed the highest position, presiding over the gathering. Seated to his right were Enki, Anzu, and Nungal, while Enlil, Abgal, and Alalgar sat on his left. Enlil spoke up, saying, "In the name of justice, and in accordance with Alalu's decree, a new battle transpired, and Alalu suffered defeat." Enki inquired, "What is your response?" "The fight transpired in pursuit of justice, and I have relinquished the throne." Interrupting Alalu, Enlil declared, "And in his defeat, he committed an abominable crime. Death is the punishment." Enki asked once more, "What do you have to say?" Alalu remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly and softly. "On Nibiru, I was the rightful king, and Anu served as my cupbearer. I reigned for 9 shars until Anu himself usurped my throne. We vied for rulership through single combat, and fearing for my life, I departed Nibiru and discovered a new world. Here, I found the gold of salvation, and the promise of reclaiming kingship on Nibiru was bestowed upon me. Subsequently, Enki arrived on Earth and was appointed as my successor on Nibiru. Following that, Enlil laid claim to Anu's succession for himself, and eventually Anu himself arrived. Fortune played a part and deceived Enki, who was hailed as the Lord of Earth rather than Nibiru. Enlil then assumed authority over Earth and banished Enki to the distant Abzu. My heart aches, seething with agony as he triumphantly planted his feet upon my chest. Anu spoke, "I defeated him in a fair fight, and you interfered with my lineage by devouring my manhood." Enlil spoke, "The accused has admitted to the crime. May death be your sentence." "To death," said Alalgar. "Death," said Abgal. "Death," said Nungal. Enki spoke, "Death will come naturally. Alalu swallowed Anu's entrails." Anzu in turn said, "Let Alalu be bound to earth until the end of his days." The king of Nibiru pondered, and then declared, "Die in exile. Alalu must perish in exile." Everyone exchanged glances as Anu explained his decision. "When I return to Nibiru, Alalu shall accompany me on my ship. However, he will not set foot on Nibiru. We will orbit Lahmu, where there is water and a breathable atmosphere. Alalu shall spend the remainder of his days in solitude on Lahmu. We can use a small celestial ship for a safe landing." The decision was unanimous. Anu continued, "Nungal will pilot the great ship. I will remain on Nibiru while Nungal returns with other Anunnaki from Nibiru to Earth for gold mining. Anzu will join us to transport Alalu on the small ship." And so it was done. Anu bid farewell to his sons and the remaining Anunnaki. Then the Nibiru royalty departed from planet Earth. As they approached Lamu to exile Alalu in the vicinity of the Red Planet, Anzu spoke up. "I will not return with the small celestial ship. I will land on Lamu with Alalu and remain by his side. When he succumbs to the poison in his entrails, I will give him a burial befitting a king. As for myself, I have already made my name. Others will speak of me as the companion of a king in exile. I have witnessed and will witness things that others will not on this strange planet facing the unknown. My name will be remembered as that of a hero." Alalu was in tears, and Anu was amazed. Then he spoke, "I raise my hand before you, O Anzu, and swear this oath to you. On the next journey, a ship will encircle Lamu and land in your presence. If I find you alive, you shall be proclaimed the ruler of Lamu, and once a station is established there, you shall be its commander." Anzu nodded in gratitude and agreement, and preparations for the installation in the small ship commenced. They were provided with supplies and fish suits equipped with eagle helmets. The ship departed towards Lamu, gradually vanishing on the horizon. For 9 shars, Alalu reigned as the king of Nibiru. For 8 shars, he commanded Eridu on earth. However, in the 9th shar, fortune turned against him, and he met his demise in exile on Lamu. On Earth, a lengthy discussion ensued to determine the next course of action. Enki requested Alalgar to oversee Eridu, while he himself went to the Abzu. There he designed and devised technological equipment to penetrate the depths of the Earth and explore its innermost regions. He sent the plans to Nibiru for the engineers to construct. In Eden, Enlil meticulously surveyed the activities, carefully numbering the mountains, valleys, rivers, and plains. He found great pleasure in the snow-capped mountains of northern Eden and began preparations for a celestial ship platform, a personal endeavor of his. Meanwhile, the royal ship journeyed through space towards Nibiru, where Anu received a joyful welcome. He issued instructions to establish intermediary stations, with Lamu being the first and Kingu as the second. Anu initiated new studies of all the planets and envisioned a caravan of celestial ships traveling between Nibiru and Earth, tracing various routes. To accomplish this, he introduced a new class of spaceships and selected new Anunnaki members to learn and train for the mission. Anu transmitted the plans to Enki and Enlil on Earth, and received blueprints from Enki's team of engineers to construct the necessary equipment. Subsequently, a new mission from Nibiru embarked towards Earth, consisting of 50 chosen women. Among them was Ninma, the esteemed lady, who also happened to be the half-sister of Enki and Enlil and the daughter of Anu. Ninma possessed great knowledge in the field of medicine and was skilled in the art of healing. She had heard of the vertigo caused by the sun and Earth's rotational cycle, so she prepared a remedy for it. As promised by Anu, the mission from Nibiru encircled Lamu. When they approached the ship, they discovered Anzu near a river, lifeless. Ninma immediately took charge and began her actions. She retrieved the pulsator from her bag and aimed it at Anzu's heart. Then she took out the emitter and directed the life-giving emissions of its crystals towards Anzu's body. Ninma repeated this process 60 times, directing the pulsator and emitter towards Anzu. On the 60th attempt, Anzu opened his eyes and moved his lips. Ninma poured the water of life over him and moistened his lips with it, then placed the food of life in his mouth. And thus, a miracle occurred. Anzu rose from the dead. Upon regaining consciousness, he recounted Alalu's final moments and how he had prepared his funeral by covering the mountain that rose from the plain with stones. The Anunnaki then carved Alalu's face upon the rocky mountain and left it exposed. Ninmah declared, "Let Alalu's face eternally behold the land where he found gold. And as for you, Anzu, King Anu, my father has commanded the fulfillment of the promise made to you. 20 men will accompany you here on Lamu, and a way station must be built. Spaceships will depart Earth and arrive here, laden with gold. The gold stored here will be collected by celestial ships that will transport it to Nibiru. Anzu, you shall be the commander of Lamu. My life belongs to you, O Ninmah, the great lady. My gratitude towards Anu knows no bounds." And then the celestial ship carrying Ninmah and the other Anunnaki departed from Lamu towards Earth. Anzu and other Anunnaki remained on Lamu with the intention of creating an intermediary way station. Meanwhile, the gigantic ship was heading towards Earth, observing the moon and analyzing the possibility of another way station. Nungal led the ship to the ditch in the waters closest to Eridu, where they disembarked on a pier built by Enlil. Vessels were no longer needed. Enki and Enlil welcomed their sister, Ninmah. She informed them about all the news, what had happened on Nibiru, the death of Alalu, the survival of Anzu on Lamu, and the construction of the way station. Enki expressed his approval, while Enlil was perplexed. Ninmah said, "Anu's decisions are unalterable. It's his word, and I have more news. I brought relief from illness. I brought the seeds of healing." From her pouch, Ninmah drew the seeds. They need to be planted, and after their growth, a juice can be made. The Anunnaki must drink this juice, and then all diseases will disappear, said Ninmah. But these seeds must be sown in a warm and cool place. They require heat and water to thrive. Enlil invited Ninmah to come to the ship. "I know the perfect spot for it," he said. Thus, the two brothers entered the ship and headed towards the snow-covered mountains next to the cedar forest. Enlil and Ninmah talked and expressed their love and affection for each other. Ninmah told Enlil about Ninurta, explaining that the prince was ready to join them on Earth. Enlil, the father of Ninurta, was the son of Antu, the lawful wife of Anu. He was the legal heir and successor of Anu. Ninmah, the half-sister of Enlil and the mother of Ninurta, was the first daughter of Anu. Ninmah was extremely beautiful and full of wisdom, and she was skillful and quick to learn. Enlil and Ninmah caressed each other, but Enlil did not impregnate Ninmah. Then they returned to Eridu. On the way, Enlil showed the landscape and presented the Eden in all its vastness. He explained his entire plan. Far from Eridu, where the dry land begins, will be my abode. It will be named Larsa, the place of command, located on the banks of the Buranu, the river of deep waters. In the future, a city called Lagash will emerge. Between the two I have drawn a line. And nearby there will be a city called Shurabak, the city of refuge. This will be your city. It will stand on the central line and lead to the fourth city, Nibruki. Nibruki will be the crossing point, the link between heaven and earth. It will house the tablets of destinies and control all quests. Together with Eridu, these 5 cities will exist forever. Enlil then revealed a crystal tablet with several markings and explained that in the future there will be a place for the ship to arrive from Nibiru to Earth. Ninmah was amazed at the complexity of it all. She understood Enlil's disagreement with Anu's plan and the creation of an intermediary station on Lamu. "It is a magnificent plan," said Ninmah, visibly emotional. Enlil's plan included the creation of a city for her, a healing city, a healing station. But, warned Ninmah, do not go beyond this plan set by your father. Do not offend your brother Enki either. You are as wise as you are beautiful, Enlil said. Meanwhile, in the Abzu, Enki was also devising plans. His plans differed significantly from those of Enlil. He contemplated where he could construct dwellings for the Anunnaki, where he could establish his own residence, and where he could access the depths of the earth. From his celestial ship, he surveyed the entire expanse of the Abzu meticulously. The Abzu was a distant land, situated beyond the waters of the Eden, known for its abundance and perfection. The region boasted powerful rivers coursing through it. Enki built his abode near the flowing pure waters, amidst the heart of the Abzu. In this land, Enki designated the place of the deep, which allowed the Anunnaki to penetrate the depths of the earth. Through inner tunnels, they could explore the veins of precious gold. Enki arranged the necessary equipment for crushing the extracted gold, including the necessary tools and machinery. Subsequently, the gold would be transported using celestial ships to the landing place located in the Cedar Mountains. From there, spaceships would convey the gold to the way station on Lamu. Consequently, numerous extraterrestrials arrived on the planet. Some were assigned to the Eden under Enlil's supervision, while others joined Enki in the Abzu. Another group was directed to Shurubak with Ninmah. On Nibru-Ki, the celestial link between heaven and earth, Enlil gathered and oversaw all the missions. Enki frequently traveled between Eridu and the Abzu, diligently supervising all activities. Construction on Lamu progressed, and the way station received a considerable workforce. Thus, 2 shars elapsed until Anu issued his official order on the 7th day. On Earth, this was considered the 7th day, a day of rest originally decreed by Enki. 600 individuals assembled to heed Anu's proclamation. Enki was accompanied by his vizier Izimud, Nungal the pilot, Alagar, the lord of Eridu, and Abgal, who commanded the landing place. In the Eden, Enlil observed the transmission alongside Ninmah and her entourage of maidens. On Lamu, various workers congregated with Anzu. It was then that Anu spoke. You are heroes, the true saviors of Nibiru. The fate of our entire planet rests in your hands. Your deeds will be eternally remembered, and your names will be revered. Henceforth, those on earth shall be known as the Anunnaki, meaning those who came from heaven to earth. And those residing on Lamu shall be called the Igigi, signifying those who observe and see. Everything is now prepared. Let the flow of gold commence, and let Nibiru be saved. However, Anu, distant on Nibiru, could not foresee the impending turmoil. It began with the predicament involving their own offspring, long before the arrival of the Anunnaki on Earth. Enki, as the eldest son of Anu, was not the legitimate heir due to his status as the son of a concubine. Ninmah, the eldest daughter, had been chosen by Anu to marriage Enki, his eldest son. The intention was for the firstborn of this union to possess a double inheritance and become the rightful successor. However, Ninmah was in love with her half-brother, Enlil. Consequently, Enlil impregnated Ninmah, and Ninurta, the prince who would soon be on Earth, was born as the son of Enlil and Ninmah. Enraged at the time and still on Nibiru, Anu forbade Ninmah from marrying anyone. Consequently, Enki married a princess, the daughter of Alalu, the beautiful Damkina. Enki and Damkina had a son named Marduk, whose name meant one born in a pure place. Enki, Anu's eldest son, had a son named Marduk through marriage. On the other hand, Enlil, Anu's rightful heir, had a son named Ninurta, but not through marriage. Enlil's story in this regard unfolded on Earth rather than Nibiru. Enlil fell in love with Sud, one of Ninma's maidens, while she was bathing in a cold mountain. Enlil took Sud to his abode in the cedar grove and offered her the elixir of the fruit of Nibiru, which grew on Earth. The two drank it, and Enlil expressed his intentions. However, Sud revealed her virginity and that she had never been kissed. Nonetheless, Enlil laughed and kissed her, impregnating her with the seed of life. Ninma considered this act immoral and accused Enlil before the seven who judge. Enlil was sentenced to exile in a land of no return, far away from all cities. Abgal, Enlil's pilot, transported him to a distant land amidst inhospitable mountains. Descending the ship to the ground, Abgal said, "Enlil, I did not choose this place by chance. In a nearby cave, Enki hid the weapons of terror that were in Alalu's ship. Take possession of the weapons and you will regain your freedom." Having said that, Abgal departed, leaving Enlil alone in that place. In the Eden, Sud confided in her commander Ninma, revealing that she was pregnant with Enlil's child. Ninma conveyed the news to Enki, the Lord of Earth, who was then supreme on Earth. Enki decided to summon the seven who judge, and during the trial, Sud was questioned about the possibility of accepting Enlil as her husband. After accepting, Enlil returned from exile to marry Sud, now known as Ninlil, the Lady of the Mandate. They had a son named Nanar, the Bright One. Nanar was said to be the first child of two Anunnaki conceived on Earth, a royal seed from Nibiru conceived on Earth. As soon as Nanar, the son of Enlil and Ninlil, was born, Enki approached Ninma to talk. He had built his house in the Abzu and adorned it with a bright metal he called silver, as well as lapis lazuli. Enki invited his half-sister to join him in the Abzu and forsake her devotion to Enlil. In the Abzu, Enki reminded Ninma of their engagement and their love. They kissed, and Enki asked Ninma to bear him a son. From their union, a daughter was born, disappointing Enki. Ninma encouraged him to embrace their daughter, but Enki insisted, "I will have a son with you, my sister." Thus, they engaged in another relationship, and another daughter was born. Enki cried out, "A son! I need a child! I need a boy!" In a fit of rage, Ninma pronounced a curse on Enki, wishing that all food would become poison in his viscera, causing pain in his jaw, teeth, and ribs. Enki's vizier, Isamud, summoned the Anunnaki to implore Ninma for relief from the curse. Enki vowed to distance himself from Ninma's private parts, and one by one, she removed all ailments from Enki's body. Ninma returned to Eden without marrying anyone, as commanded by her father Anu. In turn, Enki brought his son Marduk and his wife Damkina to Earth. Enki had 5 more children with Damkina, as well as with concubines. Their names were Nergal, Gibel, Ninagal, Ningishzida, and Dumuzi, the youngest son. On the other side of Anu's generation, Enlil and Ninma brought their son Ninurta to Earth. Additionally, Enlil had another son named Ishkur with his wife, Ninlil. The Anunnaki on Earth, or the sons of Anu, included Enki, the firstborn of Anu with a concubine, Ninma, the first daughter of Anu, and Enlil, the son of Anu with Queen Antu. Enlil had 3 sons, Nanar, the first son of 2 Anunnaki born on Earth, Ishkur, and Ninurta, son of Enlil and Ninma, born on Nibiru and brought to Earth. Enki was the father of Marduk, who was the son of Enki and his wife Damkina, in addition to the 2 daughters he had with Ninmah and the Anunnaki children Nergal, Gebel, Ninagal, Ningishida, and Dumuzi. In this way, 2 clans settled on Earth, and later they would engage in war. However, these issues will be explored in the future. For now, in the 5th tablet, we will delve into why the Anunnaki conceived the idea of creating human beings to replace the work of the gods. In the Abzu, gold was extracted from Earth's golden veins and transported to the landing place. The Igigi then carried the gold to a way station on Lahmu using spaceships. From Lahmu, the precious metal was delivered to Nibiru in celestial ships. On Nibiru, the gold was finally ground into powder and spread into the atmosphere for the planet's protection. Gradually, Earth's gold healed Nibiru's wounds, holes, and cracks. Enki built a magnificent dwelling in Eridu and elevated it from Earth to heaven like a mountain. He brought Damkina and Marduk to live with him and proceeded to teach Marduk various things. Meanwhile, on Nibru-Ki, Enlil established a dazzling construction that served as a link between heaven and earth. Their words reached Lahmu and Nibiru. The rays emanating from their construction could penetrate the heart of all lands, allowing them to observe everything. From atop the chamber, Enlil studied and observed everything, including the secrets of the sun and the moon, which he recorded in secret formulas. He refined the celestial zenith, established the 12 houses, and marked the sun's family with 12 emblems. The tablets of destinies gleamed in their royal abode, while the working class toiled diligently. The earth's cycles astonished them, and they received small quantities of the healing elixir. The Anunnaki in Eden grew weary, and the work in the Abzu was arduous. The Igigi on Lahmu constantly complained. At Anu's command, Anzu, the commander of Lahmu, was received on Earth. Enki and Enlil revealed to him the secrets of the Abzu and the heaven-earth link on Nibru-Ki. Anzu defended the Igigi of Lahmu, who requested rest on Earth whenever spaceships traveled between Earth and Lahmu. Received in Enlil's chamber, Anzu intended to steal the tablets of destinies. He was a prince among princes and had promised relief to the Igigi. Enlil left the shrine, and Anzu remained at the entrance without arousing suspicion. Then he seized the tablets of destinies and departed from the celestial chamber towards the landing place, where the Igigi had gathered, awaiting his return to declare Anzu the king of the earth and Lahmu. From the top of the chamber, Enlil, perceiving the theft and afflicted with treachery, angrily questioned Enki about Anzu's identity. In Nibru-Ki, the Anunnaki sought the words of Anu. The order was to stop Anzu and retrieve the tablets of destinies, but Anzu, in possession of the tablets, seemed invincible. Nevertheless, Ninurta stood ready to fight and recover what rightfully belonged to his father. Javelins were hurled at Anzu, but they missed. Arrows were launched, but they also missed him. So a mighty weapon was prepared, a Tilu missile. The instructions were for Ninurta and Anzu to approach each other, wing to wing, and launch the missile, creating a whirlwind and a storm of dust. And then, like a ball of fire, Anzu fell. The earth shook, and the heavens shook. Ninurta took the tablets of destinies and made Anzu his prisoner. Quickly, Ninurta was applauded at the landing place, and the Anunnaki, who had been taken prisoner, were freed. And before the judges, Anzu was sentenced to death. Then the life fluid of Anzu extinguished. Ninurta said, "Leave his body to the vultures." And Enki answered, "Lead Anzu's body to Lamu, that it may be buried beside Alalu. They share the same ancestral seed. Let Marduk, my son, conduct Anzu's corpse and let him rest there, becoming the commander of Lamu." Meanwhile, on Earth, Enki and Enlil discussed changes to avoid confusion. Ninurta, who was knowledgeable about the inner workings of planets, suggested the creation of a new city of metal for easier and faster shipments. Thus, those who were weary could return to Nibiru, and new Anunnaki could come to Earth in their place. In this way, construction began in the Eden, and it took 3 shars until the city of Bad Tibira was created. Ninurta, who had made the suggestion, became the first commander. The flow of gold to Nibiru became easier and faster. Many of those who were on Earth and Lamu returned to Nibiru, including Alalgar, Abgal, and Numgal. They were received as heroes by the inhabitants of the planet Nibiru, especially the younger ones who desired to participate in the missions and experience the excitement. They were unaware of the great calamities that existed on Earth, Lamu, and in the heavens. In Bad Tibira, gold was smelted and refined, and then sent to Lamu in spaceships. Pure gold was transported from Lamu to Nibiru in celestial ships. As Ninurta had conceived, gold flowed from Abzu to Nibiru. However, what went unnoticed was the discontent among the newly arrived Anunnaki. Enki, preoccupied with other matters in the Abzu, remained unaware of the situation. To address this, Enki established a new facility known as the House of Life and invited his son Ningishida to join him in its operations. Enki was particularly intrigued by certain creatures that dwelled among the tall trees, using their front paws as hands. Additionally, there were peculiar upright walking beings observed in the grassy steppes. Enki diligently delved into the secrets of life and death, equipping the House of Life with meticulously crafted tools and equipment. Engrossed and captivated, Enki devoted himself entirely to his studies. However, Ninurta, stationed in Bad Tibira, was the first to notice a decline in gold mining operations. Enlil dispatched Ninurta to the Abzu to investigate the cause, accompanied by Enugi, the chief officer. Enugi himself had heard first-hand complaints from the Anunnaki and relayed all he had learned to Ninurta. "The work here is unbearable," he exclaimed. Ninurta shared this matter with Enki, who promptly summoned Enlil. The commanding lord, Enlil, arrived at the Abzu and settled in a residence near the excavation site. It was then that a group of Anunnaki workers launched an assault on Enugi, the chief mining officer. They set fire to their tools and subsequently approached Enlil's dwelling to express their grievances. Kalkal, the gatekeeper, barred the entrance and summoned Nusku, Enlil's vizier. Nusku, awakening Enlil from his rest, reported, "My lord, we are surrounded. The Anunnaki workers are here, protesting against the strenuous labor." Enki and Ninurta were summoned, and Enlil inquired, "What is happening? Who instigated this rebellion?" In unison, they responded, "We did, all of us." Enlil relayed the events to Anu, who swiftly replied, "We require the gold. The work cannot cease." Enki contemplated, "The labor is indeed burdensome, as we all know. The rebellion is not against Enlil, but against the work itself." Enugi, the chief mining officer, was released and consulted. He conveyed, "Since the heat on Earth intensified, the work has become unbearable, intolerable." Ninurta proposed, "Let the rebels return to Nibiru, and let other Anunnaki take their place." Enlil turned to Enki and asked, Is it possible to create new tools for the Anunnaki that would alleviate the need for tunnels? Enki responded, "Summon my son Ningishida. I must speak with him." After their conversation, Enki made an announcement. There might be a viable solution. Let us fashion a primitive worker. Lulu shall be its name, and let this new being shoulder the burdensome toil of the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki leaders were rendered speechless. Who could have conceived such a solution? Would anyone have ever imagined it? Thus, they summoned Ninma, renowned for her healing and nurturing abilities. Ninma replied, "I have never encountered anything like this. All beings descend from a seed. Each being evolves throughout eternity from another. None emerge from nothingness." Enki smiled and said, "How right you are, my sister." Then Enki continued, "I must reveal a secret of the Abzu. The being we need already exists. We just need to insert our mark on them. We need to imbue them with the essence of the Anunnaki. Let's create a primitive worker. Let us create Lulu, upon whom the tasks of the gods will be imposed." The Anunnaki listened to Enki's words with great surprise and fascination. Who could this mysterious being be? "There are creatures in the Abzu," Enki continued. "They walk upright on two legs and use their front limbs as arms. They possess hands and live among the animals of the steppes. They consume plants with their mouths and drink water from ditches and lakes. They compete for territory with other creatures. They do not know how to dress, and their bodies are covered in hair. Their heads are as hairy as that of a lion." Enlil was perplexed. He exclaimed, "No creature like this has ever been observed in Eden." Ninma spoke up. "Long ago on the planet Nibiru, our ancestors might have been similar. It is a being, not a creature. It must be fascinating to witness." Enki proposed that everyone gather at the House of Life to meet these beings. He had already captured several of them, confined within cages. Upon seeing the Anunnaki, the beings stirred. They pounded on the cages, snarled, and displayed aggression. Both males and females could be observed. "They are like us," Enki said. "We come from Nibiru, both male and female, and so are these beings. Ningishida, my son, examined the essence of their creation. It resembles ours. They possess two intertwining serpents. When our vital essence combines with theirs, our imprint will be upon them. Thus, a primitive worker will be created. They will comprehend our instructions and handle our tools. They will undertake the laborious task of excavation. The Anunnaki will find relief." Enlil took a firm stance. "Tools are our servants, not other beings. Slavery was abolished on Nibiru long ago. We cannot proceed with this here. You wish to create a creature and bring into existence that which has never been. The act of creation rests solely in the hands of the Father of all." Enki responded, "They will not be slaves. They will be helpers. This is my plan." Ninma chimed in, "The being already exists. The plan is to enhance this being's abilities." Enki concluded, "It will not be a new creature. We will fashion them more closely in our own image. With slight modifications it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is required." Enlil voiced his concerns. "This is a grave matter, and I do not approve. It goes against the regulations of planetary travel. It has already been prohibited. Our objective is to obtain gold, not to supplant the Father of all." Ninma replied, "My brother, the Father of all has endowed us with wisdom and understanding. For what purpose did he perfect us if not to make the most of it? we are imbued with the vital essence of wisdom and understanding. It was the Creator of all who bestowed this upon us so that we could utilize it in any manner. Is that not our destined purpose? Is this not our destiny? Ninurta spoke to his mother Ninmah. It was with this bestowed essence that we perfected tools, cars, and ships. We destroy mountains with weapons of terror and heal the skies with gold. Let us create new tools with wisdom, not new beings. New tools and no slaves. We will ease the hard work of the Anunnaki, and wherever our understanding takes us, this is our destiny. We cannot prevent the use of the knowledge we possess. Fate surely cannot be changed. From the beginning to the end, it was determined. Is it fate or luck that brought us to this planet to extract gold from the waters? Apparently, the Anunnaki must work on the excavations. And does this negate the creation of a primitive worker? That, my fellows, is the point. The creation of the primitive worker. Is it luck or is it fate? With great doubts, the Anunnaki on Earth decided to consult Anu on Nibiru. A new council was convened, and the elders, sages, and commanders were consulted once more. The discussion was extensive and involved everyone. However, the priority of Nibiru's salvation was paramount. Anu then conveyed the royal decision to the Anunnaki on Earth. Let Nibiru be saved. May the new being be created. Enki asked Ninmah to be his helper, and Ennugi, the chief officer, warned the Anunnaki in the Abzu that work must continue until the new being is created. Meanwhile, Enki led Ninmah to a place of cages among the trees. In the cages, monstrous creatures were trapped. As they observed the hideous ones, Enki explained that the essences of different lives were mixed, and creatures of various species were manipulated through crossing. Enki and Ninmah returned to the House of Life, where Ningishzida explained the secrets of the life essence and how the combination of different essences should be achieved. Ninmah said, "But the creatures in the cages are strange and monstrous." "Indeed they are," replied Enki. "But you are here precisely for that, to achieve perfection." Numerous questions puzzled Ninmah. How many essences should we gather? Which uterus should give birth? Ninmah reflected and reached a conclusion. A smile appeared on her lips. "We need the knowledge of someone who has already given birth, and I possess that." Then, together with Ningishzida, she studied the sacred formulas encoded in objects of science and civilization, known as Emi. Finally, she turned to the cages of monstrous creatures and understood that essences are transmitted through the insemination of a male and a female. The two intertwined strands separate and combine to create offspring. Ninmah thus grasped what was needed. Let an Anunnaki male impregnate a bipedal female. Enki said, "We tried, but it failed. There was no conception." Ninmah said, "Another approach is required to blend the essences. We must not harm the earth. Our essence must be gradually and delicately transmitted through the secret formulas in the ME." Thus, a crystal vessel was used, and an ovule of a biped was fertilized by a seed with the essence of the Anunnaki. The egg was inserted into a bipedal female, and insemination took place, but there was no birth. Just in time, Ninmah made a small incision and retrieved the hybrid. It was a living being, with a hairy body and the upper part resembling earth creatures while the lower part resembled the Anunnaki. They entrusted the creature to his bipedal mother for care and breastfeeding. The creature grew at an unexpectedly rapid pace. A day on Nibiru equated to a month on the Abzu. The Earth Boy no longer made grunts, but his hands did not adapt to using tools. Ninma spoke. "We must try again and adjust the blend. Let me experiment with the MEs, object formulas encoded with the sciences." Enki and Ningishida repeated the procedure. Ninma, equipped with the Anunnaki essence in the ME, took a little from one and a little from the other, inseminating them together with the egg of an earthly female in a crystal vessel. This time, there was a timely birth, and the newborn was allowed to grow into a child in his mother's arms. He bore a greater resemblance to the Anunnaki, with a more appealing appearance and hands seemingly suited for tool use. However, they discovered that the new Earth Boy had hearing difficulties and failing eyesight. Undeterred, Ninma resumed her work and conducted further experiments with new blends. Several inseminations were performed, but various problems arose. One being had paralyzed feet, another had reproductive organ issues, and yet another had underdeveloped lungs. Enki became disheartened, but Ninma remained resolute in her pursuit of success. Enki interrupted the attempts and suggested, "The problem may lie not in the mixture, ovum, or essence, but in the crystal vessel from Nibiru. Let us employ a vessel made of earthly materials, such as gold and copper, a vessel crafted from clay found in the Abzu." Following Enki's suggestion, Ninma fashioned a vessel from Abzu clay, molding it into a cleansing bath. She carefully combined an earth female's egg with vital essence extracted from Anunnaki blood. Gradually, she directed the essence using the ME formulas and then implanted the fertilized egg into the uterus of the earth female. Conception occurred, and they only needed to wait for the anticipated time. At the precise moment, the female went into labor, and a boy emerged slowly. Ninma attentively beheld the newborn child and marveled at its perfection. With her hands, she cradled the infant, while Enki and Ningishida observed the moment. The three rejoiced. Enki declared, "Your hands have brought forth success." The baby was then entrusted to his earthly mother for breastfeeding, and over the course of months, he transformed into a boy. Though he struggled to speak, his limbs were well suited for labor. Enki contemplated the matter and explored all possibilities. He stated, "Of all the attempts and exchanges we have made, one factor has remained constant. The fertilized uterus has always belonged to a terrestrial woman. This may be the only obstacle hindering complete success." Ninma and Ningishida exchanged suspicious glances, and Enki continued, "The only alternative we have yet to try is an Anunnaki womb. To create a being in our image and likeness, it must develop within an Anunnaki." "Wise words," said Ninma. "Perhaps the correct mixture was inserted into the wrong uterus. But who will be the Anunnaki female to receive the insemination and create the primitive worker? Couldn't there be a monster in her womb?" Enki said, "Let me speak to Damkina, my wife, also known as Ninki." "No," interrupted Ninma. "I have carefully studied the matter. I've prepared the vessels and mixtures. Let this womb be mine. Let me take that risk." Enki agreed, and he manipulated the mixture in a clay vessel. Then, he inserted the fertilized egg into Ninma's womb, and conception took place. Labor began earlier than the 9 months on Nibiru, but later than Earth's 9 months. Enki supported the boy with his hands. He was the image of perfection. Enki gave him a little slap, and the newborn cried. He then handed the baby to Ninma, who lifted him up and exclaimed, "My hands made it! My hands made it!" Ninma drew the baby to her bosom and provided the nourishing food of life that flowed from her body. The baby thrived and was observed. Enki saw a mother and her child. It was not Ninma and any other being. The newborn had well-shaped ears, unobstructed eyes, adequate limbs, feet at the bottom, and hands on top. He wasn't hairy like the savages. His hair was dark black, and his skin was smooth. His skin had a dark red tone, and his blood shared the same color. His private parts were different from those of the Anunnaki. The shape was peculiar, with fur covering the front part. Enki said, "Let him be different from us with this front skin hanging from his private parts." Then he continued, "Ninma, this is a being, not a creature. Will you name him?" Ninma spoke, "His name shall be Adamu, meaning like the clay of the earth." A cradle was made for little Adamu, and the Anunnaki discussed in the House of Life. They needed an army of primitive workers, and Adamu was to be the model. He would be treated like a firstborn and protected from labor. He must serve as the mold for future workers. Ninma suggested that the caretakers of her city, Shurubak, be taken to the House of Life to receive the next inseminations. 7 Anunnaki accepted the task. Enki praised their names, and Ningishita recorded them for remembrance. Ninima, Shuzyana, Ninmada, Ninbara, Ninmug, Musardu, and Ninguna. Ninma prepared the 7 clay vessels, extracting the eggs from the female bipeds. She then extracted the life essence of Adamu and placed it little by little into the containers. Through a small incision in Adamu's intimate parts, she extracted a drop of his blood, pronouncing, "Let this be a sign of life. Let us always proclaim that flesh and soul have combined." She squeezed the male private parts to draw blood and added a drop to each container. In the clay mixture, terrestrial and Anunnaki essences would unite. Ninma recited an incantation for the unity of the 2 essences, one from heaven and one from earth, to be brought together. Ningishzida recorded Ninma's words. Fertilized eggs were inserted into the wombs of the Anunnaki females. There was conception, and the births proceeded as scheduled. Seven Earth males were brought into existence and nurtured by their mothers. They were 7 flawless primitive workers. Let the procedure be repeated, and 7 more primitive workers shall assume the task, said Ningishita. Enki spoke. My son, 7 by 7 will not be sufficient. We require more Anunnaki heroines for this undertaking. Ninma exclaimed, this workload is unbearable. Enki suggested, we must create females. Let them know one another intimately, unite as one and procreate autonomously, enabling them to produce their own offspring. Ningishita needed to modify the ME essence formulas to transition from male to female. Additionally, an Anunnaki womb was necessary to facilitate the creation of females. Ninma, Enki, and Ningishzida exchanged glances. Enki proclaimed, Allow me to summon Ninki, my wife, Dampina, so that she may conceive this time." At the House of Life, Ninki became aware of everything that had taken place and her role in it. Agreeing to her responsibilities, Ningishzida adjusted the ME formulas, fertilized an ovum, and Enki implanted it into his wife's womb. Conception occurred, but no birth transpired when the time was due. Months were counted, and it was decided that Ninma would perform a procedure. With skill, she made a small incision and opened the passage. Light filled the room, and the contents of the womb emerged. Everyone was overcome with emotion. It was a female, a newborn girl. Her ears were well formed, her limbs were perfect, and she had hands and feet. She lacked hair and possessed smooth Anunnaki-like skin. Ninma cradled the girl in her hands, gently tapping her to elicit cries, and then handed her to Ninki for nourishment. Enki declared, "She is not a creature but a being. She bears our image and likeness. Perfection has been achieved. You have provided the blueprint for female workers. What shall her name be?" Ninki, with tenderness and emotion, responded, "Her name shall be Tiamat, which means Mother of Life. She shall be named after the ancient planet from which both Earth and the Moon were created. From the vital essences of her womb, others shall be molded and illuminated. Thus, a multitude of primitive workers shall come into existence." After some time, Ninma extracted the vital essence of Tiamat and placed it into 7 vessels crafted from the clay of the Abzu, where the eggs of the biped females were already present. She chanted incantations and inserted them into the Anunnaki wombs. In due course, 7 females were born. Enki declared, "Let the males and females become acquainted, and may they give birth to diverse primitive workers. Through their own procreation, offspring will beget new offspring. May they grow and develop together, embracing both male and female aspects." Enki, Ninma, Ningishzida, and Ninki rejoiced and constructed enclosures, placing them among the trees. Enki continued, "Let Adamu and Tiamat be relieved of their labor. Send them to the Eden to showcase our success to the rest of the Anunnaki." Adamu and Tiamat were directed to Eridu, Enki's city in the Eden. Thus the Anunnaki came to witness them. Enlil found satisfaction in what he saw, easing his discontent. Ninurta and Ninlil also became acquainted with them. Marduk, Enki's son, arrived from the station of Lamu to meet them. It was a remarkable, splendid, and awe-inspiring creation. "You, the creators, crafted this beauty," the Anunnaki acknowledged. "With the primitive workers, our days of toil shall come to an end," they all exclaimed. But not everything went as expected. In the Abzu, beings grew, but maturity took a while to occur. Ennugi questioned Enki about the primitive workers who were slow to grow and reproduce. The Anunnaki complained about the labor. Ningishida created an observation post where males and females could be seen mating, but there was no conception or birth. Enki explained that a curse had been created by combining 2 species. Ningishida pondered and proposed that the essences of Adamu and Tiamat be further observed. Let's study the ME matrices to see what could be wrong. In Shurubak, at the House of Healing, the essences were contemplated. There were 22 branches on the Tree of Life. The parts were comparable, with determined images and likenesses, but they did not include the ability to procreate. Ningishida showed that there was another essence present in the Anunnaki, one for males and one for females. Without this essence, procreation was not possible. These essences were not present in the initial mold of Adamu and Tiamat. Ninmah was worried, and Enki was deeply frustrated. Action was necessary. Information arrived that a new rebellion was being organized by the Anunnaki of the Abzu. Ningishzida, an expert in these matters, had an idea. He secluded himself with Enki, Ninmah, Adamu, and Tiamat in the House of Healing at Shurubak, causing Enki and Ninmah to enter a deep sleep. Then the proceedings began. Ningishzida extracted the life essence from Enki's rib. He inserted the extracted essence from Enki into Adamu's rib, and he inserted the life essence from Ninmah's rib into Tiamat's rib. After suturing the incisions, Ningishzida woke them all up and announced, "It's done. I have added the vital essences of the Anunnaki to the Tree of Life." Thus, Adamu and Tiamat were sent to the Garden of Eden and freed. Both the male and female became aware of their nakedness, and Tiamat covered their private parts to distinguish them from wild animals. Enlil, meanwhile, was walking through the garden when he encountered Adamu and Tiamat. Alarmed by their covered private parts, he summoned Enki to question him. "What is this? Why are their private parts covered?" Enki admitted to Enlil the importance of procreation for them, and explained that the initial creations had failed in this aspect. Enki clarified that Ningishzida had repaired the Tree of Life. Enlil was furious. He exclaimed, "None of this was my will. We should not act as creators. You said the beings we needed already existed. You said we just needed to put our mark on them. You have put the Anunnaki at risk. You have endangered Ninmah and Ninki. You have put the caretakers at the House of Healing in danger. And all of this has been in vain. Your work is a failure." And so, as a final act, they offered these creatures parts of our life essence, so that they may be like us in their knowledge of procreation and be bestowed with our life cycles. Enki called Ninmah and Ningishzida. Ningishzida spoke, "My lord Enlil, we gave them the knowledge of procreation. The long life branch has not been added to their core tree." Ninmah said, "What choice did we have, my brother? That it all ended in failure? That Nibiru's fate in destruction be found? Or that we make several attempts until Earthlings take over the work through procreation?" Out of Eden, Adamu and Tiamat are expelled from the Eden and go to the Abzu. Enki led Adamu and Tiamat to a garden with trees and allowed them to know each other. Thus, the miracle that Ningishzida had worked on became evident. The couple had twins, a boy and a girl. Ninmah also observed the creation. The speed of events on Earth was greater than on Nibiru. Before a shar had passed, the newborn beings were already multiplying. That's how Adamu and Tiamat had other sons and daughters, and they began to procreate on their own, significantly increasing the terrestrial population. In the Abzu, the Anunnaki were freed from labor. The primitive workers did not complain about the work, the heat, or the dust, nor did they grumble. They worked diligently and enjoyed their food rations. Gold was being sent to Nibiru, and the hole in the atmosphere was showing considerable signs of improvement. The mission on Earth progressed successfully. Among the Anunnaki, there were also marriages and procreation. The sons of Enki and Enlil also had sons and daughters. Although the life cycles originated from Nibiru, time accelerated on Earth. causing the children of the Anunnaki to grow more quickly. Nanar and Ningal had twins and named them Inanna and Utu. Thus, the third generation of Earth-born Anunnaki began. New tasks intertwined with old ones, and they were all divided among the Anunnaki. Everything had changed. The heat over the earth increased. The white snow zones merged with the water, vegetation flourished, and wild creatures roamed the land. The rains were stronger, the rivers overflowed, and house repairs became necessary. The shorelines no longer had oceans. Volcanoes spewed fire and brimstone. The ground shuddered, and earthquakes occurred frequently. In the underworld, the place of the white color of snow, the earth rumbled. At the tip of the Abzu, Enki established an observation point and entrusted the world to his son Nergal and his wife Ereshkigal. On Nibru-Ki, Enlil observed the celestial bodies in the heaven-earth link and compared their movements with the Emi tablets. "There is a disturbance in the heavens," Enlil said. On Lamu, at the intermediary station, Marduk complained to Enki, his father. "Strong winds are disruptive and create irritating dust storms. There are inconveniences in the hammered bracelet." Sulfur fell from the sky on Earth. Asteroids approached Earth violently. Flaming fires blazed in the heavens. Darkness overshadowed bright days, and the devastation caused by storms and evil winds became visible. Stony missiles attacked Earth. Kingu, Lamu, and Earth faced an unknown calamity. On Nibiru, the sages spoke, but their words did not ease the hearts of their leaders. All that was happening in the heavens, within the family of the sun and the celestial beings, Earth being the seventh, was the selection of their positions. Nibiru approached the dwelling of the sun, having lost its way through the hammered bracelet. This marked the beginning of a new celestial battle. Eventually, Nibiru returned to its distant abode in the depths, and the onslaught of rocky projectiles ceased, no longer raining upon Earth and Lamu. During this time, the initial landing had already elapsed 80 shars. Some of the Anunnaki took charge of inspecting the events that had unfolded. Enki then surveyed the foundations of the Earth and concluded that there would be no issues with extracting the vital gold. Ninurta examined the Eden and verified that the landing site remained intact, except for the spilled burning liquids in the northern valleys. Additionally, he discovered sulfuric mists and bitumen. On Lamu, Marduk found a damaged atmosphere and dust storms hindering both quality of life and work. Marduk expressed his desire to return to Earth to his father, Enki. Enlil, in turn, revisited his former plans and reconsidered the cities he had originally intended. He asserted that the intermediary station on Lamu was no longer secure and proposed the construction of a ship port in Eden. "We need a place that enables direct travel between Nibiru and Earth without the need for an intermediary station," he stated. However, Ninurta presented a different idea. He suggested that Bad Tabira, the city under his command, would be the most suitable new launch site for the ships. Enlil conveyed these ideas to Anu, and it was agreed that the new departure and landing point would be in Eden. Thus, gold would be transported from Earth to Nibiru, while supplies and additional Anunnaki would arrive from Nibiru for work. Enki praised the plan but raised a concern. He pointed out that Earth's atmosphere was more appealing than that of Lamu, which would result in the ships expending greater energy to overcome it. Enki proposed an alternative idea, the construction of an intermediate base on the moon. To investigate this possibility, Enki and Marduk offered their services. Anu consented to surveying the moon before establishing a station in Eden. Enki was thrilled. The moon had always captivated him. For several nights he had observed its cold silver disk, finding it to be an astonishing celestial body. Thus, Enki and Marduk journeyed to Kingu. They circled the moon, studying its craters and abysses, immense scars left by celestial battles. Upon landing, they discovered that the atmosphere was inhospitable, necessitating the use of their eagle helmets. Assessing the conditions, Marduk concluded that the place bore no resemblance to Lamu and was unsuitable for constructing an intermediary station. Enki intervened. "Do not be hasty, my son. Can you not perceive the dance in which the sun, moon, and earth partake? Let us stay here to study and analyze. With our instruments, we can measure and appreciate the craftsmanship of the Creator of all." Marduk was persuaded by his father's words. Enki and Marduk made the ship their abode, and they remained there. For 1 Earth year, 3 years passed. They measured the movements across the Earth and calculated the duration of a month. For 6 Earth years, 12 years around the Sun, they measured the Earth year. They recorded how the two interconnected, causing the lights to disappear. They then turned their attention to the paths of Mummu and Lahamu. Enki explained to Marduk that Lamu, along with the Earth and the Moon, constituted the second region of the Sun. There were 6 celestials of the lower waters and 6 celestials of the upper waters, which lay beyond the hammered bracelet: Anshar and Kishar, Anu and Nudimud, Gaga and Nibiru. In total, there were 12. 12 represented the Sun and its family. Marduk asked his father about the recent events. Why were there 7 celestials in a row? Enki contemplated the turns around the Sun and the great turn around it. He considered the positions of the Earth, Moon, and Nibiru to avoid descending into the Sun. He referred to the return as the path of Anu. Father and son watched the stars from the depths. Enki was fascinated by their groupings and drew the images of 12 constellations from horizon to horizon. He did this on the journeys to and from, naming the top row of the path of Anu as the path of Enlil, and likewise designing the path that would bear his name. There were 36 constellations of stars located in the 3 paths. Enki decided to designate them in the position of the Earth when traveling around the Sun. Enki pointed out to Marduk the beginning of the cycle, the measurement of celestial time. He said, "When I arrived on Earth, I named the time leading to the end Pisces. The one that follows, my name, I called it." Marduk remarked, "Your wisdom is fascinating, my father, but on Earth and Nibiru, government and knowledge are separate." "My son," replied Enki, "what are you talking about? What are you missing? I have bestowed all knowledge upon you." In agony, Marduk said, "My father, when the primeval workers were created, you called not my mother, but Ninma, who is the mother of Ninurta. And then they called for Ningishzida, who is younger than I am. Your wisdom about life and death was shared with them, not me." Enki interjected, "My son, you were given the command of the Igigi on Lamu. There, you are the leader." "Father," Marduk said, "you are the firstborn of Anu, not Enlil. However, he is the legal heir, and this place should rightfully be yours. You were the first to land and founded Eridu. But Eridu falls under Enlil's dominion, and your command has been delegated to the distant Abzu. As for me, I am your firstborn, born of your lawful wife on Nibiru. But now, gold accumulates in the city of Ninurta. The survival of Nibiru rests in your hands, not mine. Upon returning to Earth, what will my role be? Am I destined for doom? Will fame and royalty shape my future, or will I face humiliation once again? Enki embraced his son on the desolate moon and assured him, "What I was deprived of, your future will encompass. My time will align with yours." Following this conversation, new calculations and exchanges of ideas ensued. Enlil, on Earth, felt apprehensive and shared his concerns with Anu. Meanwhile, Enki and Marduk spent countless years on the moon without any sign of their return. "What are they up to? Their actions remain a mystery and their intentions unknown," remarked Enlil. During this time, the situation grew worrisome. The Igigi on Lamu were restless and agitated. Marduk had distanced himself, and the intermediary station had suffered from dust storms, with no assessment of the damage. Everyone awaited a resolution. Enlil emphasized the necessity of constructing the spaceport in the Eden, while Ninurta advocated for its establishment in Bad Tibira. At that moment, Anu proclaimed his sacred decision. "Enki and Marduk will return from the moon. We shall listen to their accounts of their discoveries and then make a decision." The news revealed that the moon was unsuitable, leading Anu to decree the construction of a new spaceport. Enki spoke. "Let Marduk assume command then. The Igigi no longer require his leadership. Let Marduk guard the entrance of heaven." "This responsibility belongs to Ninurta," Enlil angrily retorted. Anu contemplated the situation, recognizing the rivalries between their sons. He then reached a decision. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk, the third generation of Anunnaki, shall bear the responsibility for the spaceport. You two will be the commander. Let the place be named the Bird City, and let Sipar be its designation. Enlil began preparations for establishing the spaceport. He observed Nibruki and marked out an equal circle for the new location. Command was entrusted to Utu, the grandson of Enlil, as per Anu's decree, the king of Nibiru. Thus, a new era commenced. Anu graced the inauguration, accompanied by the Igigi of Lamu and the Anunnaki from all corners. Inanna performed songs and dances, and it was a grand celebration. The gold was piled high, and a significant delivery was imminent, bringing forth direct supplies of golden salvation. The end of their arduous work drew near. Anu announced that the efforts on Earth might gradually decrease, and some Anunnaki might return to Nibiru. "A few more shars of work, and soon they'll be home," he declared. Marduk did not return to Lahmu, nor did he accompany his father to Eden. He desired to explore all lands in his celestial ship. As a result, Utu was appointed to lead the Igigi, some stationed on Earth and others on Lamu. Everyone worked with great enthusiasm, exerting their final efforts to hasten their return. However, in the Abzu, the Anunnaki did not work as diligently. They expressed concerns that the Earthlings were multiplying and could potentially replace them in their tasks. News of this spread throughout the lands, and quickly the Anunnaki of Eden demanded primitive workers. There were 40 shars during which relief from work in the Abzu was granted, while in Eden there was no respite. While Enki and Enlil engaged in argument, Ninurta made an independent decision and led an armed expedition to the Abzu. In the forests, he captured several Earthlings and brought them to Eden. Enki was angered, and Enlil was furious. "You have disregarded my decision to banish Adamu and Tiamat from Eden," Enlil said to Ninurta. "I am preventing further rebellions," Ninurta defended himself. In Eden, the Anunnaki observed with admiration the labor of the Earthlings. These beings were gifted with intelligence and strength, assuming various responsibilities. However, males and females engaged in unrestrained procreation. The Anunnaki were dissatisfied with the available sustenance, as there were no grains or sheep. Enlil's fury intensified. He said for Enki, "May you seek salvation, may you find a solution." Enki took pleasure in the proliferation of terrestrial beings, but also held concerns. The Anunnaki distanced themselves from toil, and gradually the Earthlings became their servants. For 7 shars, the Anunnaki adjusted, but for 3 shars, fish and food were scarce. Both Anunnaki and Earthlings suffered from hunger. In his heart, Enki devised a plan for a civilized humanity. He meticulously observed and studied the new beings during their activities in rivers and forests, during work, copulation, and rest. Enki shared all his observations with his vizier, Izimud. Then, one day, while sailing in a boat, Enki encountered 2 striking young women of wild beauty. Izimud encouraged him, saying, "Embrace them and get to know them." Enki offered the ladies fruits and berries from the field, and afterward he embraced, acquainted himself with them, and deposited his life-giving fluid into their wombs. Izimud monitored whether the 2 would conceive, and indeed they did. Enki instructed Izimud, "Let no one discover what has transpired." In the 93rd shar since Enki's begetting, the 2 children were born in Eden. They were nurtured by their mothers and then brought to Enki's dwelling. Izimud conveyed that the 2 had been discovered among the reeds, thus preserving Enki's secret. Ninki, with affection, took the 2 children and raised them as her own. The boy was named Adapa, and the girl was named Titi. Ninki imparted knowledge to Titi, while Enki shared everything conceivable with Adapa. Enki confided all his delight to Izimud, proclaiming, "I have brought forth civilized mankind. I have brought forth civilized mankind. They will domesticate sheep and cultivate crops." Enki dispatched a message to his brother Enlil, informing him of the emergence of a new kind of being amidst the desert. Enlil personally journeyed from Nibru-Ki to Eridu. Enki explained that these beings were quick learners and possessed the capacity to transmit knowledge and craftsmanship. "Bring forth seeds from Nibiru for them to sow. Bring forth sheep from Nibiru to populate the earth. Let us instruct this new class of Earthlings in agriculture and herding. The Anunnaki and Earthlings shall share the same table." Enlil was amazed. In fact, it was incredible. He asked Izimud to confirm, "Did you really find them among the reeds?" Enlil shook his head and contemplated everything with fear and astonishment. He decided to send the news to Anu. Anu was astonished. It wasn't new that one species led to another, but he had never heard of anything like this, the sudden appearance of civilized man on Earth directly from Adamu. Anu pondered whether large numbers would be needed for sowing and herding. Would they be able to multiply? While the sages of Nibiru contemplated the matter, Adapa and Titi met in Eridu. Conception and birth followed, and Titi gave birth to twin brothers. Anu heard the news and sent seeds and sheep to be raised on Earth. He made a decision. Titi should remain in Eridu to nourish and care for the newborns. While Adapa, the earthly one, would be taken to Nibiru. Enlil was not pleased with his father's decision. Who could have thought of such a decision? What would happen when Adapa was taken to Nibiru? He would travel between the sky and the stars, and would be endowed with this knowledge. Then, in Nibiru, he would drink from the waters and eat the food of long life. And then, he would become like the Anunnaki. Enki was scared. His face turned dark after Anu's decision. He agreed with Enlil. Who could expect a decision like this? Ninma was with them. She said, "The sovereignty of our father Anu cannot be avoided." Enki spoke up. Let's send our young ones to accompany him and see Nibiru with their own eyes. Let Ningishida and Dumuzi be with Adapa to calm and guide him." Ninma agreed. They are our children born on Earth. Our generation is forgetting the cycles of Nibiru. Its cycles now follow the Earth. Let Enki's 2 unmarried sons travel to Nibiru. They may find brides there. Thus, a celestial chamber arrived from Nibiru in Sipar. Ilabrat, a vizier of Anu, came out of the ship. "I have come to fetch the earthling Adapa," he said. Adapa was called, as well as Titi and the young Kain and Abael. Ilabrat said, "It's amazing how much the earthlings resemble us. They certainly have our image and likeness." Enki introduced his sons, Ningishida and Dumuzi, and told Ilabrat that he had selected them to accompany Adapa. "Anu will be happy to see his grandchildren," said Ilabrat. Enki called Adapa and gave him instructions. He said, "Adapa, you will be taken to Nibiru, the planet where we come from, and there you will be received by Anu, our king. In front of him, bow down. Speak only what is necessary and everything you are asked. Offer brief answers. You will receive new clothes and should wear what is given to you. You will be offered bread that is not found on earth. Do not eat it, it is deadly. You will be offered a chalice with a drink. The drink is deadly, do not drink it. My children Ningishzida and Dumuzi will accompany you. Obey their words and you will live." Then Enki called his sons and offered them instructions as well. "You will be received by the king my father and should bow down before him. Do not hide from the nobles and princes. You are equal to them. Your mission is to bring Adapa back to earth. Do not allow yourselves to be enchanted by the delights of Nibiru." After greeting his sons, Enki offered Ningishida a secret and sealed tablet. He said, "Deliver it to my father Anu, the king, in secret." Then the 3 headed to Sipar, to the place of the ships, and greeted Ilabrat, entering the ship that soon departed. Dressed in an eagle helmet, Adapa cowered and screamed in fear. He said, "The armless eagle is rising." Ningishzida and Dumuzi calmed him down. And then the earth hid in the immense emptiness of the cosmic ocean, and Nibiru appeared in front of it. Upon arrival, they were received with great curiosity. The Anunnaki born on Earth and a being from another world had arrived. In the palace, the nobles formed groups, and in the throne room, princes and counselors were gathered. Ilabrat burst into the hall, followed by Adapa and Enki's 2 sons. They bowed before Anu. Anu greeted his grandchildren, moved, and with tears in his eyes, he kissed them. Then Dumuzi sat to his right, Ningishida to his left, and then Adapa was introduced to Anu by Ilabrat. "Do you understand what we are saying?" asked Anu. Ilabrat replied, "Certainly, Enki taught him." "Come here," said Anu. "What is your name and occupation?" Adapa stood before the king and bowed down. "My name is Adapa, servant of Lord Enki." His words caused great astonishment. Anu said, "Wonder of wonders achieved on earth." The princes and nobles of the royal hall accompanied him. "Let us celebrate then," concluded Anu. Everyone headed to the banquet hall, tables filled with bread and drink, but Adapa did not accept anything offered to him. Anu said, "Why did you bring this uneducated earthling here to offer him celestial secrets?" Anu turned to Adapa. "Why do you reject our hospitality? Why do you not eat or drink?" Adapa said, "My teacher, Lord Enki, said, 'Do not eat or drink anything.'" "How strange," said Anu. It was then that Ningishzida approached and handed Anu the secret tablet, saying, "The answer may be found here." Anu was confused and worried, so he retreated to his private chamber to open the sealed tablet. He inserted the tablet into the explorer, and the message was revealed. "Adapa was born from my seed with an earthly woman. Similarly, Titi was conceived by my seed with another earthly woman. They are endowed with wisdom and speech, but not with the long life of Nibiru. He must not eat the bread or drink the drink. Adapa must return to earth, and his fate must be to live and die there. His descendants will plant and shepherd, and from this will come satiety. Anu was surprised. He did not know whether to laugh or be angry. He called his vizier Ilabrat and showed him the message, asking about the rules and what the king should do. Ilabrat explained, "Our rules allow for concubines, but there is no clarification regarding interplanetary relations." Ningishida was called to Anu's chamber. "Did you know the content of your father's secret message?" Anu asked. Ningishida lowered his head in response and said, "I did not know, but I can guess. I tested Adapa's life essence, and it corresponds to the seed of my father Enki." Anu confirmed that the message was true and ordered Adapa to return to Earth immediately. Anu returned to the hall where the celebrations were taking place and announced, "The welcome shall not be extended. The Earthling shall not eat or drink on our planet. We have already witnessed his amazing abilities. Now let him return to Earth and generate descendants." To ensure his safety, Ningishida accompanied Adapa and returned with him, carrying the seeds of Nibiru's cereal crops. Dumuzi remained for one shar, and upon his return, he brought the sheep and the essences of the sheep with him. Everyone heard the king's words, and so Adapa and Ningishida were led to the location of the celestial ships. During the journey, Ningishida explained to Adapa about the gods, the planets, and the names that were offered. He taught him about the months and how the Earth's year was counted. Upon arriving on Earth, Enki awaited them. He told Ningishida that everything had happened as expected, except for Dumuzi's stay on Nibiru. Enlil became suspicious of their immediate return and asked for clarification. Ninmah was also called to talk with Enki. That was when Enki revealed to them what had actually happened and the true origin of Adapa. However, he made it clear that he had not broken any rules, but rather ensured satiety. Enlil became enraged. "You did not break any rules, but you have cast the fate of the Anunnaki and the Earthlings." It was then that Marduk arrived in Eridu, called by his mother, Ninki. Enki and Ningishida decided to hide the truth from Marduk. Marduk was impressed with Adapa and Titi, and soon became attached to the twins, Ka'in and Abael. "Ningishida will instruct Adapa. Let me be the teacher of the boys," said Marduk. Enlil said, "Let Marduk teach one of them and let Ninurta teach the other." So Ningishida stayed in Eridu to teach Adapa and Titi. He taught them the sciences of writing and numbers. Ninurta took the first of the twins born to Bad Tibira. It was Ninurta who named him Ka-in, the one who makes crops grow in the field. He taught him to dig irrigation canals, sow, harvest, and plow the land with wooden trees. Marduk took the other brother, whom he called Abael, the one of the wet meadows. Marduk taught him how to build stables to start herding when Dumuzi returned from Nibiru. Thus, Dumuzi brought quadruped animals and the essential seed of sheep from Nibiru. His arrival was a cause for celebration. The leaders gathered to reflect on how to proceed with the new species. Never before was there a ewe on earth. A lamb has never to earth from the heavens been dropped. A she-goat has never before to her kid given birth. Weaving of sheep's wool has never before been established. Enki and Enlil, Ninmah, and Ningishzida decided to establish a breeding chamber, a house of elaboration. And in the Cedar Mountains on the landing place, in a mountain near where Ninmah's elixir seeds were planted, they established the creation chamber. It was there that the multiplication of cereals and sheep on earth began. Ninurta was Ka'in's mentor for sowing and harvesting. Marduk was Abael's mentor for the science of sheep and lamb breeding and herding. Enlil announced, "When the first harvest is made, when the first sheep matures, we will gather in celebration." Guided by Ninurta, Ka'in placed his offering with the first grains at Enki and Enlil's feet. Guided by Marduk, Abael placed his offering with the first sheep at Enki and Enlil's feet. Enlil gave the brothers a joyful blessing and praised their work. Enki hugged Marduk and raised the lamb so that everyone could see it. Then he said, "Meat to eat, wool to wear has arrived on earth." Kain's face became dark and saddened. Enki had not given his blessing. Furthermore, Abel claimed that he pleased the Anunnaki, gave them strength, provided wool for their clothes. Offended, Kain protested, "I fill the plains that weigh down with grain furrows with abundance. Birds in the fields and fish are plentiful in these regions. The bread of our daily life is produced by me." And so days and nights passed. When summer came, the lands dried up, and there was no rain. Abiel took the flocks to Kain's fields so they could drink water from the furrows and canals. And so, brother against brother, the argument took shape once again. Kain picked up a stone and struck Abel's head, and he kept striking until the fluid running in his veins began to gush. That's when he trembled. Kain cried out, my brother, my..." But it was too late. Kain stayed by his brother. His soul had already separated from his body. Titi, at a distance, was the first to realize that something was not right. It was a strong feeling. No one had called or warned him. Titi said to Adapa, "My heart is filled with sorrow. Something terrible has happened." Adapa and Titi left Eridu and went to the place where their sons were. They saw Kain sitting next to his brother's body. Titi screamed in agony, and Adapa threw dirt over his head. They yelled at Kain, "What have you done? What have you done?" Adapa returned to Eridu and told Enki what had happened. Enki became furious and confronted Kain, saying, "Cursed, you shall be banished from Eden. You shall not live among the Anunnaki and the civilized earthlings. As for Abiel, he must be buried, and I will show you how to do it." 30 days and 30 nights passed. Adapa and Titi were still in pain. Marduk said in anger, "Kain's action must be punished with death. Let the 7 judges gather," said Ninurta. Marduk did not agree and said, "He is not from Nibiru. He does not need the 7 judges. What nonsense is this? Is it not enough that the one trained by Ninurta has murdered the one I trained? Was it not this way that Ninurta defeated Anzu? Let Kain receive the same treatment and let his life fluid be extinguished." Enki said, "Let me talk to Marduk." Enki spoke to his son and told him the secret that had been hidden from him. Thus, Marduk learned about the origin of Adapa and the brothers Kain and Abiel. Enki explained that a new time had come and that the civilized earthlings could now procreate on their own. Therefore, Kain should not be extinguished as well. Otherwise, rebellions would return and satiety would not be achieved. Now Marduk, have pity on Kain and do not allow Adapa's lineage to be extinguished. At first, Marduk was furious, but then he laughed. He said, "Much had been said about your amorous feats. Now I see that it is true. Let Kain's life be spared and let him be expelled to the limits of the earth." Thus, Kain was taken west with his wife Awan, and Ningishzida altered Kain's life essence so that he would be distinct from Adapa's other sons. In this way, Kain became beardless. Soon the question arose, without Kain and Abel, who would multiply the sheep and provide wool for clothes? And who would plow the land and make the grains grow? "Let Adapa and Titi meet again, and let another generation be born," said Enki. In the 95th Shar, Adapa and Titi had a son. Titi named him Sati, meaning one who unites life again. After that, they had 30 sons and 30 daughters. So there were shepherds and farmers. Satisfaction returned to the Anunnaki and the earthlings. In the 97th Shar, Enshi was born, the son of Sati and his wife Azura. His name, Enshi, meant master of humanity. Adapa taught Enshi who the Anunnaki were and what Nibiru was. He knew the cities, observed Nibru-ki, and all the secrets of the Anunnaki. Nanar taught Enshi about perfumed oils, and Ishkur taught him to prepare the elixir of the Inbu fruits. It was from then on that civilized humans began to worship the Anunnaki, who showed and taught them everything. Enshi had a son with his sister Noam. His name was Kunin, he of the kiln. Ninurta was his tutor, and in Bad Tabira he learned about fire, casting, refining, and bitumen. Kunin worked on refining gold for Nibiru. That was the 98th Shar. In the 99th Shar, Malalu was born, the son of Kunin and his half-sister Mualit. Malalu meant he who plays, and Ninurta taught him music, giving him a harp and a flute. From the union of Malalu and Duna, the daughter of his father's brother, his wife Irid was born, the one of fresh waters. Dumuzi taught him how to dig wells and provide water for the flocks, and it was by the wells in the meadows that shepherds and maidens gathered. Marriages and the proliferation of civilized humanity occurred in abundance. The Igigi came to Earth more frequently, and they wanted to stay on Earth and not on Lamu. Thus, Irid met Baraka, his wife, who was the daughter of his mother's brother. On the 102nd Shar, a son was born who became known as Enki-Mi. Enki-Mi was wise and intelligent. He easily and quickly understood mathematics and had constant curiosity about the heavens and all celestial matters. Enki took a liking to him and revealed to him all the secrets he had previously revealed to Adapa. He explained about the family of the sun and the 12 celestial deities, how months were counted from the moon and years from the sun. He mentioned the Shars in Nibiru and how calculations were made. He also demonstrated how he divided the circle of the heavens into 12 parts and how the eras were arranged, how the 12 great Anunnaki were honored in the eras. Enki-Me was curious and eager to explore the heavens. He took 2 celestial journeys. In the first, Enki-Me went to the moon with Marduk, who taught him everything he knew. When Enki-Me returned to Earth, Utu gave him a tablet to record what he had learned. Utu offered Enki-Me his shining abode like a prince of the earth. The rites of priesthood were taught to Enki-Me. Later, in Sipar, he met his wife, a half-sister named Adini. Thus, a son of Enki-Me and Adini was born, and he was known as the one who rises among the shining waters. Matushal was born on the 104th Shar and witnessed the problems with the Igigi and everything Marduk was doing. After the birth of Matushal, Enki-Me traveled to the heavens for the second time with Marduk to visit the Igigi on Lamu. The Igigi talked a lot and were able to learn about civilized earthlings. It is said that after ascending to the heavens, Enki-Me never returned. But before leaving, he offered a written record so that his children would know everything he knew. He recorded the family of the sun, the regions of the earth, and the rivers. He entrusted Matushal, his firstborn, along with his brothers Ragim and Gaidad, with the knowledge of everything. Matushal met his wife Ednat and had a son named Lumak, a powerful man. The Anunnaki chose Lumak to be the overseer and that he should work to enforce quotas and reduce food rations. Those were the most difficult days, and the workers in the fields and meadows complained. And it was during the days of Lumak that Adapa, the first civilized man, met his mortal destiny. On his deathbed, he asked that all his children and his children's children be called. Adapa wanted to bless them and speak to them before departing. When Sati and all the others gathered, Adapa asked about Kayan. Enki called Ninurta and said, "Let the banished one whom you mentored be brought to Adapa's deathbed." Ninurta flew on the bird of the sky to the land of the wanderers. He searched for Kayan, and when he found him, he brought him to meet Adapa, his father. When Kain arrived, Adapa asked him and Sati to come closer. With his failing vision, Adapa touched their faces and noticed Kain's beardless face and Sati's bearded face. Adapa placed his right hand on Sati's head and said, "The earth will be filled with your offspring, and from your seed, like a tree with 3 branches, humanity will survive a great calamity." He placed his left hand on Kain's head and said, "Because of your sin, you are deprived of your birthright. But from your seed, 7 nations will come. They will grow in a separate kingdom and dwell in distant lands. But because you killed your brother with a stone, your end will come by a stone." After Adapa finished speaking, he dropped his hands and said, "Now call Titi, my wife, and all my sons and daughters. And when my spirit leaves me, take me to the place near the river where I was born, and leave me with my face towards the rising sun." Titi cried and fell to her knees beside Adapa. He was born in the middle of the 93rd Shar and passed away at the end of the 108th. It was a long life for a mortal, but he didn't have the life cycle of Enki. After Adapa's farewell ceremony, Cain said goodbye to his mother and brother. He had sons and daughters in a distant kingdom, and he built a city for them. While building it, he met his destiny, as predicted, with the fall of a stone. During Lumak's time in Eden, he served the Anunnaki as a foreman. In those days, the Igigi saw that the daughters of men were beautiful and took them as their wives. During Lumak's time, Marduk and the Igigi married earthlings. Those were difficult days. On Lamu, dust and aridity enveloped the planet. The Igigi were restless and asked Marduk to keep the passage station in Lamu until it was possible to understand what was happening. On the sun, eruptions were detected and shook the gravitational network of Earth and Lamu. In Abzu, in front of White Earth, Nergal and Ereshkigal were appointed to install observation instruments. The Anunnaki who decree fates, the sons of Anu who are on Earth, Enki, Enlil, and Ninma gathered to decide. The years of Earth and the Shars of Nibiru weighed on their eyes and their bodies. Each of their features had changed a lot, and they all noticed. Enki had a tired and old look, and he was the first to speak. More than 100 Shars have passed since my arrival. I was an elegant leader, and now I am a bearded, tired, and old man. And I, said Enlil, was an enthusiastic hero willing to lead and venture. Today I have children who have children, all born on Earth. We are older, but those born on Earth will be even older in a short time. Ninma, saddened, said she had been called an old sheep. Enlil added, "Other Anunnaki have been coming and going all this time, and we, the leaders, had to stay all the time. It may be time to leave." Enki replied, "I have wondered about this a lot. Every time one of us 3 wishes to visit Nibiru, words of hindrance come to us." Enlil added, "What is happening? Any problem on Earth or in Nibiru?" Ninma replied, "This may have to do with differences in life cycles." The 3 of them decided to wait and see what would happen. Shortly thereafter, Marduk approached his father Enki with a matter of severe gravity. "Father, Enlil's 3 sons have married. Ninurta with Ba'u, daughter of Anu, Nanar married Ningal, and Ishkur married Shala. Your son Nergal has married Ereshkigal, Enlil's granddaughter, forcing consent after threatening to take her life. Nergal did not wait for his espousal despite being his firstborn. Now it's my turn, father. I want a wife. I want to choose a bride." Enki smiled and said, "Your words make me happy. Your mother will be too." Marduk raised his hand to interrupt such happiness. Enki asked, "Is it one of the young women who heal and give aid?" Marduk said, "She is a descendant of Adapa, a terrestrial, not from Nibiru." Enki was speechless and looked bewildered. A prince of Nibiru, a titled firstborn for succession, marrying a terrestrial? Not just any terrestrial, but his own descendant, Marduk said. "Her name is Sarpanit." Enki brought the matter to his daughter, Alalu's wife, Damkina, also known as Ninki, Lady of the Earth. Marduk explained, "On one of the journeys I took with Enki to the heavens, I witnessed with my own eyes something my father had told me. Step by step, we created a being like us, here on this planet. It was when he was explaining to Enki about heaven and earth that one of his daughters captivated me." Ninki pondered her son's words. "And does this young woman appreciate your gaze?" she asked. "Certainly," Marduk said. Enki raised his voice. "This is not a matter to be considered. If our son were to do this, he could never go to Nibiru with his wife and would forever lose his rights as a prince of Nibiru." Marduk smiled bitterly. "My rights over Nibiru are non-existent. Even on Earth, my rights as firstborn were trampled upon. This is my decision. From Prince of Nibiru to King of the Earth, I will be the Lord of this planet." "So be it," said Ninki. "So be it," said Enki. Enki then told his brothers, Enlil and Ninmah, of Marduk's decision. Both were horrified. Enlil said, "It's different for the father to have relations with the earthlings and for the son to decide to marry one of them." Ninmah said, "He could marry a half-sister as is the royal custom." Enlil conveyed the news to Anu on Nibiru. Anu said he could not consent. In the rulebooks there was nothing on this matter. He called upon the advisors and the wise men. They explained that Adapa, the progenitor, could not stay on Nibiru. And so, if Adapa could not stay on Nibiru, Sarpanit, his daughter, would also be prohibited from going there, and Marduk also could not go to Nibiru. Some sages and advisors said that Marduk was accustomed to the life cycles of Earth, and that even without Sarpanit, he could possibly never visit Nibiru. By mutual agreement, Anu confirmed and decided to communicate the decision to the Anunnaki on Earth. Marduk can marry, but he will no longer be a prince of Nibiru. Enki, Enlil, and Marduk agreed with the decision. Ninki said, "Let us celebrate the wedding, and let the party be in Eridu. I myself will prepare the celebration." Enki added, "Let us make a gift. Let us designate for them a domain far from Eden in other lands." Enlil thought for a moment and asked, "What land and what domains are you talking about?" Enki replied, "A domain above Abzu, in the land that reaches the upper sea. It is separated from Eden by the waters and can be reached by boats." Enlil consented, saying, "So be it." Thus, the celebration took place in Eridu. The celebration was grand, and the number of gifts was also. To the sound of 7 tambourines, the bride sisters presented the wife. It was a great gathering of civilized earthlings. For them, the wedding was a coronation. Young Anunnaki were also present, and the Igigi of Lamu came in great numbers to witness the union between Nibiru and Earth. 200 Igigi were present at the wedding celebration of the Lamu leader Marduk. But Enki and Enlil did not know the true intention of the Igigi. The Anunnaki leaders on Earth did not know why there were so many Igigi and what was happening. It was on Lamu, before the celebration, that a crowd gathered. Among the workers, one of the Igigi had taken the lead and raised his voice before the others. His name was Shamgaz. And what Shamgaz did was represent what the Igigi felt. Enough of suffering and loneliness. If the leader Marduk could, they also had the right. They wanted to have Earth's women for themselves. They wanted to marry and have children. They called the Earthlings Adapite females, Shamgaz said. "Come and let us choose wives among the Adapite females. Let us generate sons and daughters in them. And if there is punishment to be imposed, I alone will assume it for all of you. And even if none of you accompany me, I will take action alone." One by one, the Igigi gathered and made an oath. And so 200 of them arrived at Marduk's wedding, descending through the landing place. They arrived at the great platform on the Mountain of Cedars. And from there, they traveled to Eridu with a crowd of Earthlings. And it was at the end of the union celebration between Marduk and Sarpanit that, by a previously agreed signal, Shamgaz alerted everyone else. And the Igigi, each of them, took an earthly maiden, and they went with them to the mountains of cedars in the landing place. They gathered in a fortress and sent their words to the Anunnaki leaders. Enough of deprivation and not having offspring. We want to marry the Adipite women. You must bless this desire, otherwise we will destroy everything on earth with the power of fire. The Anunnaki leaders were scared. They told Marduk that he should take care of the situation. And Marduk said, "If I have to seek a solution, my heart will be in agreement with the Igigi. I cannot forbid them what I have done myself." Enki and Ninmah reluctantly agreed. Enlil was furious. "Our pride and our sacred mission have been abandoned. By our hands, this planet will be invaded by crowds of Earthlings. One wrongdoing was followed by another. Enki started it, Marduk continued it, and now they are an example for hundreds of Igigi." Enlil continued with much displeasure. "Let it not be on earth, let them be let out." Marduk spoke. "On Lamu the situation is unbearable and survival is not possible. This is a fact that we all know." Enlil said angrily, "They will not stay in the Eden. They cannot stay in the Eden." And after his words, he left annoyed. In his heart, Enlil plotted things against Marduk and the Earthlings. And so, for some time, on the landing platform, next to the Cedars Mountains, the Igigi were isolated with the earthly women, descendants of Adapa. And soon, the first children were born. They were called children of the spaceships. Likewise, Marduk and his wife Sarpanit also had children. The first two were named Asar and Satu, and as previously agreed, Marduk and Sarpanit were granted domains above the Abzu. And to accompany them, Marduk invited the Igigi to live in 2 cities he had built for his children. Some of the Igigi accepted, others did not. Some Igigi and their children arrived in the domains of the Dark Land, while Shamgaz and others stayed on the landing platform in the Cedars Mountains and extended their domains to the lands of high mountains far to the east. Meanwhile, Marduk increased his own strength among the Earthlings, and in those days Ninurta asked his father Enlil, "What are Enki and Marduk plotting?" To which Enlil replied, "The earth will be inherited by the Earthlings." And he continued telling Ninurta, "Go and meet the descendants of Cain, and with them prepare your own domains." Thus, Ninurta, son of Enlil, met the descendants of Cain, and with them established a new land and a city with towers. Ninurta taught the descendants of Cain how to make tools and interpret music, showed them mining techniques, refining and casting. He taught them to build balsa wood boats so they could cross a great sea. It was a domain beyond the seas, not the mountainous land of the new Sky-Earth link. They were the domains of Ninurta, of the Enlil clan. Those were the days of Lumak, also a descendant of Adapa. In those days, Lumak was still the overseer who reduced the rations of the Earthlings in Eden. And Lumak married Batanash, the daughter of his father's brother. Enki asked Marduk, his son, to take Lumak to his domains to teach the Earthlings how to build a city. And so, Marduk called Lumak to his lands. But this was an unusual request with a clear purpose. It turns out that Batanash, Lumak's wife, was stunningly beautiful. and one of the great Anunnaki was enchanted by such beauty. Enki intended to have Batanash in his arms, and so, to protect Batanash, who was left alone in Lumak's absence, Enki engineered her trip to Shurubak in the city of Ninmah, the refuge city. And after this, Enki went to Shurubak to visit his sister, and Batanash was bathing when Enki found her, and having found her, he had intimacy with her. Knowing her, pregnancy soon followed, and warnings were given to Lumak to return. Thus, a boy was born, and this shocked everyone. Lumak held him in his arms and could not understand what he saw. The boy had white skin like snow, hair the color of wool, and his eyes were like the sky, bright and shining. "I'm confused," said Lumak. "He doesn't look like an earthling." Matushal, Lumak's father, also met the boy and demanded the truth from Batanash's words. "Is he the son of one of the Igigi?" And Batanash said, "None of the Igigi is his father." Matushal calmly put his arm around Lumak's shoulder and said, "The boy is a mystery, but a strange omen has been revealed. He is unique and has been chosen by destiny for a unique task. What that task is, I do not know, but at the appropriate time it will be known. May the son who was born, strange as he is, be an omen that rest is coming." During the days of Lumak, times were tough. The days were colder, and the skies were devoid of rain. Harvests dwindled in the fields, and there were few lambs in the pens. Batanash, the mother, did not reveal her son's secret to Matushal or Lumak. Ninmah granted the boy her support and affection. Enki adored him greatly and taught him to read Adappa's writings. The boy, still young, learned to observe and perform the priestly rituals. It was the 10th Shar, and the boy was called Zusudra, the one with long and bright days of life. He grew up in Shurubak, and there he met Emzara, whom he married and had 3 children with. In those days, suffering on earth had intensified. Plagues and famine were being felt. Humans and Anunnaki suffered from the recent events, and in those days, the Anunnaki feared for their own safety and for everything happening on earth. In the eyes of Enlil, the mission of the Anunnaki on earth had become perverted. For him, the noisy and strident masses of earthlings had become an anathema. Enlil said that the earthlings' declarations were oppressive and that their unions kept him awake at night. Ninmah interceded on behalf of the earthlings, saying that it would be useful to teach them how to heal themselves so that they could medicate themselves. But Enlil did not respond positively to her pleas. In the lands where earthlings lived and proliferated, waters did not grow in their sources, and the earth had closed its belly. It was the vegetation that did not sprout. Enki also pleaded to be able to teach fishing and sustenance from the seas, to which Enlil also prohibited by decree. Over time, hunger and diseases increased. During one Shar, the earthlings ate the herbs of the field, and so the second and the 3rd Shar also arrived. It was Enlil's revenge. Zayusudra, the spokesman for the earthlings, traveled to Eridu and called for Enki, his lord. He pleaded for help and salvation, but Enki was unable to take any action due to Enlil's decrees. In those times, even the Anunnaki feared their fate. Their own rations diminished, and the changes that occurred also affected them. Both on Earth and on Lamu, the seasons had lost their regularity. For 2 Shars, they studied the celestial movements of Nibiru. Strange events were taking unknown paths. Something was happening around the sun and its family. Kishar had lost its host, and the sculpted bracelet was stretched and pushed by invisible forces. In Nibiru, the wise men sounded the alarm. They said that the creator of all was returning the heavens to primitive days. Some voices among the people rose to say that the creator was angry. On earth, the tribulations increased while fear and hunger spread. Nergal and Ereshkigal observed the instruments in front of the White Land. There were 4 shars of observation. They detected tremors and earthquakes, and they realized that the White Land had started to slide. The words about the fact were sent to Enlil and addressed by him to Nibiru. And so came the 5th and the 6th shar. And there, on the planet of the Anunnaki, the wise men also observed and sounded the alarm once again. They told King Anu that the next time Nibiru approached, the earth would be exposed and the ice and snow on the surface of the White Land would slide, causing a calamity of water. The wise men said that the land would be engulfed by a gigantic wave. It was a flood approaching. In Nibiru, the consternation was great. The insecurity in the face of Nibiru's own fate was frightening. What would happen? The king, the wise men, and the counselors were concerned. In Abzu, the gold mines were closed, and the Anunnaki left for Eden. In Bad Tabira, the smelting and refining also stopped, and all the gold that was there was hastily sent to Nibiru. Ships departed from the planet of the Anunnaki towards the Earth, preparing for a rapid evacuation. And it was in one of the ships that arrived on Earth that a white-haired Anunnaki presented himself. With majestic steps, he demonstrated a sealed message from Anu to the Lord of the Command on Earth. Enlil received the message and observed that Anu's seal was intact and authentic. Enlil was surprised. In Nibru-Ki, he read the tablet's message and observed that the coding was entirely trustworthy. The Anunnaki who arrived was called Galzu and spoke on behalf of the king and the council. Anu's message said, "Galzu's words are my orders." Galzu was from the same school as Ninma, but he appeared much younger. Ninma said she didn't remember him. Besides, she seemed like an old crone compared to him. The explanation was simple and part of his mission on Earth, Galzu revealed. The cause is the winter sleep cycles, but it's not just that. There is a secret related to evacuation. Since Dumuzi was in Nibiru, the Anunnaki who returned were examined. Their bodies were no longer accustomed to Nibiru's cycles. Their sleep was disturbed, their vision was failing, and Nibiru's network of power weighed heavily on their steps. Their minds were affected, and their children were older than their parents. It was observed that those who stayed on Earth for longer were the most affected upon returning. Death came quickly to the returned, said Galzu. And I'm here to warn you. Enki, Enlil, and Ninma remained in a somber silence. And Ninma was the first to speak. As expected, she said. Enki, the wise one, agreed with her words. It was evident. Enlil, however, was filled with anger. Before, the Earthlings were becoming like us, but now we are becoming like the Earthlings. We will be trapped on this planet. The entire mission has turned into a nightmare. With Enki and his Earthlings, we will end up being their slaves. Galzu listened to everyone with compassion, including Enlil's explosive outburst. Then he said, "Indeed, there is much to reflect upon." Deep questions were raised in Nibiru. Should we have perhaps left Nibiru to its own fate? Or was the arrival on Earth conceived by the Creator of all? Perhaps we, the Anunnaki, were nothing more than unconscious emissaries of the entire mission and plan of the Creator of all. The debate on this matter, my friends, will continue, but I want to tell you the reason for my arrival and Nibiru's secret order. The three of you must stay on Earth, and you will only return to Nibiru towards death. As you wait for the great calamity, you must encircle the Earth and wait. The Igigi who married Earthlings must choose between leaving or staying with their marriages. No Earthling, including Sarpanit, will be allowed to travel to Nibiru. Those who wish to stay to observe their fate must protect themselves inside the celestial ships. As for everyone else, they must be prepared to depart for Nibiru immediately. In light of Galzu's words, Enlil called a meeting in Nibru-Ki. Thus, the Anunnaki commanders, their children, and the Igigi gathered. Enlil spoke and told them about the secret of the imminent calamity. Our mission on Earth has come to a bitter end. Those who wish to leave in celestial ships stop for evacuation. Those who have married Earthlings will have to go without their wives. Those who wish to stay must lead their wives and descendants to the highest peaks of the Earth. And for the Anunnaki who decide to stay, they should find a place in the celestial ships that will remain outside to witness the fate of Earth. As commander, I will be the first to stay. The others decide for yourselves. Ninurta spoke up. I will stay with my father and face the calamity, and after the flood passes, I will return to the lands beyond the oceans. Nanar, Enlil's eldest son on Earth, announced that he wished to await the flood on the moon. Enki had a strange expression on his face. Enlil, perplexed by what Nanar had said, nevertheless agreed. Ishkur declared that he would stay on Earth with Enlil. Utu and Inanna, Nanar's children, declared their desire to stay as well. Enki and Ninki proudly announced that they had chosen to stay and not abandon the Earth. Marduk angrily said, I will not abandon the Igigi or Sarpanit. Thus, one by one, the other sons of Enki announced their decision to stay. Nergal and Gibel, Ninagal and Ningishzida, as well as Dumuzi. So everyone turned their attention to Ninmah, who also proudly revealed her decision to stay, announcing, My whole life is here. The Earthlings are my creatures. I will not abandon them. Upon Ninmah's words, the Anunnaki and Igigi asked, What will become of the Earthlings? To which Enlil replied, The Earthlings, with all their abominations, let them perish. Enki shouted in response, A strange being was created by us, and we must save him. Enlil also shouted, On every occasion you have modified decisions. You gave procreation to the primitive workers, endowed them with knowledge. You took in your hands the powers of the Creator of all, only to soil yourself with abominations. You conceived Adapa through fornication. You gave understanding to his lineage. You raised his descendants to the heavens, sharing our wisdom with them. You broke all the rules, ignored all decisions and orders. Because of you, an earthling brother killed another. Because of your son Marduk, the Igigi imitated him and married earthling women. No one knows who is the Lord of Nibiru and to whom the earth belongs. Enough. That's all I have to say. Enough! The abomination must not continue. Let what will happen, happen. And so, let everyone take an oath, and let everyone swear not to intervene in events. Enlil, in the council of the Anunnaki and Igigi in Nibru-Ki, demanded an oath from everyone. The first to swear the oath was Ninurta. and from Enlil's clan, everyone did so. Next, Enki's sons spoke up. Nergal bowed in respect. Marduk told Enlil he agreed, but questioned what the point of the oath was. If the Igigi abandoned their wives, wouldn't fear be spread among the earthlings? Ninmah was in tears, and whispered weakly the words of the oath. Enlil stared fixedly at Enki. "Why do you want to bind me to an oath?" Enki questioned. "The decision is yours, and on Earth it is a command. You want to make it seem like a mere chance? Let it be known as Enlil's decision, and let the responsibility fall on Enlil forever," Enki announced. And having said these words, Enki left the assembly. Marduk went with him. Turmoil erupted, and quickly Enlil brought order with swift words of command. Next, the organization began, and as was natural, Enlil, being a skilled commander, coordinated the activities. The first to depart were those who would return to Nibiru. And it was not one or two, but several ships that left. Next was the turn of Marduk and the Igigi with their earthling wives. Marduk gave them a choice, to go with him, Sarpanit, 2 sons and daughters to Lamu, and wait there for the end of the calamity, or to disperse into the distant mountainous lands of the earth to find refuge. Enlil counted those who stayed and assigned ships to them by groups. Then he ordered Ninurta to go to the mountainous lands beyond the oceans to report on the rumbling of the earth. Continuing on, Nergal and Ereshkigal were tasked with monitoring the White Earth. Enlil assigned his son Ishkur to watch out for any advances by the Earthlings. His mission was to prohibit access and to raise and reinforce barriers and locks. The celestial ship place, Sipar, was the center of all preparations. It was there that Enlil established the temporary heaven-earth link and conducted the destiny tablets that came from Nibruki. Enlil explained to Enki that the tablets of records should be buried in the depths of the earth in Sipar, so that in the future, what was done on one planet could one day be discovered on another. Enki approved his brother's words and stored the Emi and other tablets in golden chests. And so, in the depths of the earth, they were buried in Sipar for posterity. With everything arranged, the leaders waited for the signal to depart. And they watched with apprehension as Nibiru approached on its great return. The signs were clear. The signs in the heavens revealed that the hour was getting closer and closer. It was at this moment that Enki addressed his sister, Ninmah, turning his attention to the other living creatures. He said, Enlil directed all his concern towards the earthlings, but he forgot about all the other living creatures. When the flood inundates the earth, all creatures will be condemned, including those whose seeds of life came from Nibiru. Let's preserve the seed of life. Let's extract their vital essences to protect them. I will do this in Shurubak, said Ninmah, and you will do it with the living creatures of Abzu. So while the others waited anxiously, Enki and Ninmah undertook a challenging task. In Shurubak, Ninmah had the assistance of some of her assistants. Enki had the help of Ningishzida in Abzu, in the ancient House of Life. They collected the male and female essences as well as the eggs of life. Thus, in pairs, males and females, they preserved them in both Abzu and Shurubak. And then the trumpet sounded and the alarm went off. Ninurta announced, "The thunder on earth is terrifying." From the white earth, Nergal and Ereshkigal declared, the white earth shook. In Sipar, in the celestial ship place, The Anunnaki gathered to wait for the flood, and it was at this moment, as the tension of the wait grew, that Enki in his abode fell asleep. The time had come and the white land trembled. The destiny was unchangeable, and the great catastrophe was approaching more and more. In the days leading up to the day of the deluge, the earth shook and groaned as if in pain. At night, Nibiru shone in the sky as if it were the brightest star. Then there was darkness during the day, and at night the moon seemed to have been swallowed by a monster. The earth shook with an unprecedented force. In Sipar, the Anunnaki awaited the starting signal. They were all gathered. Meanwhile, in his dwelling, Enki fell asleep. It was then that a dream vision enveloped him in mystery and hope. Before him walked a bright and radiant man, as if he were the heavens themselves. And as he approached, he could see that it was Galzu, the white-haired Anunnaki. In his right hand, he held a stylus, and in his left hand, a smooth and shiny lapis lazuli tablet. Galzu said, "Your accusations against Enlil are unjustified, for he was only telling the truth. And the decision, which, as Enlil's decision will be known, I must say was destiny, and not him who made it. Now take fate into your own hands, so that the earthlings can inherit the earth." I come to bring you the will of the Creator of all. Summon your son, Jusudra, and reveal to him the impending calamity, without breaking your oath. Instruct him to build a vessel that can remain submerged. Tell him that the construction to be made must withstand an avalanche of water. The vessel must be similar to the one on this tablet that I present to you. Let him save himself and his family, and let him take with him the seed of everything that is valuable, whether plants or animals. And with the stylus, Galzu drew an image on the tablet. He left the tablet engraved next to Enki's bed. And after the image disappeared, the dream vision ended, and shaking, Enki woke up. The vision was enigmatic, but revealing. Enki lay in his bed reflecting with astonishment. What omen could this be? And as he looked around, he saw that the tablet was by his side. What he had dreamed had materialized before him. On the tablet, some measures were visible, and they were the exact measurements of the vessel. Immediately, Enki sent emissaries to find Galzu so that he could speak with him. However, he was surprised. They told him that Galzu had long since returned to Nibiru. Enki was perplexed and struggling to understand such a mystery and omen. Although unable to unravel what had happened, the message was clear. So, secretly that night, Enki went to the reed hut where Ziusudra was sleeping. And in front of the reed hut, Enki spoke not to Ziusudra but to the wall of the hut. Wake up, said Enki to the wall of reeds. Pay attention to my instructions. A storm will fall upon the earth and sweep away all the cities. Humanity and its offspring will all be destroyed. This is the final decision. It is the word of the assembly convened by Enlil. The decision is made and announced by Anu, Enlil, and Ninmah. Now listen to my words and observe the message that I transmit to you. Leave your home, build a boat. Renounce your possessions and save your life. Reed Hut, pay attention. You have only 7 days. Build a boat that can rotate and survive the flood. Make sure the boat is completely covered and that the sun cannot be seen inside it. Its design and measurements are described on a tablet. I will leave it here, next to the wall of the Reed Hut. Remember, you have 7 days. Build the boat and gather your family and relatives. Stack up food and drinking water. Also take domestic animals. Then, on the appointed day, a signal will be given. I will send an Anunnaki as a guide, who will be appointed by me and who knows the waters. He will come to you. On that day, you must get into the boat and close the hatch tightly. A crushing flood coming from the south will devastate the land and all life. The boat will break loose from its moorings, and then it will rotate and spin under the impact of the water. The echo of Enki's voice still rang in Ziusudra's ears when he was awakened by his words. Enki was hiding behind the Reed Hut and speaking in front of the wall. His message was clear. A terrible storm was approaching, and the destruction of all humanity was imminent. Ziusudra understood that he was only his own seed, the salvation of humanity. Ziusudra was paralyzed with fear and fell to his knees, begging to see Enki's face. But Enki refused. He had explained everything that was possible and made it clear that Ziusudra could not see his face. Otherwise, he would die. And if the people ask, continued Enki, say that Lord Enlil was angry with Enki, and that you will sail to the Abzu, so that perhaps Lord Enlil will calm down? Then there was silence, and Ziusudra left the Reed Hut, finding the tablet that Enki had mentioned. On the tablet was a boat drawn just as Enki had described. The tablet glimmered in this moonlight. Ziusudra returned to the hut with only one certainty. Something serious would indeed happen. The next morning, Ziusudra met the people and told them that he was condemned due to Enlil's irritation with Enki. He explained about Enlil's hostility and that he could not even set foot in the Eden. Thus, he should build a boat to find Lord Enki in his domain in the Abzu. Upon hearing the news, the entire town mobilized to assist in building a boat. It was a massive ark, and the people were anxious. Everyone wanted to help and witness Ziusudra's departure, as this would mean speaking with Enki and appeasing Enlil's wrath. In this way, everyone would assist. Many sacrificed their own livelihoods to provide for Enlil. While some carried wood and helped with construction, others applied pitch. Ziusudra called for all who desired to seek the protection of Lord Enki in the Abzu to join the ark. Some artisans heeded his call. And then 6 days passed. It was on the 7th day, the day of the deluge, that Ninagal, the lord of the great waters, Enki's envoy, arrived. He was one of the great Lord Enki's sons and carried with him a cedar wood box. Ziusudra invited Ninagal aboard. The vessel was massive and well-equipped to withstand the imminent storm. So, Ziusudra and Ninagal waited for the 7th day. In the sky, the stars heralded the age of Leo. This was the 120th Shar. This was Ziusudra's 10th Shar of life. Suddenly, a dark cloud appeared on the horizon, obscuring the morning light. At that moment, a strange shadow of death covered the earth. Thunder rumbled and echoed across the planet, while lightning illuminated the skies. In Sipar, Utu gave the signal. "Depart! Depart!" he shouted to the other Anunnaki. The gods rose in their celestial ships toward the sky. Ninagal, Enki's Anunnaki envoy, could see the storm approaching from 18 leagues away. "Lock the door," Ninagal shouted to Ziusudra. His cry echoed throughout Shurubak, announcing the arrival of the greatest storm ever seen. The heavens opened, and a terrifying roar rose from the depths of the earth. Ziusudra and Ninagal, in their hastily constructed boat, felt the water violently agitating the hull. They had to close the gates. In a coordinated movement, both pulled the door that concealed the vessel's only entrance. The construction was completely sealed, and darkness engulfed everything. The waves crashed with force, but inside the vessel, nothing could be heard except the muffled sound of the ocean. The deluge began with a deafening roar, and the whole earth shook. In the white land, at the bottom of the earth, the plates shook the foundations and moved violently. The ice broke and was dragged by the invisible forces of Nibiru's network. Huge blocks of ice collided, fragmenting the icy landscape. Suddenly, a gigantic wave rose, and the sky seemed to touch the sea. A fierce wind arose, blowing the waters to the north. The waters reached the lands of Abzu. From there, the wall of water advanced towards the inhabited lands of Eden. When the wall of water reached Shurubak, the moorings of the ark loosened, and the vessel was swallowed by the waters. Ziusudra and Ninagal felt the vessel being thrown around, as if they were in an aquatic abyss. Outside, the walls of water swallowed those who could not take shelter. The ground vanished, and there was only water on all sides. Before the day could end, the wall of water gained strength and speed, heading towards the high mountains. The Anunnaki observed the earth as they circled in their celestial ships, pressed against the outer walls of the ships. They were anxious to see what was happening on Earth. The waters had covered everything, and the world they knew had been transformed forever. Ninmah cried. She was desperate with what she saw. She said that her creatures were drowning. Inanna also cried, lamenting that everything on Earth had turned into clay. The Anunnaki in the other ships watched with humility and admiration the power of nature. Some spoke of the fruits of the earth. Many desired the pleasure and taste of fermented fruit juice, but it was no longer possible. The Anunnaki consoled each other, certain that everything that existed before was destroyed and had turned to mud. Like a mortal battle, the storm swept people, mountains, and all lands with overwhelming speed. After the huge wave that swept the planet, the floodgates of heaven opened, and a torrential rain flooded the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. The peaks of the great mountains had become small islands in the vast sea that the planet had become. The flood, followed by the torrential rain, had modified all the landscapes of the planet and transformed everything into a great watery planet, reminiscent of the ancient Tiamat. However, in the course of the days, the water began to recede little by little. As in the beginning, the waters joined their basins, and 40 days after the start of the deluge, the rain also ceased. Only Ziusudra's vessel, built under Enki's guidance, had survived. Ziusudra opened the hatch and could see the sunlight. He felt a light breeze on his face. He discovered that the water had receded, and that he was now adrift in a vast and infinite ocean. Ziusudra observed the destruction and lamented the loss of all humanity and all other forms of life. Ziusudra said, "No one survived, except for us. But there is still no solid land for us to walk on." Ninagal, the Anunnaki indicated by Enki, led the boat towards the twin mountains of Arata, where Ziusudra hoped to find solid ground. Impatiently, Ziusudra released birds to check for any signs of life and solid ground. First, he released a swallow, then a raven, but both returned to the boat. Finally, he released a dove, which returned with an olive branch in its beak. Ziusudra had discovered it. There was solid ground nearby. Thus, a few days later, the boat settled on one of the rocks. Ziusudra opened the impenetrable door of the boat and stepped out. Once again, he felt the gentle breeze and saw the sun. He hurriedly called his wife Emzara and their children. Ziusudra then thanked Lord Enki for his survival. With some stones, he built an altar to offer a sacrifice. He chose a sheep and lit the fire, and on the altar he made his offering to Enki, his lord. At that time, in the skies and sheltered by their celestial ships, the Anunnaki observed the waters receding little by little. Enlil looked at Enki and said, "Let us make use of the small ships to descend onto the peak of Arata. Let us observe closely. Let us review what happened and what needs to be done." Thus, Enki and Enlil descended on the peak of Arata, while other Anunnaki, aboard other celestial ships, continued to circle the earth. Upon landing on solid ground, the brothers looked at each other and greeted each other. It was then that the smell of Ziusudra's sacrifice could be felt. "What is this?" Enlil asked. "What is this smell? Where is the fire coming from? The smell of roasted meat? Did someone survive the flood?" He stared at Enki with great anger. Enki responded subtly, "Let's go where the smell leads us and find out what happened." Then the brothers entered the smaller ships again. They flew over the peak of Arata and could see Ziusudra's boat. They landed their ships next to the Great Ark. Ziusudra, Emzara, their children, and the other survivors could be seen, as well as Ninagal, Enki's son. It was then that Enlil had another fit of rage, and his fury knew no bounds. Enlil lunged at Enki. He was willing to kill his brother with his own hands. It was then that Enki revealed to him the greatest of secrets. "He is not a mere mortal. He is my son," Enki shouted, pointing in the direction of Ziusudra. For a brief moment, Enlil doubted what Enki had said. And then he accused him. "You have broken your oath." "No," said Enki. "I spoke to a reed wall. I did not speak directly to Ziusudra, and I did this only because of a dream vision," said Enki. Enki then told Enlil about the dream vision he had and what Galzu, the emissary of the creator of all, had told him. Ninagal, Enki's son, called out to the other Anunnaki who also heard the account of events. When Ninurta and Ninmah heard about it, they did not feel angry. Ninurta said that the survival of humanity was the will of the creator of all. And he said this to his father, Enlil. Ninmah, in turn, vowed never to allow the destruction of humanity again. She spoke these same words while touching her crystal necklace, a gift from her father, Anu. Then she added, "By my oath, the annihilation of humanity will never be repeated." Enlil softened his heart. He realized that the survival of humanity was inevitable. So he approached Ziusudra and his wife Emzara in a gentle and peaceful manner and blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and thus populate the earth." Thus, peace was sealed between the Anunnaki and the Earthlings. The clans of Enki and Enlil had come to a conclusion. Ziusudra and his family survived in the Ark, whose construction had been guided by Enki in a dream vision in direct contact with a message from the creator of all. That was the end of the ancient times. The ancient times had begun with the first landing and ended with the flood. In those days, the flood had subsided and the earth's surface was gradually being revealed. The mountains remained untouched, but the valleys were covered in mud and sediment. From their heavenly ships and smaller vessels, the Anunnaki observed the landscapes. Everything that had existed in the ancient cities, in Eden and Abzu, was now buried beneath the mud. Eridu, Nibruki, Shurubak, and Sipar had all vanished, swallowed by the waters and transformed into mud. Everything was entirely gone. From their ships, the Anunnaki circled the earth, and in the distance they saw the great stone platform atop the Cedar Mountains shimmering in the sunlight. The landing place established in the olden times was still there. The smaller ships touched down on the platform, which was intact. In the launch corners, the enormous stone blocks remained firm. Clearing debris and tree branches, the first to land signaled the other ships, and one by one, the heavenly ships landed on the platform. News was sent to Marduk on Lamu and Nanar on the moon, and they too returned to Earth, landing on the landing platform. Then the Anunnaki and the Igigi gathered, and Enlil called a meeting. Enlil said that they had survived the flood, but the entire Earth had been devastated. All means of recovery must be assessed, whether on Earth or elsewhere. Marduk spoke up saying that Lamu was devastated, its atmosphere sucked away and its waters evaporated by Nibiru's passage. The Lamu they once knew was no more, now a place of dust storms. Nanar added that the moon could not sustain life on its own. One could only stay there with eagle masks, otherwise survival was impossible. Nanar continued, saying that Tiamat's army leader must be immortalized, connected to Earth's fate. Enlil lovingly placed his arms on his son's shoulder, stating that their current priority was survival and sustenance. Enlil summoned Enki, his brother, and announced that they would inspect the sealed creation chamber, searching for the seeds of Nibiru. Next to the platform, they cleared away some mud and found the ancient well. They removed the stone blocking the entrance and entered the sanctuary. They discovered sealed diorite chests and opened them with a copper key, revealing crystal vessels containing Nibiru's grain seeds. They were still there. Enlil handed the seeds to Ninurta, instructing him to build terraces in the mountains so that the grains of Nibiru could grow. This way, they would once again have bread from the cereals. In the Cedar Mountains and other mountains too, Ninurta built dams at the waterfalls, constructed terraces, and taught Ziusudra's eldest son about cultivation and planting. Meanwhile, Enlil assigned his youngest son Ishkur another task. Go where the waters have receded and find any remaining fruit trees. So Ziusudra's youngest son was tasked with fruit cultivation. The first fruit they found was the vine brought by Ninmah. Ziusudra drank its juice and immediately fell asleep as if intoxicated. That's when Enki surprised everyone. He offered a gift to the Anunnaki and the inhabitants of Earth. Enki opened the ark carried by Ninagal and announced that the vital essentials and life eggs could be combined in the wombs of the quadruped animals aboard Ziusudra's vessel. Enki said that sheep would multiply, providing wool and meat, and other living creatures would populate the Earth. Thus, Enki also orchestrated Earth's reconstruction. Dumuzi was assigned the task of herding with the help of Ziusudra's middle son. Then Enki focused on the dark-hued landmass where his and his son's domains were. At the confluence of powerful waters, Ninagal built dams in the mountains and channeled the violent waters of the waterfalls into a lake. Enki, along with Marduk, surveyed the lands between the Abzu and the Great Sea, contemplating how to drain the river valley where dwellings once stood. In the middle of the river, where the river waters cascaded, he raised an island and carved out 2 caves within it. He created stone channels above them, cut 2 channels in the rocks, and shaped 2 straits. This way, the waters flowing from the plateaus could be slowed down or sped up. He regulated the waters using dams and sluice gates, raising the winding river valley through the cave island, the island of Abu. In the land of the 2 Narrows, Enki created a dwelling for Dumuzi and the shepherds. Joy and satisfaction filled the Anunnaki's hearts on Earth. and Enlil relayed the news to Nibiru. However, on the Anunnaki's planet, words of concern were spoken. The damage was not only on Earth and Lamu, but Nibiru too had suffered greatly. The shield made of gold dust was torn, and the atmosphere was thinning once again. New shipments of gold to Nibiru were urgently needed. Enki traveled to the Abzu with his son Jebel, intending to research and search for gold. However, they were met with shocking and disheartening news. All the gold mines had vanished, buried under a massive flood. Enki and Enlil contacted Nibiru and relayed the news to their home planet. They reported that the city of Bad Tabira in Eden no longer existed, and there was no landing place for the ships in Sipar. The hundreds of Anunnaki who worked in the mines and Bad Tabira had vanished from Earth. The Earthlings who had served as primitive workers had turned to clay after the flood. Earth could no longer provide the gold Nibiru so desperately needed. Despair was felt both on Nibiru and Earth. During this time, Ninurta completed his mission in the Cedar Mountains and traveled to the land of mountains across the oceans. From there, he sent astonishing and surprising news. The deluge had cut deeply into the mountainsides, revealing countless amounts of gold in large and small nuggets in the rivers below. The gold was pure and did not require refining or smelting. Ninurta reported that gold was everywhere. Enki and Enlil hurriedly traveled to the distant land of mountains and marveled at the discovery. Pure gold that needed no refining or smelting was abundant. "This is a miracle," Enki told Enlil. "What was done by Nibiru has been corrected by Nibiru." Enlil responded, "The invisible hand of the creator of all allowed life on Nibiru." But the leaders wondered, who could now collect the gold, and how would they be sent to Nibiru? Ninurta had an answer for the first question. On his journey to the high mountain lands across the oceans, he found not only gold, but survivors as well. He revealed to the other Anunnaki that there were 4 surviving brother and sister pairs who had saved themselves on rafts. They were descendants of Kain and knew how to manipulate metals. The survivors were on an island, the mountain's peak transformed into an island. They called Ninurta the Great Protector and remembered him as a guardian of their ancestors. Upon hearing this news, even Enlil, who had planned the end of all Earthlings, was not angered. They all said to themselves and others, "It is the will of the Creator of all." The Anunnaki then created a new landing place for the celestial ships to enable direct travel between the new gold extraction site and Nibiru. They sought a dry, hardened plain and found it near the landing place on a desolate peninsula. The site was flat, like a calm lake, and surrounded by white mountains. To facilitate flight navigation between Earth and Nibiru, Enlil suggested to Enki that they could reproduce the celestial pathways on Earth. They decided to reflect the celestial paths of Anu and Enlil on our planet. Then, Enlil measured the distances of the heavens and marked a grand design on a tablet for everyone on Earth to see. It was decided that the landing place in the Cedar Mountains would be part of the facilities. Next, Enlil measured the distance between the landing place and the place of the ships, designating a new location for a new mission control center at the center. In that position, he selected a suitable hill and named it Mount of Way Showing. Enlil ordered the construction of a stone platform, similar but smaller than the one at the landing place. In the center, a large stone was carved inside and out to house a new link between heaven and earth. A new navel of the earth, a new earth center to establish the function of Nibiru Ki before the flood. The landing shortcut was anchored in the north at the twin peaks of Arata. To mark the landing corridor, Enlil needed 2 more sets of twin peaks to define the corridor's boundaries and ensure ascent and descent. In the southern part of the desolate peninsula, a mountainous area, Enlil chose adjacent twin peaks where he anchored the southern boundary. However, where the second set of twin peaks was needed, there were no mountains. Only a plain above the valley, flooded by waters, rose from the ground. Ningishzida suggested to the other Anunnaki, artificial peaks can be erected on it. So, on a tablet, he drew the image of smooth peaks rising to the sky. If this can be done, let it be, Enlil approved. Let them also serve as beacons. Above the plain, over the river valley, Ningishzida built a model. He perfected the ascending angles and the 4 smooth sides. Next to it, he placed a larger peak, its sides oriented to the 4 corners of the earth. The Anunnaki cut and erected stones with their powerful tools. Beside the first peak, in a precise location, they raised its twin peak. They carefully designed galleries and chambers for pulsating crystals. When this enormous peak rose to the heavens, the leaders were invited to place the capstone on it. Gibel prepared a mixture of electrum, from which the apex stone was made. The sunlight reflected to the horizon, and it was like a pillar of fire at night. It focused a beam to the heavens, harnessing the power of all the crystals. When the work proposed by Ningishzida was completed, the Anunnaki entered the great twin peaks and marveled at what they saw. They gave it a name and called it Ekur, house which like a mountain is. It was a great beacon for the heavens. They told themselves that the Anunnaki who survived the great flood would always triumph, and so they proclaimed it. Now, the new place of the celestial ships could receive gold from lands beyond the seas, and from there, the ships could depart for Nibiru, carrying survival and leading to salvation. From the east, where the sun rises on the appointed day, they shall ascend. To the southwest, where the sun sets on the appointed day, they shall descend. Then Enlil, with his own hands, activated the crystals of Nibiru. From this, strange lights began to flicker inside, and a captivating hum broke the silence that had been on Earth. Outside, the apex stone suddenly shone, and it became brighter than the sun itself. The crowd of Anunnaki gathered and let out a great and powerful cry of joy. Ninmah, moved by the occasion, recited and sang a poem. Ninmah thus spoke, "House that is like a mountain, house that faces the sky. It is equipped for heaven-earth. It is the work of the Anunnaki. Bright and dark house, house of heaven and earth, built for the celestial ships, the Anunnaki constructed it. House whose interior glows with a reddish skylight, house whose interior shines with the reddish light of the sky, emits a pulsing ray that reaches far and high. Noble mountain among mountains, created great and noble. It is beyond the understanding of earth dwellers. House of equipment, noble house of eternity. Its foundation stones touch the waters. Its great circumference is set in the clay. A house whose parts are skillfully interwoven, so that the great ones who circle in the heavens may descend to rest. House that is a landmark for spacecraft with unfathomable innards. Akor is blessed by Anu himself. At the end of Ninmah's exaltation song, the Anunnaki continued celebrating their remarkable work. Enki suggested to Enlil, "We need to think of an answer to a puzzling question. When in future days someone asks, when and by whom was this wonder created? Let's build a monument beside the twin mountains to announce the age of the lion. May the face bear the image of Ningishzida, the designer of the mountains, and may it gaze precisely at the place of the celestial ships so that it reveals to future generations when, by whom, and for what purpose it was created." Enlil agreed with Enki's words and said, "UTU must once again be the commander of the place of the celestial ships. Let the lion look precisely to the east, with the image of Ningishzida." Thus, the work began to carve and shape the lion that celebrated the image of Ningishzida. It was then that Marduk sought Enki, his father, and spoke bitter and angry words of discontent. "You promised me dominion over the entire earth, but now command and glory are granted to others. I am left without lands or tasks. Artificial mountains rise over my former domains. In the image of the lion should be my image, not that of Ningishzida." Marduk's words angered Ningishzida, as well as the other sons. Ninurta and the rest of Enlil's sons also raised their voices, demanding domains in their names. All demanded lands for themselves and earthlings who could worship them. Ninmah spoke up before the others, saying, "Let the celebration not become a dispute. The earth is still desolate. Among the earthlings there are only survivors, and we are few Anunnaki. Let us pay heed to Marduk's words. Ningishzida has not been deprived of his honor in Marduk's words." Ninmah's voice became a peacemaker between the two clans. Enlil said, "For peace to prevail, we must divide the habitable lands among us." And so they agreed to make the peninsula an undisputed separator. They named it the Land of Missiles and called it Tilman, a land beyond the reach of earthlings. They entrusted its care to Ninmah, the peacemaker. To the east of the peninsula, in the habitable lands, they entrusted them to the care of Enlil and his sons, and for two of Jusudra's sons, Shem and Japheth, to live there. The dark-hued landmass that included Absu was granted to Enki and his clan for dominion. To inhabit it, they chose the people of Zusudra's middle son, Ham. To appease his son, Enki suggested making Marduk their lord, ruler of their lands. And in this regard, Enlil said, "Let it be as you wish." In Tilman, without its mountainous south, Ninurta built a dwelling for his mother, Ninmah. It was located in a valley near a spring with palm trees. On the mountain peak, Ninurta planted a fragrant garden. And when everything was finished, they sent a signal to all the outposts on Earth. From the mountainous lands beyond the ocean, the small ships brought the gold nuggets. From the place of the celestial ships, the gold was taken to Nibiru. And on that memorable day, Enlil and Enki spoke and agreed. May Ninmah, the peacemaker, be honored, and let a new title epithet be offered to her. Ninharseg, mistress of the mountainhead, let it be another of her names. It was the first Shar since the Great Deluge, and tensions were simmering amongst the Anunnaki. The sparks flew when Marduk boldly laid claim to dark-hued land and all its realms. The jostling for territories escalated, and Ninmah, who had been the harmonious voice between the two clans, was bestowed with the title Ninharsag. Thus, Ninmah was hailed as the Earth's peacemaker. The Anunnaki, in one accord, sang praises to her very being. Ninmah, with grace and finesse, steered the ship of order amongst them. Gold was ferried to Nibiru, and in the wake of celebrations, ambitions and rivalries dwindled. The earth, slowly but surely, sprung back to life, enriched by seeds safeguarded by Enki. All flourished anew, blanketing the earth, air, and water with renewed vigor. Yet amongst all treasures unearthed, the remnants of humanity were the crown jewels to the Anunnaki. It was reminiscent of yore, when the primitive workers were forged. Now, the Anunnaki, fewer in number and weary, yearned for the toil of civilized human hands. And so unfolded the first Shar-post deluge. However, peace was breached not by a tussle between Marduk and Ninurta, or a direct squabble between the clans of Enki and Enlil. Turmoil erupted when Marduk's very own progeny, aided by the Igigi, tore asunder the calm and peace woven by Ninmah. Considering the Egyptian context within the Anunnaki story, it's necessary to clarify some points. Satu, the offspring of Marduk and Sarpanit, is the Egyptian god Seth and will henceforth be referred to as such. Asar, another scion of Marduk and Sarpanit, will from now on be called Osiris. Asta, daughter of Shamgaz, will go by the name Isis. Nebat, also a daughter of Shamgaz, will be known as Nephthys. Horon will answer to the name Horus. These names, Satu, Asar, Asta, Nebat, and Horon, will from this point be retired, and only their more familiar Egyptian names will be used. And now, let us march forward with this tale that unveils the rich tapestry woven by the intermingling of Sumerian and Egyptian cultures, shedding light on key aspects of the Anunnaki sojourn on Earth. When Marduk and Sarpanit were in Lamu, waiting for the end of the deluge, Osiris and Seth, the couple's children, fell in love with the daughters of Shamgaz, the leader of the Igigi. When they returned to Earth, the two brothers chose wives. Osiris married Isis, and Seth committed himself to Nephthys. Osiris chose to stay in the dark-hued land with his father Marduk, while Seth established his residence near the landing place, where the Igigi and Shamgaz dwelled. Restless with earthly domains, Shamgaz questioned and instigated other Igigi. What about the Igigi? Shouldn't they be lords? Nephthys constantly brought these thoughts to Seth. With his father, Osiris would be the sole heir of the fertile lands. Thus, Shamgaz and his daughter Nephthys whispered to Seth, weaving plans to maintain control over the succession. Thus, they organized a feast. They invited the Igigi and the Anunnaki. Unaware, Osiris joined the celebration with his brother. Nephthys, his wife's sister, adorned herself and sang a song to Osiris while playing the lyre. Seth served succulent meat to Osiris, and Shamgaz offered him new wine in a chalice, mixed with an elixir. Osiris was in a good mood. He sang joyfully and took part in the music, playing the cymbals. Later, under the effect of the drink and the elixir offered by Shamgaz, Osiris fell to the ground. "Let him rest," said the hosts. And so they took Osiris to another chamber. They led him to a coffin and closed it with strong clasps, throwing it into the sea. Upon learning of what had happened, Isis wept profusely for the death of her husband. Osiris's coffin was found by the seaside in the dark-hued land. His lifeless body lay inside, stiff and cold. The breath of life had escaped from his nostrils. Marduk, devastated, tore his garments and covered his forehead with ashes. "My son! My son!" lamented Sarpanit, immersed in grief and sadness. Disturbed, Enki cried out, "The curse of Cain repeats itself," he exclaimed in agony to his son, Marduk. Isis raised a lament to the heavens and pleaded with Marduk for revenge and an heir. Seth must meet his inevitable fate and punishment. However, I beg you, allow me to conceive a successor from his own seed, and may your son be remembered by his name so that his lineage may survive. "That, unfortunately, cannot be done," Enki replied to Marduk and Isis. Isis was perplexed and deeply troubled, deciding to challenge the orders. Before the body of Osiris was wrapped and preserved in the sanctuary, Isis, with skill and cunning, extracted the essence of life from her beloved Osiris. Through this daring act, Isis conceived the heir and avenger of Osiris. Before Enki and his sons, before Marduk and other Anunnaki, Seth proclaimed his word, "I am the sole heir and successor of Marduk, and thus I shall be the lord of the land of the two Narrows." However, before the council of the Anunnaki, Isis contested the claim. She revealed that she had a child with Osiris. Before the council, Isis stated that she had become pregnant with the legitimate heir. Hidden among the reeds of the river, the son of Osiris and Isis grew up, thus avoiding Seth's wrath. The son of Osiris and Isis was named Horus, and Horus was conceived, raised, and duly prepared to be the avenger of his father. Seth was stunned while Shamgaz did not abandon his ambitions. Year after year, the Igigi and their offspring spread across the earth, from the landing place to the borders of Tilman, the sacred region of Ninmah. They approached closer and closer, threatening to invade the place of the celestial chariots. In the dark-hued land, the young Horus grew rapidly and, driven by the cycles of life on Earth, soon became a hero. Horus grew under the care of his great-uncle Gibel and was instructed and trained by him. Gibel granted him winged sandals, like those of a falcon, so that he could freely soar through the skies. He also offered a divine harpoon, whose arrows were like missiles. In the highlands of the south, Gibel taught Horus the arts of metalworking and forging, revealing to him the secret of a precious metal, iron. With such material, Horus forged weapons and gathered an army of earthly beings with the aim of challenging Seth and the Igigi in the north. Thus, the conflict was imminent, and together they marched by land and river until they reached the border of Tilman, the land of the missiles. Observing the army, Seth positioned himself, and he challenged Horus. Between the two of us, the conflict lies. Let us face each other in one-on-one combat. Soon, the battle in the skies began. It was in the city of Tilman, the sacred region of Ninmah. Seth awaited in his spacecraft, ready for the battle against Horus. Soaring through the air like a falcon, Horus was struck by Seth's poisoned arrow, causing him to fall like the venom of a scorpion. Isis witnessed it all, but her mother's heart couldn't believe what her eyes saw. She called upon the heavens for Ningishzida. From his celestial ship, Ningishzida came to Horus's aid, descending to rescue the fallen hero in response to his mother's plea. With his magical powers, Ningishzida transformed the poison into benign blood, and by daybreak Horus was healed and reborn from the dead. Then, in a column of fire, like a blazing celestial fish, Ningishzida provided Horus with the strength needed to confront Seth. Ascending to the sky towards his adversary, they engaged in a long and arduous pursuit. The battle was intense and lethal. First, Horus's column of fire was struck, but with his divine harpoon, he managed to strike Seth. As Seth fell to the ground, he was captured and bound by Horus. Horus then went to the council of the Anunnaki, carrying his uncle Seth. As foreseen and properly trained, he had become the avenger of his father. Seth, though still alive, was blind and had his private parts crushed. He stood there like a discarded object. It was decided that Seth, now blind and unable to have heirs, should live but be exiled. The council sentenced Seth to spend the rest of his days among the Igigi as a mere mortal. Triumphant, Horus was declared the heir to his father Osiris's throne, and so Horus ascended to the throne. The council's decision was recorded on a metal tablet and placed in the Hall of Records. Marduk was pleased with the decision, but saddened by what had transpired. Despite being Osiris's son, Horus descended from Shamgaz, the leader of the Igigi. Therefore, he was not granted dominion among the great Anunnaki. Marduk and Sarpanit sought solace in each other. And so, with time, another son was born. That was Nabu, the possessor of prophecy. But the dispute between Horus and Seth also found other paths and developments. After the battle over the Tillman area, Enlil summoned his 3 sons to a council. Concerned about the recent events, Enlil said to them, "In the beginning, we created the earthlings in our image and likeness. But now the descendants of the Anunnaki resemble the earthlings. Cain killed his brother, and now a son of Marduk is also a brother's killer." For the first time in history, the descendants of the Anunnaki have raised an army of earthlings, and metal weapons, a secret of the Anunnaki, have been placed in their hands. Since the days when Alalu and Anzu challenged our legitimacy, the disturbance and disobedience of the Igigi persist. Enlil continued in a bellicose and perplexed tone. Under the dominion of Marduk, the peaks of the lighthouses are hidden. They are besieged, where the Igigi protect the landing place. Thus the Igigi advance towards the place of the celestial chariots. They proclaim in the name of Seth and intend to establish themselves in all the heaven-earth facilities. Enlil, realizing the intention of the Igigi, shared his concern with his sons and proposed the creation of an alternative heaven-earth facility. Enlil wished to establish it in the land of Ninurta, beyond the oceans, and to secretly surround it with earthlings he trusted. Thus, the secret mission was entrusted to Ninurta, who set out in search of the ideal location. In the mountains beyond the oceans, next to an immense lake, Ninurta established the new heaven-earth bond, protected by an enclosure. Then he chose a firm soiled plain, where he marked the points of ascent and descent. The facilities, although primitive, would serve their purpose. Ninurta communicated his success to Enlil, ensuring that the shipments of gold to Nibiru would continue and that if necessary they could ascend from that location. However, at that time, what began as a blessing had a terrible outcome. Dumuzi, Enki's youngest son, had fallen madly in love with Inanna, Nanar's daughter. Inanna, granddaughter of Enlil, was also in love with Dumuzi, the Lord of Shepherding. It was an unconditional love that engulfed 2 young individuals, consuming them with a passionate and enigmatic fervor. The love songs that echoed through the ages were first sung by Inanna and Dumuzi, immortalizing their love in each verse. Enki, the wise, designated Dumuzi, his youngest son, with a vast domain over the Abzu. Meluha, the Black Land, as it was called, where imposing trees grew and abundant waters flowed. Great bulls roamed among the river reeds, and countless herds filled their lands. Mountains of silver and shining copper like gold were parts of his kingdom. Dumuzi was greatly loved, and after the death of Osiris, he was favored by Enki. However, envy corroded the heart of his younger brother Marduk. Inanna, daughter of Nanar and Ningal, was nurtured by Enlil since her birth. Her beauty was indescribable, and she competed in martial arts with the Anunnaki heroes. She learned about celestial travels and celestial ships from her brother Utiu. A celestial ship of her own was presented to her by the Anunnaki to navigate the skies of Earth. After the flood, on the landing platform, the gazes of Dumuzi and Inanna met, sealing a mysterious destiny. And thus, a warm encounter took place between them. They hesitated at first. He belonged to Enki's clan, and she was a descendant of Enlil. When Ninmah united the rival clans in search of peace, Inanna and Dumuzi secretly met away from the eyes of either clan and confessed their love to each other. Walking together, they exchanged sweet words of passion and enchantment. They lay side by side, hearts in harmony, and Dumuzi, filled with desire, embraced Inanna. "Let me teach you," whispered Dumuzi to Inanna. She kissed him gently and then spoke of her mother, Ningal. What lie would I tell? What words should be spoken? They decided to reveal their sincere love for each other. They planned for it to be a joyous occasion, and the scent of cedar would be used to receive the blessing. Thus, the lovers went to meet Ningal, Inanna's mother. Ningal blessed them, and Inanna's mother approved of Dumuzi. Ningal said, "Lord Dumuzi, as Nanar's son-in-law, you are worthy." Dumuzi was received as a groom by Nanar and announced by Utu, Inanna's brother. Enlil spoke to all those present. A marriage could be the key to peace between the clans. At that moment, while Dumuzi shared his love and engagement with his father and brothers, Enki also glimpsed the possibility of a unifying union and granted his blessing to Dumuzi. The joy of the engagement infected Dumuzi's brothers, except for one. That one was Marduk. Gibel carved a bridal bed of gold, and Nergal sent blue lapis lazuli stones. To please Inanna, sweet dates, her favorite fruit, were piled up next to the bed. Beneath the fruits, lapis lazuli stones lay hidden, waiting to be discovered by Inanna. According to tradition, one of Dumuzi's sisters was tasked with perfuming and dressing the bride. That sister was Geshtinana, and her epithet meant the one to be healed. Inanna unveiled her deepest aspirations for the future alongside Dumuzi to Geshtinana. She envisioned a grand nation where Dumuzi, a great Anunnaki, would ascend. His name would be hailed above all others, and she would become his queen. Together, they would rule and bring rebellious nations under their control. Dumuzi would be granted power and govern the nation with fairness. Geshtinana, startled by Inanna's immense ambition, reported the visions and ambitions for a new government to Marduk. Marduk was disturbed. Inanna's ambition and the idea of a new government with Dumuzi were an affront to him. So Marduk confided a secret plan to Geshtinana, and then Geshtinana went to the shelter of her brother Dumuzi, disguised with an enchanting and perfumed appearance. She whispered to Dumuzi, "Before you rest with your young wife in your arms, you must conceive a legitimate heir, born of a sister. A child born through Inanna will have no right to succession and will not be raised in the presence of his mother." With a gentle touch, she placed her hand on his and approached him, saying, "My brother, I shall lie with you, Together we shall have a descendant of Enki, and the dual seed shall prevail." Thus Geshtinana whispered to Dumuzi, aiming to generate a noble lineage within her womb. Dumuzi surrendered to desire, and then he poured his seed into Geshtinana's womb and fell asleep. In the night, a dream befell Dumuzi. It was a revelation of impending death. In the dream, 7 wicked bandits invaded his dwelling. They said, "The master has sent us to you, son of Dutur." They drove away his sheep and seized his lambs and goats. They stole the crown of his majesty, stripped him of his royal attire, violently shattered his shepherd's staff, and toppled his chalice. Deprived of everything and chained, he was left to perish in the name of the bird prince and the falcon. Dumuzi woke up in the heart of the night, terrified and disturbed. He recounted the dream to Geshtinana. She warned him, "The omen is not favorable. Marduk will accuse you of violating me and bring upon you a curse. He will send emissaries to arrest you. He will dishonor you and sever your relationship with an Enlilite." Dumuzi roared ferociously, "Betrayal! Betrayal!" And then he pleaded for help from Utu, Inanna's brother, and invoked the name of his father Enki as a protective talisman. Dumuzi embarked on a journey across the desert of Emush, the desert of serpents, seeking refuge in a place adorned with majestic waterfalls, fleeing from his malevolent pursuers. Upon reaching a spot where the waters flowed, making the rocks smooth and slippery, Dumuzi lost his balance and fell. The rushing waters carried his lifeless body in frothy foam, delivering him to the emissaries of evil who captured him. The lifeless body of Dumuzi was recovered from the waters of the lake by Ninagal. Thus, he carried Dumuzi's body to the realm of Nergal and Ereshkigal in the lower Abzu. On a stone slab lay the motionless body of Dumuzi, Enki's son. Upon knowing of what had happened, Enki tore his garments and covered Dumuzi with ashes, lamenting, my son, what have I done to be so severely punished?" And he questioned aloud, "I, Ei, whose house is the water, brought forth the waters that propelled the celestial ships and landed on earth. A torrent of waters devastated the earth. My grandson Osiris perished in the waters, and now my beloved Dumuzi meets the same fate, also in the waters. All that I did with just cause. Why am I punished? Why has fate turned against me?" Enki wept and mourned. When Geshtinana revealed the truth behind the events, Enki's anguish increased. Meanwhile, Inanna the bride was enveloped in a veil of concern and deep sorrow. The disappearance and death of her beloved Dumuzi were an absolute catastrophe. Determined to retrieve her lover's body to give him a dignified burial, Inanna descended into the depths of the lower Abzu. Her sister Ereshkigal, the queen of those domains, was alerted to Inanna's arrival at the temple gates and suspected a deceitful plot. At each of the 7 gates leading to Ereshkigal's throne, one by one, Inanna's possessions were stripped away. Despoiled and defenseless, Inanna was accused of conspiring to have an heir with Nergal, Dumuzi's brother. Ereshkigal, consumed by anger, did not allow Inanna to explain herself. She ordered her vizier Namtar to unleash 60 terrible diseases upon her sister. Inanna's disappearance in the lower Abzu alarmed her parents. Nanar sought Enlil, who in turn sent a message to Enki. Upon learning of the situation from Nergal, Ereshkigal's son and husband, Enki acted swiftly. He fashioned 2 emissaries from the clay of the Abzu, beings without blood, immune to the rays of death. He sent them to the lower Abzu with the mission of bringing back Inanna, whether alive or dead. When they encountered Ereshkigal, the emissaries caused her bewilderment. Unable to discern their origin, the queen asked if they were Anunnaki or beings of the earth. Namtar attacked them with magical weapons, but the 2 remained unharmed. And so, they reached the lifeless body of Inanna. It was hanging on a stake. The emissaries created by Enki used the pulsator and the emitter. Then they sprinkled the water of life upon her and placed the plant of life in her mouth. Inanna opened her eyes, and then she took a breath of life. Thus, Inanna arose in the realm of the dead. As they prepared to take Inanna back to the upper world, she ordered them to also take the lifeless body of Dumuzi. At the 7 gates of the lower Abzu, Inanna's adornments and utensils were returned to her. She instructed the emissaries to take Dumuzi to the Black Land, where they should wash him with pure water, anoint him with sweet oil, and dress him in a red shroud, placing him upon a lapis lazuli slab. There, they were to carve a resting place in the rocks and wait for the day of rebirth. Inanna, thirsting for revenge, made her way to Enki's abode. She sought vengeance for the death of her beloved and demanded the death of the culprit, Marduk. Enki whispered softly, "There have already been enough deaths." Marduk provoked, but did not act upon it. Inanna, consumed by despair and a craving for justice, cried out to the heavens. Vengeance and justice should befall Marduk. In Enlil's dwelling, Inanna and Utu, her children, gathered in council to discuss the strategies for the impending war. Ninurta, who had previously defeated the rebellious Anzu, demanded more drastic actions. Utu revealed whispers of the secret words exchanged between Marduk and the Agigi. Enlil then agreed that Earth needed to be liberated. He stated that Marduk was like a malevolent serpent, representing a poison. In this manner, Enki received the demand for Marduk's surrender. Thus, amidst the mourning for Dumuzi, Enki summoned his children to defend Marduk, his firstborn and heir. Enki said, "I still mourn the departure of my beloved Dumuzi. However, I must defend the rights of Marduk." Despite the evil instigated by Marduk, Dumuzi did not die by his hands, and thus Enki declared that Marduk should be protected by all. Gibil and Ninagal answered their father's call, while Ningish-Zida opposed and Nergal hesitated, promising aid only in the face of mortal danger. And so, a war of unparalleled ferocity erupted between the two clans. The battle was no longer between the descendants of the Earthlings, but between the Anunnaki, born on Nibiru, engaged in a conflict that extended beyond their original world. The war began when Inanna, the instigator of the war, crossed the domains of Enki's children in her spaceship, pursuing Marduk, who took refuge in the territories of Ninagal and Gibil. Ninurta, coming to his aid, unleashed devastating rays from the Stormbird, while Ishkur attacked with blazing lightning and crushing thunder. In the Abzu, the rivers were deprived of fish, and the cattle scattered across the fields. Marduk retreated to the north, to the artificial mountains. Relentlessly, Ninurta unleashed poisoned missiles upon the dwellings, and his devastating weapon deprived the people of those lands of their senses. The channels, once filled with river waters, turned blood red. As the terrifying battles spread to the north, Marduk hid in the Ekur. Gibel granted him an invisible shield, and Nergal raised the all-seeing eye to the sky. With a brilliant weapon, Inanna attacked the hidden place. Horus emerged in defense of his grandfather, and the brightness of Inanna's weapon damaged his right eye. Utu contained the Agigi and their horde of terrestrial beings beyond Tilman, at the foot of the artificial mountains. The Anunnaki from both clans clashed and started a great battle at the foot of the artificial mountains. Enlil sent words to Enki to seal the peace. Let Marduk surrender, let the bloodshed end. Ninmah sent other words to Enki. Let brother speak to brother, she said. In his hiding place within the Ekur, Marduk persisted and defied his pursuers. In the house that resembles a mountain, his final resistance was fought. Inanna failed to overcome the imposing stone structure as its smooth sides deflected her weapons. But cunningly, Ninurta discovered a secret entrance. And then he rotated the stone located to the north of the Great Pyramid. Through a dark corridor, Ninurta advanced, reaching the immense gallery, its ceiling shining with the diverse colors of crystals like a sparkling rainbow. But Marduk became aware of the invasion and awaited Ninurta with weapons in hand. Ninurta directed his weapons at the shimmering crystals and entered the gallery. Marduk retreated to the upper chamber, to the place of the great pulsating stone. At the entrance, Marduk closed the sliding stone locks, preventing anyone who dared to challenge him from entering. Inside the Ekur, Inanna and Ishkur also entered and followed Ninurta. Then Ninurta, Inanna, and Ishkur discussed what could be done. May the chamber where Marduk hides be his stone sepulcher. Ishkur pointed to the 3 stone blocks arranged to slide down. The 3 obstructing stones are ready to slide, he said. May death be slow, may he be buried alive, and may it be Marduk's verdict, said Inanna. Thus, each of them cleared one of the stones. The 3 obstructing stones were released to bury Marduk like in a tomb. Each of them slid a stone to obstruct, sealing Marduk like in a grave. And then the stones fell into a deep abyss, far from the sun and light. Without food or water, Marduk lay in the Ekur. Sarpanit, his wife, mourned his imprisonment and punishment without trial. She sought Enki, her father-in-law, accompanied by her youngest son, Nabu. She said, Marduk's life must be restored. Enki asked Utu and Nanar to intercede with Inanna. So they brought Sarpanit's words for Marduk to live in penitential garments, to live humbly, and to renounce power. However, Inanna would not be appeased. She said, "For the sake of honor, the instigator must succumb," Inanna retorted. Ninmah, the peacemaker, gathered the brothers Enki and Enlil. She said, "Marduk deserves punishment, but death is not justified," she asserted. "Let Marduk be in exile and let succession on earth be granted to Ninurta." Enlil was pleased with the words and smiled. Ninurta was his son with Ninmah. "As the father, what choice do I have between succession and life?" With a heavy heart, Enki continued, "In my lands, desolation spreads. The war must come to an end. I still weep for Dumuzi. So let Marduk live in exile," Enlil said. "If peace is to reign and Marduk is to live, agreements and compromises must be made." And so, Enlil observed his advantage, intending to be the foremost among the brothers. He raised his voice and continued, "All the facilities that connect heaven and earth must be entrusted solely to me. Dominion over the land of the two Narrows must be handed over to another son. The Agigi who follow Marduk must be directed to relinquish the landing place and abandon their alliance and commitment to Marduk. Marduk must be led to a land of no return, where no descendant of Ziusudra resides. Thus, Marduk must depart into exile." Enki recognized the hand of fortune in his heart. "So be it," he said, bowing his head. The name of Ningishida was mentioned shortly thereafter in two ways. He was designated for the rescue of Marduk and also to be the lord of the lands of Ekur. It was said that Ningishida was knowledgeable of the secrets of Ekur. When the great Anunnaki announced their decrees, Ningishida was called upon to perform the rescue. His challenge was to extract Marduk from the blocked depths, from the bowels of the Great Pyramid. Saving Marduk, buried alive, was a mission that exceeded his own conception. Ningishida studied the hidden designs of Ekur and devised a plan to overcome the obstacles. Then he said, "Through a carved upper opening, Marduk will be liberated." And he revealed his plan to the leaders. Ningishida spoke, "In a location I will show you. We will open a door in the stones. And from there, we will trace a winding path, forging a rescue axis. Through the hidden recesses, we will enter the heart of Ekur. At the epicenter of the chambers, we will break through the rocks. Opening a door inward, we will bypass the blockades. Through the grand gallery, we will proceed, raising the 3 stone barriers, and we will reach the highest chamber, the deadly prison of Marduk." Thus, the Anunnaki, guided by Ningishida, pursued their meticulous plan. With tools that cleaved the rocks, they opened the entrance and shaped the rescue shaft. They penetrated into the interior of the ingenious mountain and created a passage. Circumventing the 3 stone barriers, they reached the highest chamber. On a narrow platform, they erected the iron gates and rescued the unconscious Marduk. With caution, through the winding shaft, they led Marduk to the fresh air. Outside, Sarpanit and Nabu, wife and son, awaited. And finally, an emotional reunion took place. Then Enki conveyed the conditions of his release. But Marduk became enraged. Before his eyes, it was a colossal humiliation. Marduk said, "I'd rather die than renounce my inheritance." Sarpanit drew Nabu close to her arms. "We are part of your future," Sarpanit whispered. Marduk, enraged and humiliated, uttered, Sarpanit and Nabu then accompanied the desolate Marduk and thus embarked on an irreversible land. They arrived in a forbidden land where horned beasts are hunted. I surrender to my destiny. After Marduk's departure, Ninurta entered the Akur once again through its entrance. He proceeded through the corridors towards a mysterious structure. There, on the eastern wall, a small artistic opening radiated a reddish glow. It was the crimson brilliance of the Stone of Destiny. Tormented, Ninurta exclaimed in anguish, "Its power captures me to kill me, subjugating me with a deadly attraction," Ninurta shouted from within the chamber. Then he ordered them to take the stone and destroy it completely. Retracing his steps, Ninurta entered the grand gallery and reached the highest chamber. In a chest carved from stone, the heart of the Akur pulsed. The force of its network expanded through 5 compartments. Ninurta struck the chest, which responded with a resonance. Then he ordered the removal of the Gug stone, a crystal of beams that determined directions, and for it to be transported to a place of his choosing. Descending through the vast gallery, Ninurta examined the 27 pairs of crystals originating from Nibiru. Many were damaged in the battle against Marduk, while others, still intact, survived the fight. Ninurta instructed that the intact ones be removed from their niches, while the others he pulverized with his rays. Then, outside the Akur, the Great Pyramid, house which like a mountain is, took flight on its blackbird towards the apex stone. He carefully observed the supreme symbol of his enemy. With his weapons, he released the symbol and caused it to crumble into pieces on the ground. With this, the fear of Marduk is finished, declared Ninurta, victorious. On the battlefield, the gathered Anunnaki praised Ninurta. They said, "You resemble Anu," they shouted to their hero and leader. To replace the disabled beacon, a mountain near the place of the celestial chariots was chosen. Within its depths, the rescued crystals were placed. At its peak, the Gug stone, the stone of direction, was installed. The mountain was then named Mount Mashu, the mount of the supreme celestial bark. Then Enlil summoned his 3 sons. Ninlil and Ninmah were also present. They confirmed their command over the ancient lands and assigned lordships over the new lands. Ninurta, the son of Enlil, who had defeated Anzu and Marduk, was given the powers previously granted to Enlil to replace his father in all the lands. Ishkur was granted dominion over the landing place in the Cedar Mountains. Thus, Ishkur's new domains merged with his existing domains in the north. Nanar was granted the lands to the south and east, where the Igigi and their offspring had spread. The peninsula where the place of the celestial chariot stood was included in Nanar's lands. Utu was declared the commander of the place and of the navel of the earth. In the land of the 2 Narrows, as agreed, lordship was granted to Ningishzida through Enki. None of the other sons of Enki opposed this concession. However, Inanna resisted. For the inheritance of Dumuzi, her deceased betrothed, Inanna claimed. And from Enlil, Inanna demanded a domain solely for herself. The leaders pondered on how to satisfy Inanna's demands and sought advice from the great Anunnaki who decreed fates. They decided to seek clarification from Anu regarding the events on Earth and the division of territories. Since the Great Calamity in the times of the Deluge, almost 2 shars had passed. The Earthlings moved from the mountainous lands and returned to the lowlands. They were descendants of civilized humanity through Zusudra and were mixed with the seed of the Anunnaki. The descendants of the Igigi who intermarried roamed the lands, and in distant lands, the descendants of Kain also survived. Few and noble, the Anunnaki who came from Nibiru were their perfect descendants. The great Anunnaki pondered on how to establish settlements for themselves and for the Earthlings. The questions revolved around how to maintain their nobility over humanity and how to ensure that the many and vast masses of Earthlings would obey and serve the few. How could they remain elevated above humanity? Amidst all this regarding the future, the leaders exchanged words with Anu. And it was then that Anu, the mighty king of Nibiru, decided to return to Earth once again, accompanied by Antu, his wife, who also wished to visit Earth. In his celestial ship, Anu, the king of Nibiru, approached Earth, accompanied by his wife, Antu. On Earth, the descendants of Shem dwelt in the mountainous territories, and the black-headed people were migrating to their old land. Awaiting the arrival of the royalty of Nibiru, the Anunnaki on Earth were re-establishing their dwellings in Eden. At that time, the ground had just dried, and the Anunnaki resettled, providing food for everyone. In the grounds where Enki's first city, the ancient Eridu, once stood, a new Eridu emerged, marked on top of countless mud and sediment deposits. In the center, on an elevated platform, a new home for Enki and Damkina was erected. It was adorned with gold, silver, and precious metals that Enki's own children delivered. The monument was named the House of Tiles of the Lord, whose return is triumphant. Above, in a circle pointing to the sky, the 12 constellations were marked by their signs. Below, as in the Abzu, waters with swimming fish flowed. And then, far from the reach of others, in a sanctuary that no guest could enter, Enki guarded the ME formulas. That was the first ziggurat that rose. And it was no different for Enki's brother, Enlil. Thus, another ziggurat was erected. That was the next Nibru key, built especially for Enlil and Ninlil. On top of clay and mud, the building rose. It was a sacred enclosure erected among the dwellings and cattle pens. It was a ladder to heaven, built in 7 stages. A staircase that rose to the highest plateau. Inside, Enlil kept the tablets of destinies. Thus rose the lifted eye that scanned the lands, observing everything. In the courtyard, in its own enclosure, Enlil's fast-stepping skybird remained. Days passed and the arrival of Anu and Antu was approaching. It was decided to build a celestial dwelling to wait for the king, which was neither near Enlil nor Enki. That was Unugki, the delightful place. Large trees were planted to cast shade over the royalty of Nibiru. A pure white structure rose. It was the house of Anu, built in the middle of the garden. When Anu's celestial ship arrived on Earth, the Anunnaki's small spacecrafts flew towards it, and so they guided the celestial ship to a safe landing at the place of the chariots in Tilman in the land of missiles. Utu, the commander, welcomed his great-grandparents who were arriving on planet Earth. Thus, the three sons of Anu, the Anunnaki Enlil, Enki, and Ninmah, were there to greet them. They embraced and kissed, laughed and cried. The time they had been apart was so long, and their appearances were so different. Although the parents were older in Shars, they looked younger than their children. The two sons looked older and bearded. Ninmah, once full of beauty, was now bent and wrinkled. All were filled with tears. They were tears of joy and sadness mixed together. Thus, the royalty of Nibiru was received on Earth. From the skies, celestial ships full of guests arrived in Eden, to a place prepared next to Unugki, where the ships were landing. All the Anunnaki who had stayed on Earth were standing in a guard of honor position. They waved welcome in unison to Anu and Antu. Then, in a procession, singing and playing music, the Anunnaki accompanied the guests to the house of Anu. In the house of Anu, the king washed and rested. Antu went to the golden bed house, accompanied by other Anunnaki, and there she also washed and rested. Next, the king and queen returned to the public space, in the open courtyard. Like an evening breeze, the leaves of the trees whispered as Anu and Antu sat on their thrones. Enlil, Enki, and Ninmah were beside them. The celebration had begun. Earthly servants served wine, and in another corner a bull and a ram were being roasted. These were gifts from Enlil and Enki to the royalty of Nibiru, now on Earth. A great banquet was prepared for Anu and Antu, waiting for the sign in the skies to begin. Under the instructions of Enlil, Zumul, who was knowledgeable about stars and planets, climbed the steps of the house of Anu to announce the rise of the planets at dusk. On the first step, Kishar appeared in the eastern skies. Lahamu, or the second step, was seen. Mumu was announced on the third step. Anshar emerged on the fourth step. Lamu was seen on the fifth step. The moon was announced on the sixth step. Then, under the signal of Zumul, the hymn was recited. It was called, "The Planet of Anu in the Skies Rises" began to be sung, for from the highest step, the seventh, Nibiru with a red halo came into view. To the sound of music, the Anunnaki clapped and danced. They danced and sang. The songs were for the brightly shining planet. The songs were directed to the celestial planet of Lord Anu. And with a signal, a bonfire was lit. Thus, each of the bonfires everywhere were ignited. Before the night was over, all of Eden was lit by bonfires. After a meal of bull and ram meat, fish and bird, accompanied by wine and beer, Anu and Antu went to their rooms, and all the Anunnaki were thankful for them. For several days and nights on Earth, Anu and Antu slept. It was only on the sixth day that he called his two sons and his daughter. He listened to reports of what had occurred on Earth, of peace and war. Anu heard that the inhabitants of Earth, who should have been eliminated by Enlil's oath, had proliferated again. Enlil also revealed to him the discovery of gold in the land beyond the oceans, and the location of the new chariot's place. It was then that Enki told his father about the dream and the tablet, that Galzu had given to him. Anu was confused. A secret emissary by his name. He had never sent anyone to Earth in his name. The three leaders were confused, not knowing who had sent Galzu. Enki said, "Because of Galzu, Zusudra and the Seed of Life were saved." Enlil said, "We stayed on Earth because of Galzu. He warned us we would die the day we returned to Nibiru." Anu could not believe it. Enki and Enlil said in unison, "If it wasn't you, then who sent Galzu?" Ninmah nodded her head and then spoke. "Galzu came in the name of the Creator of all," she declared. Then she continued, "Was the creation of Earth's inhabitants also predestined?" For a while, the four remained silent, reflecting on past events in their hearts. Anu said, "Though we have decreed fates, the hand of destiny guides every step. The will of the Creator of all is clearly perceived through his message. We are nothing more than emissaries here. The earth belongs to the earthlings, and to preserve and advance them is our destiny." Enki said, "If that's our mission here, let's act accordingly." Thus, the great Anunnaki, who decree the fates, exchanged counsel about the lands. Aware of the importance of promoting civilized development, they made the most important decision: to share their knowledge with humanity. Thus, they planned the construction of cities and the creation of sacred dwellings to house the Anunnaki themselves. On Earth, they wanted to establish a reign similar to that of Nibiru, where they would choose a man to receive the crown and scepter. Through him, the word of the Anunnaki would be conveyed to the people, enhancing their abilities and expanding their labor. To ensure continued devotion to the Anunnaki, they would establish sacred shrines and institute priesthood. These priests would serve and worship the Anunnaki as divine and superior beings. Moreover, they would receive teachings of secret knowledge, the purpose of which was to convey civility to humanity, thus building a civilization. In this great plan, the Anunnaki manifested their ancient wisdom, recognizing human potential for prosperity and progress. Their intentions were clear. They would guide humanity towards a grand future, sharing secrets and guidance that would allow them to tread the path of development and flourishing. Thus, they decided to create 4 regions. 3 of them were for humanity, and 1 was restricted and reserved to the Anunnaki themselves. Thus, they established the first region in the ancient land of Eden. This region was reserved for Enlil and his sons. Then they established the second region in the land of the 2 Narrows. These lands were for the domains of Enki and his sons. Thus, they designated the third region. It was the lands of Inanna, in a distant land not to mix with the other 2. And then they determined the 4th region, consecrated only to the Anunnaki. That was the peninsula of the place of the chariots. After the decision about the 4 regions and the fate of civilized humanity, Anu questioned about his grandson Marduk. He confided that he would like to see him again. Anu recalled that by his decision, Dumuzi and Ningishida were led to Nibiru, and he wondered if Marduk's anger was caused by him. Thus, Anu wished to reconsider Marduk's punishment. Enlil replied, "When you travel to the lands beyond the oceans, we will inform Marduk that you will meet him. Marduk is wandering these lands." Anu agreed, but before they could travel to the lands beyond the oceans, Anu and Antu visited Eden, and then they passed through Eridu and also through Nibruki. Thus they could see the cities being planned and built. However, Enlil complained to Anu that Enki was keeping the ME formulas to himself, and from the king's throne, Anu praised Enki. Anu said, "My son has built himself a magnificent house, raised on a platform. The people who surround and serve him will be provided with great knowledge. So now the knowledge that is secret in the ME formulas must be shared with other Anunnaki." Enki was embarrassed by what he did and promised to share Anu's divine formulas with everyone. In the following days, traveling in ships, Anu and Antu visited other regions. And it was on the 17th day that the royal couple returned to Unugki for another night of rest. The next day, the young Anunnaki stood before Anu and Antu seeking their blessings. In this time, Anu observed Inanna. He embraced and kissed her. Then he said, "Listen to my words," he announced to those present. "This place, after we depart, will be given as dowry to Inanna, and the spacecraft in which we will explore Earth will be a gift for her." Joyful, Inanna began to dance and sing. Her praises to Anu were sung as hymns. After saying goodbye to the Anunnaki, Anu and Antu departed for the lands beyond the oceans. Enlil and Enki, Ninurta, and Ishkur went with them to the Golden Land. To impress King Anu with the great wealth of gold, Ninurta built a dwelling for Anu and Antu. The stones were cut to perfection and covered with pure gold. A golden fence, carved with flowers of carnelian stones, awaited the royal couple. The dwelling was built on the edge of the great mountain lake, and thus Anu and Antu observed the collection of nuggets of gold. Satisfied, Anu said, "There's enough gold here, and for many shars yet to come." Then Ninurta showed Anu and Antu an artificial mound. He explained how a place for melting and refining metals was constructed. He showed how he extracted metal from stones and explained that the mound was made to melt and refine metals. The place built by the Anunnaki was called Anak, as well as the Great Lake, which was named Lake Anak. Thus, Anu and Antu started the journey, sailing across the lake. From a distance, they could see the great horned animals in the northern lands. Marduk then appeared, standing before his father Enki and his grandfather Anu. Nabu, Marduk's son, also accompanied him. Then Enki asked, "Where is Sarpanit?" But Marduk shook his head, sadly recounting her death. Marduk said, "Now only Nabu is with me." Anu pressed Marduk to his chest, saying, "You have been punished enough." Thus Anu approached and blessed Marduk, placing his right hand on his head. And so Marduk was forgiven. Then from the golden place high in the mountains to the plain below, all gathered. The celestial ship of Anu and Antu was there, at the new place of celestial chariots, which Ninurta had prepared. The celestial ship was laden with gold up to its edges. The time to depart had come. In farewell, Anu offered important guidance. Let destiny answer for itself. And if it's the destiny of Earthlings to inherit the Earth, then let's leave Earth for the Earthlings. Offer knowledge to humanity. Teach Earthlings the laws of justice and righteousness. Teach, within a limit, the secrets that involve heaven and earth. Then Anu embraced and kissed everyone. Thus, the celestial ship, adorned with gold on all its edges, rose from the earth to the heavens. In commemoration of Anu's visit, the Anunnaki decided to start another count of time. This count referred to the years of the earth, not to the shars of Nibiru. The count began in the age of the bull, an era dedicated to Enlil. Marduk was the first to break the silence, and his words were filled with anger. What is this new place of celestial chariots? What happened during my exile and without my knowledge? Marduk demanded answers. Enki approached and told Marduk about the choices of the 4 regions. At this moment, Marduk's rage knew no bounds. He questioned, "Why Inanna? She caused Dumuzi's death, and then she received her own region." Enlil said, "The decisions were made and they will not be changed." Thus, each within their spaceships, the Anunnaki returned to Eden and its neighboring lands. Enlil, sensing the upcoming problems, instructed Ishkur to stay behind and keep watch over the gold. When the Anunnaki leaders arrived at Eden, the place of the first civilized region, they taught the Earthlings how to make clay bricks to build cities. Where only the Anunnaki cities once stood, now cities for them and Earthlings alike sprouted. They created and consecrated grand sacred places for the Anunnaki, who stayed in their elevated dwellings. The Earthlings started calling these places temples. Served and worshipped as high lords and gods, the Anunnaki were deities, honored and adored by the Earthlings. Anu's orders were being followed, and the legacy for humanity was unfolding. The great Anunnaki were known by their numbers. Anu the Celestial was assigned the number 60. Enlil was given the number 50. Ninurta, Enlil's eldest son, was given the same number, 50. Lord Enki took position 40. Nanar, son of Enlil and Ninlil, received position 30. For his son and successor, Utu was given the position 20. The other sons of the Anunnaki leaders received numeric ranks of 10. Ranks of 5 were shared among the Anunnaki females and their spouses. Thus, the construction proceeded. The cities were built and the coexistence between humans and Anunnaki increased. The temples grew, and so did the cities. After the construction of the temples of Eridu and Nibruki, the district of Girsu in Lagash was made, and the command was given to Ninurta. The place was named Eninu, House of 50, and that was the temple of Ninurta and his wife Bau. The great black skybird was there, protected by the supreme hunter and the supreme smiter, the weapons left by Anu. Thus, Eninu was properly protected. In the new Sipar, on top of the post-flood mud soil, a celestial dwelling was built for Utu and his wife Aya. That was Ibabar, the shining house. And from there, Utu promulgated laws of justice for humanity. In other places, where the mud did not yield, the old plans could not follow, and so new places were chosen. Near Shurubak, Adab was built, and in it, the temple known as the House of Succor and Healing Knowledge was constructed. That was the dwelling of Ninma. And Ninma archived in that sanctuary the ME containing the information of the Earthlings' creation. For Nanar, a city was created with straight streets, docks, and channels. The city was called Urim, and later would be known as Ur. And within Ur, the temple was called House of the Throned Seed, where moonbeams reflected on the lands. Ishkur returned to the mountainous lands of the north, where another temple was built. That was the House of Seven Storms. Inanna received the legacy left by Anu, That was Unug-Ki that later would be known as Uruk. In Eridu remained Marduk and Nabu in the city of Enki in Eden. Neither of them had their own city or their own temple. In the first region, in the lands of Eden and the cities with districts, the Anunnaki began to teach skills and crafts to the earthlings. Thus, fields were irrigated and vessels were built to cross the rivers. Sheep enclosures and barns overflowed, and prosperity filled the land. The first region was named Sumer and became known as the land of the lofty watchers. Then the Anunnaki decided that the earthlings, known as the black-headed people, should have a city of their own. The city was named Kishi, the city of Scepter. And as it was the royalty on Nibiru, so began the humanity's royalty in Kishi. There, on the consecrated ground, where Anu and Enlil implanted the heavenly bright object, Ninurta traveled to Eridu and conversed with Enki. He asked for the Emi of royalty, so it would be possible to start the Earthlings' royalty. Enki granted 50 Emi to Ninurta, so Ninurta appointed the first king, and the title given to him was Mighty Man. In Kishi, the black-headed people learned mathematics and numbers, writing, and how to make beer. Oven and blacksmithing work began under the care of Ninurta. They created wheeled carts, and laws of justice were taught to the earthlings. Songs and praises were sung to Ninurta. The praises were for him and his deeds, as well as for the blackbird. It was a glorious time for Ninurta, who was honored with the constellation of the Archer. Meanwhile, in Uruk, Inanna planned the facilities of her domains. She awaited the beginning of the third region, but the other Anunnaki said the third region would be established after the second region was completed. But Inanna was not satisfied. She noticed that Ninurta had traveled to Eridu and obtained the Emi of royalty there. Thus, she hatched a plan. Inanna sent her maid Ninshubur to Eridu, and through her announced her own visit. Enki ordered his vizier Izimud to prepare for Inanna's visit. Sweet wine, beer jugs, and barley cakes with butter were prepared. Inanna entered Enki's dwelling alone and was led by Izimud to the inner chambers. Inanna was stunning, adorned with jewels and a thin dress that revealed her body. Elegantly, Inanna moved, letting the robe reveal her perfect and outlined curves. Enki was completely lost before such beauty. Thus, they drank 2 chalices of sweet wine, and they began a competition to drink the beer. Inanna laughed and pleaded with Enki, "Let me hold the Emi in my hand." Enki, completely taken by her beauty, gave the Emi 7 times to Inanna. These were the divine formulas for lordship and royalty, for priesthood and writing, for dressing with love and for warfare, for music and song, carpentry, precious metals and gemstones. One by one, during the game, Enki handed over the Emi to Inanna. Thus, he handed over the necessary 94 Emi for the establishment of a civilized kingdom. Enki, entranced by Inanna's beauty and the drinks they shared, fell asleep, while Inanna held the 94 Emi in her hands. Holding them, she boarded her ship and left for her lands in the third region. When Enki woke up from his deep sleep, he ordered his vizier Izimud, "Catch Inanna and bring back all the Emi you must chase Inanna's ship." So Izimud set off in search of Inanna and managed to intercept her ship near Uruk. Izimud told Inanna that she should return to Eridu and face Enki's wrath. And so Inanna did. But when she returned to Eridu, the Emi were no longer with her. Inanna had given the Emi to her handmaid, Ninshubur, and had ordered that the Emi be taken into Anu's house in Uruk, which was now Inanna's dwelling. Enki spoke forcefully. "In the name of my power, in the name of my father, Anu, I order that the Emi be returned, and until they are returned, you will be held captive in my dwelling." Enlil heard Enki's words, and immediately traveled to Eridu to resolve the situation. Thus Enki, Enlil, and Inanna convened. Inanna said, "I have the right to the Emi. It was Enki who put them in my hands." Enlil asked, "Is this true?" Enki confessed in a low voice, saying, "Yes." Enlil decreed, "Then when the time of Kishi's royalty is complete, royalty will pass to Uruk, in Inanna's lands." Thus, the situation was resolved, and time would reveal the royalty in Uruk. However, the news reached Marduk, who was immensely enraged, and his anger knew no bounds. Marduk said, "I have suffered enough humiliation." And yelling, Marduk said, "I demand my own city in Eden. I demand that Enlil designate a city for me." But Enlil did not heed Marduk's appeal. And then Marduk took destiny into his own hands. He chose a region that had previously been considered to receive Anu's arrival. And thus, his son Nabu gathered the Igigi from all the scattered lands to found a sacred city for Marduk, and a place for the celestial ships. However, problems began quickly. When Marduk's followers arrived at the location, they found no stones for construction, and Marduk showed how to make bricks and bake them in the fire, so they could serve as stone. Thus, they began to build a tower, whose top could reach the heavens. Enlil noticed the plan and quickly rushed to the site, trying to placate Marduk with soft words. But Enlil, who had not heeded Marduk's request for the grant of his city, could not stop Marduk and Nabu in their venture. Immediately, in Nibruki, Enlil gathered his sons and grandsons, and together they considered what they could do. Enlil said, "Marduk is building an unauthorized gateway to heaven, a passage up to the heavens, entrusting this tower to the earthlings." Ninurta said, "If we allow this to happen, no other matter of humanity will remain untouched. This evil plan must be stopped, now." All agreed with Ninurta's words, so they hatched a plan. Thus, in the darkness of the night, the Enlilites approached and rained down fire and brimstone, wreaking havoc on the under-construction tower, and thus they destroyed the entire camp. Enlil decided and proclaimed, "From now on, I will shatter the unity of the Earthlings and confuse their ideas." The Earthlings, until now, had a common language, and they understood each other. From this point forward, I will confuse their language, so they will not understand each other. That was the 310th year since the beginning of the Earth years count. Then, in every region and every land, people began to speak a different language. A different form of writing was then given to each one, so one could not comprehend what the other wrote. And so in this way, 23 kings ruled in Kishi, which was the city of the scepter, for 408 years. Also in Kishi, a beloved king, Etana, was taken to the heavens for a celestial journey. And as determined by Enlil in the appointed time, the reign was transferred to Uruk. The bright celestial object of Kishi was transferred to the domains of Inanna in the first region. And hymns of exaltation were sung for Inanna, the radiant lady, dressed in splendor, loved in heaven and on earth, consecrated by the love of Anu. Great praises were proclaimed for Inanna. 7 times Inanna held the Emi in her hands. They are appropriate for the crown of rain and suitable for high priesthood. Hail to the Lady of the great Emi, of sacred formulas. She, Inanna, is the guardian. That was the 409th year since the beginning of the Earth year's count. And in first region, the rain was directly transferred to Uruk. And for its first reign, a high priest of Eanna temple abode was appointed. Meanwhile, Marduk moved to the land of the Two Narrows. That was the second region, and Marduk hoped that he could be the lord of those lands as soon as the second region was established. When he arrived in the land of the Two Narrows, he was received by Ningishita, who explained what was happening in those lands. Ningishita told him that he was overseeing the lands with the help of the descendants of the Anunnaki, who had settled there and married earth women. Marduk quickly realized that his decrees had been extinguished and asked what had happened. Marduk demanded an answer. He accused Ningishita of destroying the hidden and the occult, and blamed him for what happened to Horus, who was forced to depart to a barren and waterless place, far from everything and everyone. The two brothers caused an uproar, sparking a bitter dispute. Marduk said, "You were my usurper, and from now on, you will only be my assistant. If you are inclined to rebellion, you should leave for another land." Thus, for 350 years, Marduk and Ningishita argued in the land of the Two Narrows. During this time, the land was plunged into chaos. That's when Enki instructed Ningishita to depart for other lands. Enki said, "In the name of peace, you should leave for other lands." And so, Ningishita moved to the land beyond the oceans with a group of followers. At that time, in the count of the Earth's year, 650 years had elapsed. As soon as Ningishita moved to the new domains, he was given the name of the Winged Serpent. He became known as Quetzalcoatl, and in the new lands, a new count of time he began. And then, in the land of the Two Narrows, the second region was established over the domains of Marduk. In the annals of the first region, it was called Megan, land of the cascading river, also known as the ancient Egypt. But by the people of the second region, when languages were confused, that was Hemta, the dark brown land. The Anunnaki were now called Neteru, the guardian watchers. Thus Marduk was worshipped as the Bright One and began to be called Ra. Enki, the developer, began to be revered as Ptah. And Ningishita was remembered as Tehuti, or Thoth, the divine measurer. Thinking of erasing the memory of his brother Ningishita, Thoth, Marduk, Ra, decided to modify the image of the Sphinx with a new image that could remind his son Osiris. Besides this, Ra changed the count, which was previously in 60s to 10s. And he divided the year into 12 parts. Ra shifted the observation of the moon to the observation of the sun and united the cities that Thoth had divided. The city of the north and the south were now one city of the crown. Where the two lands meet and the great river divides, Ra founded a city of the scepter. Thus, Ra appointed a king, a descendant of the Anunnaki. That was Mina, the king whose reign began in the first dynasty of Egyptian pharaohs. And he began to call the city as Mena Nefer, or Memphis, meaning the beauty of Mena. He made the city shine so brilliantly that it surpassed Kishi in the first region. And to honor his elders, Ra built a holy city. And in honor of the king of Nibiru, he named the city Anu. And then, on a platform, he erected a temple shelter for his father Enki, Ptah. At the apex, within a high tower pointing to the heavens, in his sanctuary, Ra deposited the upper part of his celestial ship. That was called Ben-Ben. It was in that ship that he had traveled from the planet of countless years. On New Year's Day, the king as the high priest performed the ceremonies. On that day only, he entered the room of stars, and before the Ben-Ben he placed offerings. Enki, Ptah, was elated, and to benefit the second region, offered all kinds of emi to Ra. Father and son drew near. Enki, Ptah, asked Marduk Ra, his son, "What do I know that you do not?" Thus all sorts of knowledge he offered to Marduk, Ra, his son, except for the knowledge to revive the dead. Enki, Ptah, offered Marduk, Ra, the constellation of the sign of Ram, Aries, and thus made him one of the 12 celestials. Ptah regulated the flow of water from the great river Hapi for Ra and his people. Abundance quickly arrived in the fertile soils, and men and cattle proliferated. With the success of the second region, leaders were encouraged to establish the third region. They decreed it would become a domain of Inanna, as was promised. Then, a celestial constellation was assigned to her. She was made one of the 12 great Anunnaki and the great celestial gods. Previously, she shared the Gemini station with her brother Utu, but from that moment on, as a gift from Ninmah, the constellation of the Maiden was assigned to Inanna. That was the year 860 according to Earth counting, and thus, Inanna was honored again. The third region was far away, in the eastern lands, beyond 7 chains of mountains. Inanna's realm in the highlands was called Zamush, the land of 60 precious stones. There was also Arata, the kingdom of the forests in a valley of a great winding river. There, people grew grains and raised cattle on the vast plains. There, they also built 2 cities with mud bricks that were filled with granaries. According to the decree of Enlil, Lord Enki, the Lord of Wisdom, created a modified language and new writing signs for the third region. In his wisdom, Enki created a language unknown to men. However, the ME of the civilized realms were not offered to the third region. Enki said, "Let Inanna share what she obtained for Uruk with the new region." Then Inanna appointed a shepherd chief, who bore many resemblances to her beloved Dumuzi. Inanna traveled in her spaceship, constantly moving from Uruk to Arata, and from Arata to Uruk, flying over mountains and valleys. She valued the precious stones of Zamush and carried pure lapis lazuli with her to Uruk. At that time, the king of Uruk was Enmerkar, the second to reign there. Enmerkar expanded the boundaries of Uruk, and Inanna was exalted for her glories. It was he who coveted the riches of Arata and planned to be the sovereign over the lands of Arata. Thus, Enmerkar sent an emissary to Arata demanding the riches of those lands as tributes. Over 7 chains of mountains, through arid lands and then drenched by rains, the emissary traveled from Uruk to Arata. In front of the king of Arata, the emissary delivered Enmerkar's words. Literally, he repeated word by word, but the king of Arata could not understand his language. Then the king of Arata offered him a wooden scepter on which a message was inscribed, asking to share with Arata their ME and thinking of peace. A royal gift was delivered to Uruk. Thus, several donkeys were loaded with grains and delivered to the emissary. But when Enmerkar received the wooden scepter with the inscription, "Back in Uruk," no one understood its message. He brought it from light to shadow. He brought it from shadow to light. "What kind of wood is this?" he asked. Then he ordered to plant it in the garden. 5 years passed, 10 years passed, and from the scepter a tree grew. Enmerkar turned to his grandfather Utu. "What should I do?" Utu interceded on behalf of Enmerkar and conversed with Nisaba, and Nisaba taught Enmerkar to inscribe his message on a clay tablet in the language of Arata. And the message was carried from Uruk to Arata. The emissary's name was Banda, and Banda was received by the king of Arata, delivering the message that said, "Submission or war." In the face of the message, the king of Arata said, "Inanna has not forsaken our kingdom, so Arata will not submit to Uruk. If Uruk's desire is war, then let the warriors meet, and let the war begin." But then the king of Arata thought better and said, "Let's exchange our treasures peacefully. Let Uruk offer us their Emi, and in exchange, Arata will offer our riches." Banda, the emissary, took the way back, carrying a different message. Neither submission nor war. The message was of peace. But on the way back, the emissary fell to the ground, terribly sick, and his spirit left his body. His companions tried to revive him, but it was in vain. On Mount Hurum, on the way to Arata, Banda was abandoned, and there his body lay. Uruk did not receive the riches of Arata, and Arata did not obtain the Emi of Uruk. In the third region, civilized humanity did not find peace. Meanwhile, Inanna coveted other domains, forgetting those that had been entrusted to her. Even though she had Anu's royal dwelling in Uruk and the lands of the third region, it was still not enough for her. Inanna was restless, and she constantly traveled between Uruk and Arata. She was still mourning the death of her beloved Dumuzi, and her desire for love remained insatiable. When she flew around, she saw the image of Dumuzi shining in the sun's rays and calling for her. At night, in visions and dreams, he appeared saying, "I will return." And then Dumuzi promised her the glories of a realm in the land of the Two Narrows. While she was pleasing the omens of her dreams, Inanna built a house in Uruk called Gigunu. That was a house for nighttime pleasure. Young heroes went to Gigunu on the night of their weddings. They were seduced with sweet words and caresses. Inanna promised them a happy future, and while she was with them, she imagined Dumuzi. And the next morning, the young heroes were found dead in her bed of pleasure. It was at that moment that the hero Banda, previously left for dead, returned alive to Uruk. Inanna screamed, "This is a miracle, a miracle." It was by the grace of Utu that the miracle happened, and Banda was a descendant of Utu. But Inanna understood that the power of the miracle had been granted to her and to the region of Uruk. So, Inanna said, "My beloved Dumuzi has returned to me." And she planned a test. Meanwhile, Banda bathed at his house and was covered with a sash and a mantle. Inanna called for Dumuzi, her beloved. And to her bed, adorned with flowers, she called for the miracle. Thus, Banda was drawn in by Inanna's charms. And when the night was over, in the morning, Banda was alive. And with joy Inanna cried even more, "The power of not dying has been put into my hands. Immortality has been granted to me." Then, Inanna gave herself the title of goddess. Nanar and Ningal, the parents of Inanna, were not satisfied with her proclamation. Enlil and Ninurta were disconcerted by her words. Utu, her brother, was confused. Enki and Nima talked. They said, "The dead reviving? This is not possible." In the lands of Sumer, people praised their luck. The earthlings said, "The gods are among us. They can defeat death and can grant eternal life." And news about this was widely spread. In Uruk, on the throne, Lugal took the place of his father Enmerkar. His title was the Great Man. Lugal took the goddess Ninsun, descendant of Enlil, as his wife. The goddess Ninsun and Lugal had a son. That was Gilgamesh, the son of a goddess descendant of Enlil. And Gilgamesh took the throne of Uruk. As the years went by, Gilgamesh observed life and death. He asked his mother, Ninsun, about life and death. He asked why his ancestors died if they were descendants of the Anunnaki. Gilgamesh asked, "Do the gods die? And what about me being 2/3 divine? Will I die like a mortal?" Ninsun replied, "As long as you are on earth, you will follow the destiny of all earthlings. The shadow of death will take you, but if you are taken to Nibiru, there you will obtain a long life." Ninsun asked Utu, the commander, to take Gilgamesh to Nibiru. And while she received no answer, Ninsun kept making the same request day after day. Finally, Utu accepted and said that Gilgamesh should be directed to the landing place. Ninmah created a double for Gilgamesh. His name was Enkidu, and he was created by Enki. He was not born of a womb and had no blood in his veins. Enkidu traveled with Gilgamesh to the landing place, and they met a guardian of the place. A monster that spat fire blocked the entrance. But it didn't take long until the heroes managed to defeat the monster and broke him into pieces. And then they looked for the secret entrance that offered access to the landing place. When they found the secret entrance to the Anunnaki tunnels, they were challenged by another guardian. It was the Bull of Heaven, a creature of Enlil. Fleeing, the creature chased Gilgamesh and Enkidu to the gates of the entrance of Uruk. And before the city walls, Enkidu defeated the monster. When Enlil heard the news, he cried in agony, and his lament was heard up to the heavens of Anu. In his heart, Enlil knew very well this was a bad omen. For having killed the Bull of Heaven, Enkidu was punished with death in the waters, and Gilgamesh was absolved, as he had received instruction from Ninsun and Utu. Still seeking the long life of Nibiru, Utu allowed Gilgamesh to continue towards the place of spaceships. And thus, after many challenges, Gilgamesh found the land of Tilman, the secret and forbidden region of the Anunnaki, the fourth region. There, through the underground tunnels, he found a garden of precious stones and met Ziusudra. Ziusudra shared with Gilgamesh the events of the deluge and revealed to him the secret of longevity. Ziusudra spoke of a plant that grew in the well of the garden, a plant that had kept him and his wife from aging. This plant was unlike any other on earth and could restore a man to his full vitality and strength. Ziusudra told Gilgamesh that this gift came from Enki, offered with the blessings of Enlil, granted to him on the Mount of Salvation. Driven by the desire for longevity, Gilgamesh took advantage of Ziusudra's and his wife's slumber, tied stones to his feet, and dived into the waters. He seized the plant of long life and pulled the youth plant from the depths. He stored the plant in his pouch and rushed through the secret tunnels, finding his way back to Uruk. Exhausted from his journey, Gilgamesh fell asleep. As soon as sleep took him, a snake was attracted by the fragrance of the plant. While Gilgamesh slept, he did not notice that the snake stole his plant and vanished with it. Upon waking the next morning, Gilgamesh realized he no longer had the plant and realized he could not achieve longevity. He sat and wept. Gilgamesh returned to Uruk empty-handed, and there met his fate as a mortal. 7 kings reigned in Uruk after Gilgamesh. That was the land of Unug-Ki, later known as Uruk, and it would become called Erech in the Bible. This was the region of heroes and demigods. That was the year 1000 in Earth account. That's when the royalty of the first region was transferred to Ur, the city of Nannar and Ningal. Marduk, a Ra, in the land of the Two Narrows, in the second region, observed all movements attentively. He saw all the matters occurring in the other regions. He observed the comments on the visions and dreams of Inanna, who insinuated herself over the entire domain of Dumudzi, speaking about his return. Inanna was not content with what she had. She planned more and awaited Dumuzi's return to have her powerful and dreamed reign. Thus, Marduk, Ra, was disturbed and felt that something needed to be done. To counter Inanna's expansion plans, Marduk was determined to find answers about death, resurrection, and immortality. The ideas of a deity who could grant life were extremely attractive to him. So Ra declared himself a powerful god. He considered that the secret had been told to Gilgamesh and other demigods of the Uruk region who sought the deeds and the path of immortality. Marduk, Ra, said, "If it was granted to others, let it be applied to the kings of my region too. Let the kings of the second region, in Egypt and Nubia, receive the instructions. Let the descendants of Neteru travel to Nibiru in the other life, on their journey beyond life, in the afterlife." Thus, Ra taught the kings how to build tombs facing east. And he dictated a long book to the priest scribes. In it were described the details for the journey in the other life, to the beyond of life, detailing the post-death journey. The book told of how to reach Duat, the place of celestial ships. Duat was the Egyptian name for the fourth region, on the Sinai Peninsula. And then Marduk, Ra, taught how to build tombs facing east. He taught how to ascend through a stairway to heaven and journey to the imperishable planet. He noted that one should drink from the plant of life the waters of youth, until satiety comes. He clarified the coming of the gods to earth. Ra explained to the priests the knowledge of the gods, and he told them that gold is the splendor of life. He said, "Gold is the flesh of the gods." Then Ra demonstrated how to obtain gold and said that there should be expeditions to Abzu and the lower domain to obtain the gold. Then, with the force of arms, the kings and commanders of Ra conquered lands that were not their own. Marduk, Ra, invaded the lands of his brothers, and they complained to Enki, Marduk's father, known in ancient Egypt as Ptah. Enki, Ptah, talked with his son Ra. But Ra did not listen to his father. The plan in his heart was to become the lord of the four regions, and in front of his father, unyielding and determined, Marduk, Ra, pronounced, "The earth is mine, and I will rule the entire planet." After the transfer of the royalty of Uruk to Ur, the city of Nanar and Ningal, they joyfully smiled upon the people. As was appropriate for his rank of number 30, the moon god Nanar was worshipped, and he decreed 12 festivals per year, one for each lunar month. He dedicated a month to each of the 12 great Anunnaki. And so, it spread throughout the first region, for both the great and small Anunnaki gods. Sanctuaries and temples were built, and so the people could pray directly to their gods. In the first region, civilization spread from Sumer to other neighboring lands. In the cities of men, local rulers were appointed as righteous shepherds. Artisans and farmers, shepherds and weavers exchanged their products throughout the region. Laws of justice were decreed. Trade, marriage, and divorce contracts were honored. In schools, the young studied. The scribes recorded hymns, proverbs, and wisdom. Abundance and happiness were spread across all lands. Disputes and invasions also existed. Meanwhile, Inanna in her celestial ship went from land to land. Near the upper sea, she frolicked with Utu, and also went to her uncle Ishkur's domains. Inanna liked to call Ishkur Dudu beloved, and during her flights, Inanna took pleasure in the people who inhabited the upper plain between the two rivers. She found the sound of their language pleasant, and she learned how to speak it. They gave Inanna the name of Ishtar, and this was the name of the planet Lahamu in their language. It was they who named the city of Uruk, and in the language of that people, Ishkur was called Adad, and Nanar was known as Sin. The city of Urim was called by then as Ur, like we are already calling. Ki-Engi was named as Sumer, land of the lofty watchers. Utu, the bright sun, was named Shamash, and Enlil came to be known as Father Enlil, while Nibru-Ki became Nippur. All this was a stark contrast and a glaring difference. In the second region, Ra did not allow diversity, for he desired to reign alone. Ra proclaimed that he was the oldest of heaven, the firstborn who is on earth, from the earliest times. He decreed that hymns should be sung this way, and that he wished to be called and known as such by the priests. Lord of eternity, he who made perpetuity, presiding over all gods, the one who has no equal, the great lone and unique. Ra pronounced, "I am Ra, and I am above all other gods." Then he attributed his powers and attributes to himself. Ra continued, "I am like Enlil for lordships and decrees. I am like Ninurta for the hoe and combat. I am like Adad for thunderbolts and thunder. I am like Nanar to light the night. As Utu, I am Shamash as Nergal. I reign over the lower world. As Gibil, I know the depths of gold from where copper and silver come. It was I who found it. As Ningishzida, I command the numbers and their count. The heavens speak of my glory." At these proclamations, all the Anunnaki leaders were greatly alarmed. Marduk's brothers decided to talk to their father Enki, while Nergal relayed his concerns to Ninurta. Enki, Ptah, went to talk with Marduk, Ra. He asked, "What happened? Your claims are unheard of." Marduk, Ra, said, "Father, it's the heavens. The heavens speak, and they speak of my supremacy." Marduk continued, "The bull of heaven, the sign of Enlil's constellation, was slain by his own offspring. In the heavens, the age of Ram, the age of Aries, my era is coming. The omens are unmistakable." Then, from his dwelling in Eridu, Enki examined the circle of 12 constellations. On the first day of spring, at the beginning of a year, the sunrise was carefully observed. The sun that rose that day was in the stars of the constellation of the Bull. In Nippur and Ur, Enlil and Nanar also made the observations. In the lower world, where the station of instruments was, Nergal confirmed the results. The age of the rams was distant. That was still the age of the bull. It was Enlil's bull. In his domains, Marduk did not back down from his assertions. He had the support of Nabu, his son. To domains that were not his, he sent emissaries to announce that his time had come. The Anunnaki leaders asked for Ningishzida to teach people how to observe the sky. In his wisdom, Ningishzida conceived stone structures. Ninurta and Ishkur helped build them. In the established lands near and far, they taught people how to observe the sky, showing the people that the sun still rose in the constellation of the bull. In those times, after the Anunnaki declared themselves as gods, they now depended on the support of humanity. Enki watched these events with attention and sadness. He pondered how fate could be being distorted. In the first region, the Anunnaki decided to unify the lands under the name of just one leader, desiring a warrior king. Thus, Inanna was assigned to the task of finding the suitable man for this. Inanna indicated to Enlil a warrior whom she had found and loved during her travels. He was the son of a commander of 4 garrisons, and his father's name was Arbakad. His mother was a high priestess. Enlil offered him scepter and crown. He received the name Sargon I, righteous regent. As in Nibiru, a new crown city was established to unify the lands. That was called Agade, the unified city, and it was not far from Kishi. Agade unified the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Enlil granted powers to King Sargon, and Inanna accompanied her warriors with her weapons. All lands from the lower sea to the upper sea obeyed Sargon's command. Thus all his troops were stationed at the borders of the 4th region to protect it. And Marduk, Ra, constantly observed the movements of Inanna and Sargon. Caution was the word of the moment. And Sargon made a bold move. He went to the place where Marduk tried to build the tower that rose to the heavens and proclaimed that it was a sacred ground for Agade. He mentioned imposing the bright heavenly object there. Marduk raced furiously to the first region with Nabu and his followers. He went to the place of the tower and said, "I am the sole possessor of the sacred ground, and by me will a gateway of the gods be established." Marduk was vehement and offered instructions for his followers to divert the river. They raised dikes and walls at the tower place. They built for Marduk a new house. It was called Esagil, the house for the utmost god. Nabu named it Babylon, the gateway of the gods, in honor of his father, in the heart of Eden. Thus, Marduk settled in the midst of the first region, in the heart of Eden. With this, the wrath of Inanna knew no bounds. Armed, their followers attacked Marduk's followers. The blood of the people was shed, unlike anything ever seen on earth before. Nergal traveled to Babylon and met his brother Marduk. He asked Marduk to leave Babylon for the good of the people. Nergal invited Marduk to travel to observe the skies, and Marduk agreed to leave. Thus, he traveled from land to land, observing the signs of the heavens. Marduk, known as Ra in the 2nd region, received another name. He was called Amun, the Invisible, because he ruled but was not there. For a time, Inanna calmed down and carefully watched the 2 sons of Sargon, who were his successors. Later, on the throne of Agade, Sargon's grandson, known as Naram Sin, took the throne. Those times were different times. In those times, Enlil and Ninurta were absent from the first region. They had gone to the lands beyond the oceans. And in the second region, Ra was also not there because he traveled to other lands. Thus, Inanna saw the opportunity to take all the powers for herself. She ordered Naram Sin to seize all the lands. She instructed the king to attack ancient Egypt and Meluha, Nubia. Those were domains of Marduk, also called Ra and Amun, the invisible. In those times, Naram Sin committed the sacrilege of crossing the fourth region with an army of earthlings. He also invaded ancient Egypt and tried to enter the sacred Ekur, the house that is like a mountain. Enlil was enraged by his sacrileges and his transgressions, and then he cast a curse on Naram Sin and all Agade. Naram Sin died from a scorpion sting, and by Enlil's command, all of Agade was annihilated. That was the year 1500 by Earth's counting. In the second region, in the domains of Marduk, Ra, known as Amun, the invisible, the royalty disintegrated. Disorder and confusion found space. After Agade was swept away in the first region, there was also disorder and confusion. In the first region, the royalty was in disorder. Before the gods, the cities gradually came to be governed and conducted by men. Uruk, Lagash, Ur, and Kish, Isen, and other even more distant and far-flung places, the royalty was changing. Enlil sought the guidance of Anu and entrusted the royalty to Nannar. Thus, for the third time, the royalty was established in Ur. To rule, Nannar selected a just shepherd of men. That was Ur-Nammu. Ur-Nammu was a great ruler. He established equality in the lands, ended violence and fighting, and in all the lands, prosperity was abundant. It was in those times that during the night, Enlil had a dream vision. Just as Enki had seen at another time, Enlil also saw. It was the image of a man shining and radiant as the skies. He stood beside Enlil's bed, and when he approached, Enlil observed and recognized Galzu, the white-haired one. In his left hand, he held a lapis lazuli tablet, on which the starry heavens were drawn. The heavens were divided by the signs of the 12 constellations, and Enlil could recognize. Galzu signaled the shift. The sign of the bull was no longer pointed out, and 3 times Galzu pointed to the constellation of the ram. In the dream vision, Galzu spoke to Enlil. The rightful time of benevolence and peace will be followed by wickedness and the shedding of blood. Marduk's ram will replace Enlil's bull in the 3 celestial portions. He who has declared himself the supreme god will take over the supremacy on earth. By decree of fate, a calamity as never before will happen. And as in the times of the flood, a just and worthy man must be chosen. Through him and by him, his seed will be preserved and civilized humanity will survive, as is the will of the Creator of all. When Enlil woke up from the dream vision, there was no tablet next to the bed. Enlil wondered, was it a heavenly oracle, or did I imagine everything in my heart? Enlil asked himself, and kept the information only to himself. He did not tell any of his children, not even his wife, Ninlil. Among the priests in the temple of Nibru-Ki, Enlil asked about the celestial sages. He inquired about Tirhu, also known as Terra, an oracular priest, whom the high priest pointed out. He was a descendant of Ebru and Arbakad, the 6th generation of priests of Nibru-Ki, and had married the royal daughters of the kings of Ur. Enlil said to Terra, "Go to the temple of Nannar in Ur, and from there observe the celestial time in the heavens." 72 Earth years is the count of a celestial portion. Take careful note of the passage of 3 of them. While Enlil pondered his dream vision and its omens, Terra went to the temple of Nannar, and Marduk traveled from land to land. Marduk's goal was to gain followers, telling them about his supremacy. In the lands of the Upper Sea and in the borderlands of Sumer, Nabu, Marduk's son, traveled stirring people to take the 4th region. Among the inhabitants of the West and the East, conflicts occurred. Kings formed armies of warriors and caravans stopped traveling. City walls rose for protection. Enlil watched everything with great care and attention. He realized that what Galzu had predicted was really happening. He realized that he should make his decision. Enlil looked more closely at Terra and his sons. This seemed to him a worthy lineage, and from there should be chosen the man appointed by Galzu. Without revealing his dream vision, Enlil said to his son, Nannar, "Establish a city, inspired by Ur, in the land between the rivers. It will be a home away from Ur, and it will be for you and Ningal. In its midst, you must raise a sanctuary temple, and let Terra be its high priest." In accordance with his father's decree, Nannar established the city of Haran in the lands of Arbakad. To serve as the high priest in its sacred temple, he dispatched Terra along with his family. When 2 heavenly parts out of the prophesied 3 were completed, Terra went to Haran. At that time, Urnamu, the joy of Ur, fell from his chariot and met his mortal fate in the western lands. Upon the throne of Ur, Shulgi took command. He bore a warrior's soul and had a keen appetite for battles. In Nibruki, he anointed himself high priest and sought solace in the body of Inanna in Uruk. He enlisted the mountain warriors, those not serving Nannar, into his army. With his forces, he disregarded the sanctity of the Mission Control Center and invaded the western lands. Setting foot in the 4th region, he declared himself king of the 4 regions. Enlil was angered and summoned Enki for a conversation. Enki spoke. "The rulers of your region have crossed all bounds." Enlil retorted, "Marduk is the root of all troubles." While keeping the vision dream to himself, Enlil turned his attention to Terra. Terra had an elder son. His name was Ibru, also known as Abraham. Abraham was a prince, brave and well-versed in priestly secrets. Enlil ordered Abraham to guard the holy places and allow the celestial chariots ascent and descent. As soon as Abraham left Haran, Marduk, who had been wandering through each city and region, reached Haran. Marduk, too, had observed the desecrations and invasions by the rulers of Enlil's regions. He noticed that this was the harbinger of a new era and a new order. So, on the border with the lands of Sumer, while in Haran, Marduk planned his final assault. 24 Earth years had passed since Marduk arrived in Haran. And then, by a message of the oracle of the temple, he knew that time has come. With tears in his eyes, Marduk called upon the other gods, all of them. Marduk proclaimed, "O gods of Haran, O great ones who judge, know my secrets. Just as my belt wraps around me, I recall my memories. I am the divine Marduk, a great god. In my domain I am known as Ra. I was exiled due to my sins and was banished to the mountains. I have wandered many lands, from where the sun rises to where it sets. I reached the land of Ishkur. I lived in Haran for 24 years and sought an oracle in its temple. I asked about my lordship. And the oracle of the temple told me, "Your days of exile have ended. O great gods who determine destinies, let me return to my city. Let me establish myself in my temple Esagil, and from there install a king in Babylon. Let all Anunnaki gods gather in my house and accept my covenant." The Anunnaki gods were perturbed and alarmed. Enlil summoned all Anunnaki for a council. All were agitated about the events, and the position of opposition to Marduk and Nabu was unanimous. In the council of the great gods, accusations were abundant, and recriminations filled the chamber. Tension seized everyone. Enki spoke up and advised, "No one can prevent what is about to come. Let us accept Marduk's supremacy." But these were only Enki's words. An irritated Enlil opposed, "If the age of the ram is coming, let's prevent it from reaching the heaven-earth bond. Let's annihilate the place of the celestial chariots." All decided to annihilate the place of the celestial chariots except for Enki. Nergal suggested using the weapons of terror, and all the Anunnaki agreed. Only Enki opposed, once again. Thus, the decision taken on Earth was sent to Anu, and Anu repeated the same words to Earth. The decision was made. As he departed, Enki said, "What was destined to be will fail due to your destructive decision." To carry out the evil deed, two were chosen. They were Ninurta of Enlil's clan, and Nergal of Enki's clan. And then the assembly of the gods ended, and so the decision was made. Enki was the only one who opposed, but his heart was at peace. Before Enlil came to Earth, it was he and Abgal who had hidden the weapons of terror. Enki had no idea that Enlil had two secrets: the vision dream of Galzu and the secret location of the weapons of terror. Enki did not know that Abgal had shown Enlil the secret location of the weapons of terror during his exile. Enki could never imagine that their long stay on Earth would provoke a calamity unlike anything known before on this planet. Without any contact with Enki, Enlil revealed to the two Anunnaki, Ninurta and Nergal, the secret location of the weapons of terror. He showed them the mountain where they were hidden and told them that they were inside an earth cavity. Afterwards, he revealed the secret of how to use the weapons of terror appropriately. Before the two Anunnaki left for the hidden place, Enlil gave them words of warning. He said, "Before the weapons of terror are used, evacuate the place of the celestial chariots of all Anunnaki. The cities must be spared, and people must not perish." In his celestial chariot, Nergal headed for the hidden place, but Ninurta was delayed due to his father. Enlil wanted to talk to his son in private, so Enlil told Ninurta about his dream vision and Galzu, and also about his choice regarding Abraham. Enlil told Ninurta, "Nergal may not be in perfect conditions of thinking. Make sure the cities are spared, and warn Abraham about the weapons of terror." Meanwhile, Nergal, who had already arrived at the secret location of the weapons of terror, programmed the ME to utilize the weapons of terror. Nergal gave each of them a working name. The first weapon he called the One Without Rival, the second the Blazing Flame, the third the One Who with Terror Crumbles, the fourth Mountain Melter, the fifth Wind That the Rim of the World Seeks, the sixth the One Who above and below no one spares, and the seventh, filled with monstrous poison, he named Vaporizer of Living Things. After the instructions from his father, Ninurta went to the secret location of the weapons of terror. When he arrived there, Nergal had everything ready to cause destruction and annihilation. Nergal, desiring revenge, said, "I will kill the son and annihilate the father. The lands they covet will fade away, and I will destroy the sinful cities." Ninurta asked, "Nergal, will you destroy the righteous with the unjust?" Nergal replied, "Enlil's instructions are clear, and I know the decision of the Anunnaki too." Then the two waited for Enlil's signal. 7 days and 7 nights they waited. During this time, Marduk returned to Babylon in the presence of all his followers. With weapons in hand, he declared his supremacy. But this was Enlil's intention and the necessary step for the destruction to begin. That was the year 1736 in the count of the Earthlings. On that fateful day, Enlil sent the signal to Ninurta. With the signal, Ninurta left for Mount Mashu and Nergal followed him. Ninurta, from the skies, inspected the mountain and the plain in the heart of the fourth region. With a heavy heart, Ninurta signaled Nergal and warned, "Stay there." And from high in the sky, Ninurta released the first weapon of terror. The top of Mount Mashu cracked and the guts of the mountain melted in an instant. The second weapon was released over the place of the celestial ships, and with the brilliance of 7 suns, the rocks of the plain became an open wound. The earth shook and collapsed, and then the skies darkened. The plain of the celestial ships was covered with burnt and crushed stones. In all the forests that once surrounded the plain, only 3 trunks stood. Ninurta, from high on the celestial ship, from his black bird, affirmed, "It is done." And so, the lands coveted by Marduk and Nabu were forever devastated. Then Nergal said he wanted to be the Annihilator and desired the title of Era through his deed. Following the king's road, he flew to the green valley of the 5 cities. Nergal planned for this to happen in the green valley where Nabu was converting the people. Thus, over the 5 cities, one after the other, Nergal, under the title of Era, sent a weapon of terror from the skies. And so, in a wave of destruction, he completely annihilated the 5 cities of the valley, which quickly turned into desolation. They were razed by fire and sulfur, and everything that lived there turned into vapor. With such terrible weapons, the mountains came down, and the barrier that held the waters of the sea broke. The sea waters spilled into the valley, and the valley was flooded by the waters. When the waters poured over the ashes of the cities, steam rose to the skies. From high on his ship, Nergal shouted, "It is done." And so, in his heart, Nergal, now known as Era, had no more vengeance. He had done what he planned. Inspecting their evil work, Ninurta and Nergal were confused by what they saw. The splendors were followed by the darkening of the skies, and soon after the storm blew. Inside a dark cloud, whirlwinds formed in the sky and an evil wind rose, plunging the sky into twilight. As the day went on, the sun disappeared and darkness took over the horizon. Night came, and with it a dreadful splendor highlighted its edges, causing the moon to disappear, swallowed up in a dense cloud of destruction. When dawn came the next day, coming from the west, from the upper sea, a wind of a dense storm began to blow. And then the dark brown cloud moved east, heading towards the inhabited lands. The dark brown cloud traveled, and wherever it went, it brought the death of everything that was, without any mercy. From the valley of no pity, the cloud of death was carried to the lands of Sumer. Ninurta and Nergal gave the alarm to Enki and Enlil. They announced, "The evil wind is relentless, and it will bring death to all." Enlil and Enki transmitted the alarm to the gods of Sumer with a clear message: "Escape, escape." They shouted to all. The frightened gods fled from their cities and quickly ascended to the heavens. The message to the people was clear: scatter and hide as quickly as possible. The inhabitants of the lands fell under the claws of the evil wind, and their fugue was completely useless. Death was silent, and like a ghost, it attacked all fields, all lands, and all cities. The winds of death passed through the thickest walls like the waters of a flood. There was no door that could keep the wind away. Those who hid inside their houses, and with the doors closed, were swept away, and thus, like flies, they fell to the ground. The streets were piled with bodies, and the mouths of those trying to survive overflowed with saliva and foam, and then the blood came with a premonition of death. Slowly, the evil wind blew over all the lands and crossed from west to east over plains and mountains and annihilated everything that lived. After its passage, nothing was left alive. The waters, once clear, were poisoned, and in the fields all vegetation wilted. From Eridu in the south to Sippar in the north, the evil wind devastated the country. In the second region, all lands south of Babylon were devoured by the evil wind, which also reached the heart of the second region. But ironically, the sacred Babylon, from where Marduk had declared his supremacy, was spared by the evil wind. And from there, where Marduk and his followers had declared command of the whole earth, everything continued as if nothing had happened. After the great calamity, Enki and Enlil met to analyze what had happened. Enki said, "The fact that Babylon survived the great calamity serves as a divine sign. The salvation of Babylon confirms that Marduk was destined for supremacy." Enlil replied, "It must have been the will of the creator of all." Then Enlil revealed the dream vision and the prophecy of Galzu. Enki questioned, "If you knew about this, why didn't you prevent the use of the weapons of terror?" Enlil said in a distressed voice, "My brother, the reason was clear. After your arrival on Earth, each time the mission was obstructed, we found a way to overcome the obstacle. Thus happened the creation of Earthlings, which was the grand solution, and this was also the source of a myriad of undesirable turns. When you came to understand the celestial cycles and assigned constellations, who could foresee the hands of fate? Who could distinguish between the lots we chose and the fate we could not avoid? Who proclaimed false omens and who could pronounce true prophecies? It was for this reason that I decided to keep to myself Galzu's words. I needed to know, were the words of the emissary of the creator of all true? Or was it my delusion? So I said to myself, what has to happen, let it happen. Enki listened to his brother's words, nodding his head. Enki said, "The first region is desolate, the second region is in chaos, the third region is wounded, the place of the celestial ships no longer exists." That's exactly what happened. Enlil said, "So that was the will of the creator of all. And if that was the will, then this is what is left of our mission on Earth. This is exactly what was sown through Marduk's ambitions. So let him reap the seed of what he has planted. Let the 50th position, which was to be Ninurta's, be granted to Marduk, and let Marduk declare his supremacy over the desolation in the regions. As for me and Ninurta, we will no longer stand in his way. We will go to the lands beyond the oceans, and for the reason we came here, on a mission to obtain gold for Nibiru, we will continue until the conclusion of our tasks." Enki listened carefully. Then he said, "Perhaps things could have been different if the weapons of terror had not been used." And Enlil replied, "And if we had not heard Galzu's words to not return to Nibiru, what would have happened? And if we had stopped the Earth mission when the Anunnaki organized the first rebellion?" The two pondered. Enki said, "I did what I did, and you did what you did. The past cannot be undone. Isn't there also a lesson in this? Isn't what happened on Earth a reflection of what happened on Nibiru? Is the past an outline for the future? Will humanity, created in our image and likeness, not repeat our successes and failures?" Enlil remained silent, and when he stood up to leave, Enki reached out to him and said, "Let us greet each other as brothers and as comrades who have faced many challenges on a foreign planet." Enlil reciprocated, and grabbing his brother's arm, he also embraced him. Enki asked, "Will we meet again on Earth or on Nibiru?" Enlil responded with another question. Was Galzu right? Would we die if we returned to Nibiru? Then Enlil turned and left. Enki was left alone. Only his thoughts accompanied him. Enki sat down and reflected on how everything had started and how everything had unfolded until now. In his heart, many doubts still remained. Was everything destined, or was fate forged by this or that decision? He pondered to himself, if heaven and earth were regulated by cycles within cycles, could it be possible for what happened in the past to happen again? Is the past the key to the future? Are the earthlings destined to imitate the Anunnaki? Will the earth relive what Nibiru lived? Should the first to arrive be the last to leave? Assailed by his thoughts and numbed by his doubts, Enki made a decision. He said to himself, "Everything that happened needs to be recorded, from the beginning on Nibiru until this day on Earth, and that in posterity, at the time chosen by destiny, the Earthlings read this record and can remember the past to understand the prophecies of the future. Let the future be the judge of the past." Thus, Enki waited for the appropriate time. And on the 17th day of the second month of the 7th year, after the great calamity, he called for 2 emissaries. He clarified that his chosen one to record the information was a scribe, son of Udbar, a man of Eridu, named Endubsar, the master scribe. He told the emissaries that they should lead his chosen one by a small ship to the lands of Magan, in ancient Egypt, where the gates are, in the middle of the river of Magan. And there, for 40 days and 40 nights, Endubsar, the chosen one, recorded all the information on 14 tablets, and then recorded his own attestation. Thus, Endubsar, one of the survivors who had escaped death during the destruction of Eridu, received from Enki the blessing of the long life. Through the hands of Endubsar, the words of Lord Enki were recorded on the 14 tablets. No word was lost, no word was hidden, and his words traveled through time and space until in the future this story finally found us. So the saga is complete, and the story of the Anunnaki based on Zecharia Sitchin's The Lost Book of Enki is concluded. However, this channel does not find its end, and the mysteries surrounding the Anunnaki narrative remain even more intense. To what extent can we consider this story a fiction, and to what extent does it find the truth? In the tablets that are available for reading on the internet, can the authenticity of such narratives be verified? Continue watching the videos on the channel and look for answers to your questions in the available playlists and videos. Together we will uncover the mysteries that surround the Anunnaki story and topic. Thanks for watching.